another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, holy, faster. Yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, one name. And there it is, one name, whatever that means. Brothers and sisters, they inform me. So if that is the case, then welcome back to another session, One Names. So welcome to another session. As I often say, I never take your company for granted. And it is with gratitude that I always welcome you to the platform. So if you want to do the platform a favor, you can copy the link and post it in your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook groups, etc., so that the people you mooch around with on social media, they can see the craziness that's going on here. So that's a form of support. So if you want to do that, you'll share the link, essentially what I'm saying, on Facebook and on YouTube. So if you could do that, so yes, the usual spiel. Click on the like button as you're coming in. Of course, if you have no objection to clicking on the like button, then you have every reason to click on the like button because it helps the platform. So if it doesn't especially offend you, then just click on the like button. And if it doesn't equally offend you, then click on the subscribe button as well. So do both of those. And then if you want to come join us on the studio, you watch all of this excellence every single night from the panelists that assemble. I don't individually phone them before the sessions to say, come on. I simply post the hyperlink and they are minded to click on it to come and share thoughts with you. So if you are minded to click on it to come and share your thoughts as well, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone, I'm pointing, but I don't know why I'm pointing, but you can see it on the screen. So it's an open microphone session, and the open microphone, of course, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to come join us on the screens, just click on that. And also, we're inviting people to donate towards the platform. So if you have any appreciation for what the platform does, then and you want to show that appreciation in some form of donation, then click on that thing, the link that says buy your host cups of coffee. Only one person seems to be doing that for a good while now. And would like to see more people using it. So click on it if you feel inclined to towards stepping towards the platform. So there it is right there, the Holy Holy song. So Holy, as guys, I bring you this. Buhari unveils iconic Blue Line Rail project, Cultural Center. So Buhari has been on a commissioning spree in Lagos State. And of course, this is quite significant, you have to note. Again, Buhari has been on a commissioning spree in Lagos State, and that commissioning spree essentially wrapped around the Tinubu narrative. You will say, oh no, Fashola, Ambode, and all of this nonsense, and Sanwo-Olu. But all of these initiatives that are coming to birth, they were all Tinubu's initiative, which he seeded, and the germination now coming through. So by the time the story is told, it goes to the credit of Tinubu and the possibilities pardon me, and the possibilities of what he can do. So he gets the credit, whether you like it or not. Oh, what about Ambode, and all of that? Forget all of that. The seeding of all of these things, the plotting, the plowing the seed into the ground, and the first waterings of it were all around that 1999 to 2007 that Tinubu governed Lagos State. And it's the blueprint, the blueprint that this guy fleshed out that is now germinating now. And he ensured that it germinated by making sure that it cooperated with his successors. So all this wave of commissioning that Buhari is doing in Lagos State now, all the attribution, not a single one goes out of it. Every single one gets the attribution to Tinubu, and that is a CV that is presenting to you to allow him into Aso Rock. So that's just how it stands. So all the jabba and the Abode and the Vashola, I forget all of that. The attribution goes to Tinubu, and it's just as simple as that. Just as simple as that. Not quite so simple, but this one's somewhat comical, and the amount quite derisory. Ohanaeze places 50,000 bounty on Simon Ekpa. So wanted dead or alive. Remember those old cowboy movies that we used to watch back in the day? That was the thought that this headline conjured in my mind when I saw it. And by the way, this was sent in by one of the subscribers. So as I always invite, my Instagram link is on the comment section somewhere. If you want a story to make it onto the screens, just submit it to me via Instagram. A lot of people do, and a lot of the stories that we do discuss are, and a lot of stories that we do discuss are submitted by subscribers and listeners that say, have a look at this to see if it will fit into the theme of the show. So this certainly fits into the theme of this session. Ohanaeze places 50,000 bounty on Simon Ekpa. So I'm not quite sure what is funnier. The idea of that throwback to that cowboy era of putting a bounty on somebody said dead or alive, or the derisory amount that they are putting up. So the sum total of all of the noise that Simon Ekpa has been making for years on social media, it all amounts to $50,000 as far as Ohanaeze is concerned. But is that even too much? I think just $50 will do for this element. Simon Ekpa reacts to $50,000 bounty placed on him by Ohanaeze faction. So that will be meat and drink to him, of course. He will milk that for every sinew that he can sweat out of it, this element. He will preen and peacock in that rather odd attire that he likes to put on and flap feathers for days on end. Simon Ekpa reacts to $50,000 bounty placed on him by Ohanaeze faction. So there it is right there. The comedy continues within that space. Nigeria's 2023 presidential election, 10 factors that could affect the outcome. So I've not gone anywhere near this because I want to come into it fresh just with you guys. So I wonder what those factors are and if we concur or agree with it. So I hope, hopefully, it's not a long and lengthy read. If it's not a long and lengthy read, then we'll get the totality of it. So if you want to find out what these 10 factors are, and if you agree with them or not, then just lean back, kick back, take it easy, and just surrender. I'm sure you already have your chocolate, your coffee, your glass of wine, and your popcorn ready. So just relax into it, and surrender yourself to the session for however long it lasts. This one, another one submitted by a viewer. Constitutional review. National Assembly bows to governors on local government autonomy. So this very much rhymes with conversations that we were having yesterday as to why the lack thereof, or why there is not any form of efficacy coming out of the National Assembly space. So we were debating at length yesterday why not the National Assembly or the local authority spaces. We were debating at length yesterday why the local authorities were not fit for purpose, and it is because they don't have a purse, they don't have a budget, and a lot of that, of course, being hijacked by the state space. So to untangle that now, the states stand in the way of legislation that will grant local government autonomy. And you have to realize, of course, and I'm sure you do know, that the governmental authority that impacts on the Nigerian person the most is the local government, because that's the Suleiman, that's the Okechukwu that lives next door, that is the councillor and everything. And you know where he lives, and you can knock on his door. You cannot go and knock on the door of your senator or your rep or your governor, but Uchenna and Emeka and Tunde, that is your local councillor, you can knock on their door. But when you knock on their door, they will tell you they have no budget. And that budget, of course, being seized and looted by the state governors. And they are not willing, of course, to release that just yet. National Assembly bows to governors on local authority, local government, rather. We call it local authority here, so that's the conflation right there. National Assembly bows to governors on local government autonomy. So quite why they are resisting it, and why the National Assembly is yielding, I will find out shortly. Buhari inaugurates phase 1 of Lagos Blue Line takes train ride. So I think we've already covered that. So let me just remove this from the list. So we remove this from the list. So now this is the clap back from the story that we covered yesterday. This Najatu Mohammed. So we're back there again. Dementia. Tinubu says Najatu Mohammed was sacked for incompetence, campaign, espionage. So yes, I think we already arrived at that position independently yesterday in the course of conversations, and people were putting in what they found out, and we dug in even with more research. We landed already that she was an Atiku mole. But confirmation comes in. Tinubu says Najatu Mohammed was sacked for incompetence, campaign, espionage. So that in play as well. So this one now stopped from the usual political diet. You know, oftentimes we like to go into human interest spaces. So this one is a moral quagmire, Ghanaian side chick sues her sugar daddy over failed promises, demands car, cash, and 2 years rent. So it opens up that space, and the promises that men make to women to get their way. Is it a contractual obligation? Because that is increasingly being tested in law globally. All these things that you say to girls to get them to yield and open up. Does it have some contractual underpinning? Ghanaian side chick sues her sugar daddy over failed promises, demands car, cash, and 2 years rent. So there it is right there. She fulfilled her part. So he should fulfill his. Kaduna Governor El-Rufai asked state lawmakers to release suspicious 85 billion naira with weeks to general elections. So that last minute looting, of course, this is something that we much anticipated. And by this time as well, we had anticipated that they will be burning parastatals by now. And that's what usually happens. So the fact that they are not already burning parastatals by now, it lends even more to Tinubu possibly winning that election. Because if there was any chance that a new person will take over government, a new party, they will already be burning parastatals by now. So the fact that they are not burning parastatals and they continue to loot even today, what on earth would El-Rufai need 85 billion naira for, with barely 8 weeks left for him to be governor of that state? What on earth would he need 85 billion naira for? Kaduna Governor El-Rufai asked state lawmakers to release suspicious 85 billion naira with weeks to general elections. So, of course, we already know what's going on there, and we already know what is going on there. So that's the menu. I think I'll just cancel out whatever it is less, because that's plentiful enough to be going with. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. I'm not seeing the like buttons go up, so please click on the like button. At least reward us with that. You know, nobody is asking. You don't have to open your wallet to click on the like button. So at least reward us with that, and reward us with a subscription as well if you're not already subscribed. So click on like and subscribe. And of course, if you want to come join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to donate towards the platform, the hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee. A micro pit stop before we go into the throes of it. Osundi, Owendi.
I'm
Oh, there it is. Why did I stop suddenly? I was still having a look at my phone to see I was coming on. Let me give you just a few more seconds just to gather myself fully together. Let's just there's a shorter version of that. So let's just listen to that. I don't know. I love those sort of music. I like Oliver de Cock or that, of course, Chief Osita Osadebe there. Oh, those high life era music is gone in Nigeria now. All this techno nonsense that David and his brothers are. Actually, let me give you just Yemsen Wiki, just 25 seconds of this, and then we come to the readouts.
When did they paint them in the sweet off? When did they sweet us in the they never say something. As in the sweet us, we go to paint them. As in the paint them, we go to sweet us. As in the sweet us, we go to paint them. As in the paint them, we go to sweet us.
And there it is right there. It's a River State something. It's a River State something, according to the Yam head from River State. So it's a River State something. As guys, I bring you this. Actually, do I have a video clip to play for this? Pardon me. I think if the ones that I have video clips for, then absolutely no point in reading them out. Let's just see. Yes, I may have a clip for this. Yes. So that's the Buhari inauguration space. But let me just give you the readouts anyway. Buhari unveils iconic Lagos Blue Line project, cultural center. So commissioning spree by the Malam in Lagos. President Muhammad Buhari on Tuesday unveiled the iconic first phase of the Lagos Blue Line rail project, completed by the administration of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. The first phase of the Blue Line rail project runs from Marina to Mile 2. Sanwo-Olu had on the 21st of December announced the Lagos Rail Mass Transit Blue Line Phase 1 completion from Marina to Mile 2 ahead of the official unveiling by the president and commencement of commercial operations. Buhari arrived at the venue at about 11:25 a.m., rode in the Blue Line rail accompanied by Governor Sanwo-Olu and other top government functionaries from Marina to Mile 2. Sanwo-Olu, who acknowledged the visionary role, there it is right there. So really, Sanwo-Olu who acknowledged the visionary role of the former governor of Lagos State and presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Bola Tinubu, as the designer of New Lagos, describes the milestone in the development of the Lagos Rail Mass Transit as the culmination of several impactful reforms. The transport ecosystem of Lagos started in 1999. The government of Lagos said to own the project, which will reduce travel time, improve the quality of lives of residents, and make Lagos a resilient megacity that can compete with others in the world. The state's deputy governor, Dr. Kadri Hamzat, thanks Buhari for providing a conducive environment for the implementation of the project, noting that there are 6 rail projects in Lagos Transport Master Plan, which are people-oriented. Chairman of China Civil Engineering Construction Company, CCECC Nigeria Limited, Mr. I won't attempt his name, thanked the Lagos state government for its long-term trust and support and moves to ease traffic congestion in the metropolis. So what is this guy's position to be thanking Lagos State for wanting to ease traffic congestion? You are thanking for the contract. That's all you got out of it. You are not a Lagosian. You are not even a Nigerian, never mind being a Lagosian. So quite the cheek of that comment. Chairman of CCECC Nigeria Limited, Mr. whatever his name is, thanked the Lagos state government for its long-term trust and support and moves to ease traffic congestion within the metropolis. So it's not your place. The Blue Line Rail project in the first phase will move 250,000 passengers daily, whilst on completion, it is anticipated that 500,000 people will commute daily on the rail line. Meanwhile, Buhari unveiled the John Randall Center for Yoruba Culture and History, located at Onikon area of Lagos State. The center forms part of an urban regeneration project at the heart of Lagos Island, a part of the city steeped in rich history. The project seeks to restore a public swimming pool built in 1928 with updated facilities and to create a centerpiece community building with a 1,000 square meter exhibition gallery that tells the story of Yoruba history and culture through a journey from its origin through present day and to the future. So I am going to, the one thing that I'm going to do as soon as I land in Lagos, whenever I do land in Lagos, is to go see that cultural center. If what they are describing there is what they have done, then that is what you want to see. A cultural complex, not some silly little nonsense like they have in Edo and places like that, where they just put all these sculptures, and it's just a marvel. Both interventions are situated in landmark parks and homage to the 18th century King George V Park, which was built over the last century. So it goes on to tell about all that. So we abandon that. So there it is right there. The attribution of, even the acknowledgement from Sanwo-Olu already. So you don't even have to take my word for anything. The acknowledgement already from Sanwo-Olu that this project, as well as all of the projects being commissioned, they are the brainchild of the looter of Lagos. So there is no equivocation. Oh, what about Babatunde Fajola? And Fajola was forget all of that. Forget all of that. The attribution has been given by the person who completed the last phase of the project to acknowledge that the entirety of the credit or the majority of the credit goes to the person who birthed the idea and set the wheels in motion to land at this point. And that is it. Whether you like it or not, that is what thinking people know. So all the jabba that you do all over wherever you do them, you can continue to do them. But people are seeing something seeded, germinated, and blossom. That is what people are seeing. And they know who seeded and germinated. So you can continue to flap around as you often do, as is your want. Ohanaeze places a $50,000 bounty on Simon Ekpa. The Ohanaeze Worldwide, pardon me, the Ohanaeze Worldwide has asked the people of the Southeast to ignore the sit-at-home order by Simon Ekpa, a self-acclaimed disciple of Nnamdi Kanu. He placed a 50,000 bounty on the Finland-based Ekpa. Ekpa had declared a sit-at-home on Monday and Tuesday across the Southeast. So is the audaciousness of it that often confounds me, the audacity of it that often confounds me. This guy, on what authority and what apparatus does he have for enforcement? So just some random man sitting in some cold, dingy space in Finland, which is a miserable country anyway, giving instructions to terrorize the vast, or that is the Southeast. Just the audacity. And why do people live in fear of that? Because he doesn't have an army, but when he sends this signal, the criminality in that space that goes under the loose term of unknown gunmen, they use that leverage to unleash terror on that space. And that is where that space is. It's unbelievable. Let me take it from the top again. The Ohanaeze Ndigbo Worldwide has asked the people of the Southeast to ignore a sit-at-home order by Simon Ekpa, a self-acclaimed disciple of Nnamdi Kanu. It placed a $50,000 bounty on the Finland-based Ekpa. Ekpa had declared a sit-at-home on Monday and Tuesday across the Southeast. However, the Secretary General of the Ohanaeze, Okechukwu Isiguzoro, declared Ekpa the #1 enemy of the Igbo nation, hence the sit-at-home should be nullified. In a statement by Isiguzoro, Ohanaeze urged Southeast governors to declare Monday and Tuesday public holiday to allow people of the Southeast to go get their permanent voters card PVC. So that is a direct assault to that initiative, that mobilization of people to get their PVC. So Simon Ekpa is directly assaulting that space then to mobilize people. I'm trying to find the word, but I can't find it. So we say mobilize, to mobilize people to go get their PVC. So it's trying to directly assault that space to declare a sit-at-home on the day that they are requesting should be declared a public holiday for people to go to get their PVC. The audacity, you just have to, that's just all you can think, the audacity. However, the Secretary General of Ohanaeze, Okechukwu Isiguzoro, declared Ekpa the #1 enemy of the Igbo nation, hence the sit-at-home is nullified. In a statement by Isiguzoro, Ohanaeze urged Southeast governors to declare Monday and Tuesday holidays to allow people of the Southeast to get their permanent voters card PVCs. He urged the Southeast governors to emulate the wisdom of the Abia state government to declare public holidays on the same days for people to go out and get their PVCs before the deadline on the 29th of January 2023, which is what, in about 5 days' time. Ndigbo has placed a bounty reward of $50,000 for anyone who has useful information on how Simon Ekpa will be apprehended for his extradition and prosecution in Nigeria to answer the law of the land over his criminalities, incitement to violent killings, and burning of public properties in the name of self-determination. Ohanaeze urged Igbo's resident in Finland to report Ekpa to Interpol to aid his arrest. Ndigbo should know that Simon Ekpa will never return to the Southeast again in the future, and Igbo residents in Finland who had earlier disowned his actions and activities should aid the Nigerian government and Interpol to arrest Simon Ekpa in order to stabilize the Southeast and rescue the zone from the nefarious activities of his gang members masquerading as Biafra agitators who are interested in killing people and burning the public buildings. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So you know when I was just reading through that, the image conjured up of what happened to that counselor, I'm not going to describe it in any detail. It's a clip that has gone viral, so you would have seen it. So the image conjured up of that guy that was they took a knife to him in the most gruesome fashion, and that's all wrapped around this space that Simon Ekpa occupies. Ndigbo has declared Simon Ifeanyi Ojukwu Njoku Ekpa on this day, the 23rd of January 2023, as the #1 adversary and enemy of Ndigbo, who Ndigbo had caught sight. Now, let me read that again. Ndigbo has declared Simon, whatever his middle names are, Ekpa, on this day, 23rd of January 2023 as the number one adversary and enemy of Ndigbo, who Ndigbo had caught sight of in the last 200 years. So essentially what they're saying is the number one enemy of the Ndigbos for over 2 centuries. So it's just, it's quite, it's a spectacle. It'd have been funny if the activities were not what they are being played out in human lives. It would have just been comical. But alas, they are playing it out in human lives. So he, Prince and Peacock, of course, you know he will milk this for all his worth. So he gets the right to reply, and swiftly he does. Simon Ekpa reacts to $50,000 bounty placed on him by Ohanaeze faction. Simon Ekpa, a leader of the breakaway Biafra group IPOB Autopilot, has reacted to the recent 50,000 bounty placed on him by a faction of the Igbo socio-cultural organization, Ohanaeze Ndigbo Worldwide. The Secretary General of Ohanaeze, Okechukwu Izogozoro, had in a statement on Monday declared Ekpa as the number one enemy of the Igbo nation, who is hiding in a foreign country whilst taking steps to destabilize the region. The group warned that Ekpa would never be allowed to enter the Southeast in the future. Izogozoro said, Ndigbo has placed a bounty of Ndigbo has placed a bounty reward of 50,000 naira for anyone who has useful information on how Simon Ekpa will be apprehended for his extradition and prosecution in Nigeria to answer to the law of the land over his criminalities, incitement of violent killings, and burning of public properties in the name of self-determination. Ekpa, who reacted to the development via his Twitter handle on Monday, slammed the group for allegedly hindering the success of Biafra struggle. The self-styled agitator said he was happy to be in the forefront of destabilizing the terrorist called Nigeria. He wrote, people who claim to be sorry, I have to have some water. He wrote, people who claim to be peaceful are placing bounty on a freedom fighter. Anyway, let me just read it first. He wrote, people who claim to be peaceful are placing a bounty on a freedom fighter. I hope everyone has seen it. They started it. They never placed a bounty on Fulani terrorists killing our people. I hope Biafrans are seeing the desperation of unrecognized Ohanaeze faction, Indi Oshi. So I don't know what that means. So Indi Oshi. I wonder if Oshi means the same thing in Igbo language as it does in Yoruba. I am very proud and happy to be part of those in the forefront of leading the movement for the disintegration of a terrorist state called Nigeria, the safe haven to terrorists and internet cyber criminals. It will finally disintegrate this year, 2023. So it is quite a spectacle what is going on within that space. It is quite a spectacle. In all of the time that all of this has been going on, all this whatever it is that's going on in the Southeast, in all of the time that all this activities has been going on, the Nigerian state has never yielded a single digit of a thing to all of it. Never once, not even the felt tip of a biro has ever been yielded to that space, you know. But then they circle around their own region and savage and brutalize and end each other's lives within that region in the name of fighting for something that never really existed, because of course you all know that there was never at any point in time anything ever called Biafra. I think it was Ojukwu and somebody called Frank Okigbo or something, correct me if I'm wrong, that conjured up that term Biafra around about in the 60s thereabout. There was never anything called that. So they are killing each other over some phantom fictional country that's never existed. And the Nigerian state has never yielded 1 inch. And characters like this Ekpa guy, they continue to straddle that place and play chess in human lives. It's tragic. It is a tragedy, a real tragedy. But then, well, hopefully they find peace in that space, because we all want to visit the Southeast and embrace that space. But for fear of the goings on there, we cannot do that, can we? And it is part of our country. I, as an Oyo man, I have every single right to get into my car in a Afidjo local government area, because Thomas, it's not only you that has a local government area. I, as an Oyo man, I have every right to get into my car in Afidjo local government area and drive to my friend in Abakaliki or Owerri to go and do naming ceremony or whatever it is that, or mommy's birthday, whatever the occasion is. I have that, but would I dare do that when elements like this are in play? Nigeria's 2023 presidential election, 10 factors that could affect the outcome. So I came blind into this off the back of the headline, so let's tackle it together. As Nigerians inch closer to the February 2023 presidential elections, the seventh since the current wave of liberal democracy formally started in 1999, there are at least 10 key issues that are likely to drive and determine the outcome. Political analyst Didier Adibe explores them. So the first one, ethnicity and regionalism. So of course, there's no equivocation on that. Ethnicity and regionalism. 4 of the 18 presidential candidates in the election regarded as the frontrunners come from 3 dominant ethnic groups in the country: Hausa, Fulani, Yoruba, and Igbo. From the north are Atiku Abubakar, a former vice president, and the presidential candidate of the PDP, and Rabiu Kwakwanso, a former governor of Kano State and the presidential candidate of the NMPP. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a Yoruba from the southwest, is the presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. Peter Obi, an Igbo man from the southeast and former governor of Anambra State, is the presidential candidate of the Labour Party. Since the 1999 election, there has been an unwritten convention that the presidential power will rotate every 8 years between the northern and southern parts of the country. That is why many individuals and groups from both the north and south insisted that President Muhammad Buhari must be succeeded by somebody from the south. Some individuals and groups from the southeast further argued that because the zone has not produced a president, it should get its turn in 2023. Some from the northeast, where Atiku comes from, equally argued that it should be their turn since the zone has not produced a national head since Tafawa Balewa. The country's first and only prime minister in the 1960s. So ethnicity and regionalism are one of the 10 factors that is being proposed. So no disputing that. I think that's very much in play. Religion is the second factor. Just like ethnicity and regionalism, religion has always been an important tool of mobilization and discord in Nigeria. Since 1999, there has also been a careful balancing act to ensure that the president and vice president do not share the same religion. While the north is predominantly Muslim, the south is predominantly Christian. But then the south is not really, only if you add the south as a totality can you say that. Because in Yoruba land, there's an equibalence of Muslims and Christians, and some will even tell you that the Muslims marginally tip the Christians in Yoruba land. But then, of course, in the southeast, is an abundance. I think to the 90% is all Christian. So if you look at the north, the south as a totality, then that is only when that are obtained as truth. Since 1999, there has also been a careful balancing act to ensure that the president and vice president do not share the same religion. While the north is predominantly Muslim, the south is predominantly Christian. This balance was upset when Bola Tinubu, a Yoruba Muslim, chose Kashim Shatima, a Kanuri Muslim and former governor of Borno State, as his running mate. Many Nigerians and groups, including Christian Association of Nigeria, strongly condemn the ticket, condemned the ticket. So religion plays, of course, and that religious space actually, it plays pretty much for 3 out of the 4 front runners. Out of the 4 front runners, if we are still continuing to tag Kwakwanso along as a runner, which a lot of people want to abandon anytime soon. But religion plays in the politics that they are all playing. Let's say the 3 front runners, religion plays in the politics that they are playing. And the person that is playing that religious politics the most, as you all know, is Peter Obi, who has gone all out as a Christian candidate. So he plays that. But then religion also plays in the APC space for these Muslim tickets that they want to innovate into the space. And a lot of pushback around that. But then the religion doesn't play so much with Atiku Abubakar, but there's an undercurrent of religiosity to the way he's campaigning. So religion very much in play here. So the third factor, emergence of viable third force parties. Until 2015, Nigeria's political landscape was dominated by one party, the People's Democratic Party. It was the only party strong enough to win presidential elections. This changed in 2015 when the All Progressive Congress, a coalition of opposition parties, defeated the sitting president Goodluck Jonathan. This heralded an era of a two-party dominated state. This eroded an era of a two-party dominant state. The emergence of the Labour Party and the new Nigeria People's Party seems to have changed the electoral dynamics. Obi frames his campaign on anti-establishment rhetorics and is therefore able to attract a horde of frustrated young voters. As the only Christian amongst the 4 leading candidates, Obi may also benefit electorally from the Christian or post-to-Muslim tickets of the ruling party APC. At least 3 opinion polls show him leading the race, though some have questioned the credibility of those polls. Kwakwanso, founder of the Kwakwansiya movement, is regarded as a grassroots organizer. He is believed to be popular with ordinary people in the north, but is thought to lack a strong following in the south. So there it is. It's not that he's thought. Nobody knew that he existed as a human being, Kwakwanso, in the south until now, this cycle of electioneering. So this third force now, the viability of it, there's actually no third force in the Nigerian firmament, or is other than an outlier personality. So there is no third force. There's an outlier personality, because a person is not a party, and the only thing that is unsettling the status quo, which is the APC and the PDP, is Peter Obi, not the Labour Party, no, but Peter Obi. So he's an outlier personality and not a political party or a third force but you may well argue that it's a movement, but it's certainly not a party. So he's an outlier personality threatening the status quo. So however successful he is in this cycle will then determine if a party and a structure of politics can be built around him. But at the moment, there is no such thing as third force parties. It's an outlier personality. So there it is right there. So that's number 3. It says, burden of history. Obi's candidacy has been endorsed by Ohanaeze Ndigbo, the Pan-Igbo. So this still comes under number 3, of course, the emergence of a third force. Burden of history. Obi's candidacy has been endorsed by Ohanaeze Ndigbo, the Pan-Igbo socio-political organization, and some influential non-Igbo groups and individuals, including the former president Obasanjo. In the Southeast region, there is a deeply ingrained belief that there is a conspiracy to exclude the Igbo from certain key political positions in the country because of their role in the Civil War 1967 to 1970. This belief has helped to fuel secessionist agitations. Though the political elite of the region have remained aloof or lukewarm to Obi's candidacy, he is literally deified by ordinary people in the region who are excited by the audacity of his candidacy. So presidential debate. So this still comes under that third first narrative. Presidential debate, or they've stopped numbering it. So let me just so number 4 then will be burden of history. Number 5 will be presidential debate. They were numbering it up to 3. So it's the laziness of whoever wrote this. So number 5 now, presidential debates. In recent years, various groups have been organizing debates for key political contestants in the country. Tinubu, touted as a master tactician by his supporters, has managed to evade these debates. So I'm not sure that he has evaded those debates, but it is patently obvious that the debate would have been a gang-up and a setup. Because especially when you look back to the so-called town hall that Channels Television organized. On the rostrum were Atiku Abubakar, PDP flag bearer, Kwakwanso, a senior functionary of the PDP until fairly recently, and Peter Obi, the vice running mate of PDP 4 years ago, and a senior member of the party barely 8 months ago. So it was essentially a PDP panel. So if you had inserted Tinubu in there, it would have been a slaughtering. So I'm not quite sure that he evaded it. It's expediency, isn't it? In recent years, various groups have been organizing debates for key political contestants in the country. Tinubu, touted as a master tactician by his supporters, has managed to evade these debates. After a speech to an audience in the United Kingdom in December 2022, he left it to his aides to respond to most of the questions he was asked. I have argued elsewhere that the presidential debates do not really affect the outcome of presidential elections. So this is the opinion of the writer now. In fact, leading candidates often refuse to take part in some or all of such debates, but Tinubu's non-appearance accentuates suspicions about his health and several other controversies around it. Pardon me, I don't think it especially accentuates anything outside of a narrative that regurgitates to land its own truth through repetition. It's a narrative that regurgitates, hoping to land its own truth through repetition. They say if you throw mud for long enough, it will stick. So that's what that is wrapped around. So if you're talking about suspicions about Tinubu's health, a lot of people will contend that Tinubu is healthier than Atiku Abubakar, but nobody is speaking of suspicions of Atiku Abubakar's health. So on to the next, I think this will be number 6, independence of the electoral umpire and the new electoral act. The independence of the Independent National Electoral Commission has long been contested. Incidents like the burning and stealing of some of the commission's materials, fake names on the electoral register, and underage registration in some parts of the country raise questions about its possible connivance. The 2022 Electoral Act introduced innovations like the electronic transmission of results from the polling units and the bi-modal voter accreditation system. These were intended to curb rigging, but some political forces are believed to be opposed to their use. Just in that interaction with Showore on Rudolph's platform just the other day, he was just saying that all of this system is a ruse. Because, of course, before they're able to transmit all of this, all these biometric, whatever it is, they have to do the elections manually and agree the results with the returning officer before it's then uploaded onto that portal to be uploaded onto the INEX server. So it's not as though as people are thumb printed, it's been done electronically to transmit that count in a digital format. There's still human interaction at 2 phases before it gets to that transmission, and that is a portal for rigging. We've seen overvoting in Osun State, of course, which they are contesting, and I think in Oyo State as well. So forget all of this. It is the BBC, and it is the BVS, and it's the BBC, and the XY. Forget all of that. Whether it's the BBC or the CNN, the rigging, the portal for it is still there. Insecurity. The general insecurity in Nigeria may make it difficult, if not impossible, to conduct credible elections in some parts of the country. That could affect the electoral fortunes of candidates who regard such areas as their stronghold. So the insecurity, well, there are two phases now. You traditionally think the Northeast, but then you also now unnecessarily contemporaneously have to think the Southeast as well. Especially with Ekpa threatening people with guns over there. So the next one is money. Money is crucial in any election, especially in Nigeria, where the high level of poverty means that people need financial support before they can even attend campaign rallies. Vote trading has also become a prominent feature of elections. Despite measures to improve the transparency of the electoral system, it is likely that money will remain a big factor in the 2023 elections. So if money is a factor, then it's a contention between Tinubu and Atiku. Who has the biggest wallet and who is open to, and how widely are they willing to open it? Crises and schisms within the party. So crises and schisms within the party. Nigerian political parties tend to be special purpose vehicles for winning elections or positioning individuals for political appointments. That is why there tends to be sharp divisions and crises within the parties, even the smaller ones. The degree of cohesiveness of the frontline political parties will affect their chances in the elections. So if you are talking about crises and schisms, and then the space that is demonstrating that the most, of course, you all know, is the PDP. But then there are schisms within the APC as well, of course, with people like Oshibanjo still giving Tinubu the cold shoulder for reasons of being flogged at the party's primaries. So the last one, unknown. In any engagement, there is always an unforeseen variable which may change the game. Military tacticians call it fog of war, while the religiously inclined call it act of God. Until the votes are counted, a victor is announced, and the inevitable court challenges are resolved, there is still the possibility of an event that could alter the election's outcome. So there it is right there. The guy who wrote it, Professor of International Relations and Political Science, Nasarawa State University. So there it is right there. So a lot of it you concur, but a lot of it ethnicity and religion and regionalism, of course, no equivocation there. Religion, certainly. Emergence of a viable third force, that's a nonsense. The burden of history, well, that's always been there. The presidential debate, that's just a nonsense. Independence of INEC, that's a factor. Insecurity, a factor. Money, a factor. Crisis and schisms within the parties, a factor. And the unknown, of course, is the biggest fear. The unknown, of course, the biggest fear. So let me go on to this. National Assembly bow to governors on local government autonomy. The National Assembly has eaten the humble pie by bowing to the 36 governors over the refusal of autonomy for local government councils as proposed in the 44 constitution amendment bills forwarded to state houses of assembly for concurrence in March 2022. Meanwhile, the National Assembly has directed its clerk, Sani Tambuwal, to, as a matter of urgency, transmit the 35 bills that have so far met the requirement of the provision of Section 92 of the Constitution to Malam BUHARI for assent, in line with the provision of the Act of Authentication Act. With the forwarding of the 35 bills to the President for assent, 9 have so far been rejected. 9 have so far been rejected by the state houses. I wonder if amongst those 35 is the much dreaded water bill. Out of the 44 constitution alteration bills forwarded to state houses of assembly for concurrence, only 35 were voted for by 24 out of the 36 states houses of assembly. The complete exclusion of financial and administrative autonomy for local government council lost out. So what this means what this means in practical terms is that if they are able to embed local government autonomy in the constitution, then whatever is due to the local government will come directly from the central space to the local government and not go via the state government. And they, of course, will not let go of that. 27 state houses of assembly have, however, forwarded their resolution on 35 constitutional amendment bill to the National Assembly with 9 states remaining. So I only wanted the local government autonomy. So they've rejected that because, of course, the looting. So they want to continue to loot that money. So the right to reply from yesterday's narrative. Tinubu says Najatu Mohammed was sacked for incompetence campaign espionage. So we spent great time discussing this narrative yesterday, and it births, and now the right to reply comes in. The Presidential Campaign Council, PCC, of Bola Tinubu has said Najatu Mohammed, its former head of Civil Society Organizations Directorate, was sacked due to incompetence and for leaking vital information. In a statement on Tuesday, Mahmoud Jegar, a media aide to Mr. Tinubu, described Ms. Mohammed's resignation as hasty and preemptive after the campaign council had discovered her leakage of sensitive information to opposition political parties. The campaign said Ms. Mohammed resigned conveniently before she was sacked for incompetence, quarrelsomeness, and after being uncovered to be a mole planted in the winning campaign council to leak sensitive information to our desperate opponents, Mr. Jiga said. Ms. Mohammed, an appointee of President Buhari on the board of Police Service Commission, said she voluntarily resigned her position on Monday and also alleged Tinubu is grappling with dementia. Mr. Jiga said Ms. Mohammed, 67, had succeeded in deceiving the unsuspecting public by claiming that she resigned when her sack letter had arrived at her desk. He added that her desperate, fact-free machination, field, and imaginary utterances since her sack from the PCC had proved beyond doubt that she was unfit to serve. Not being a medical doctor, but one whose profession in the last 3 decades was a political jobber and an expert name dropper. She nevertheless issued a pseudo-medical report on our presidential candidate Asiwaju Bola Tinubu after a brief meeting in London. Even the Association of Native Doctors would sack her for quackery. Even the Association of Native Doctors would sack her for quackery and for reaching a medical conclusion without any test, Mr. Jiga said. He added that in contrast to Ms. Mohammed's claim, Mr. Tinubu has been running a punishing campaign schedule than any of the presidential candidates. So I think that is a matter of visual. That's a matter of visual. So I don't think anybody can quibble that Tinubu has been running the most gruesome. He's been running harder than Showore, who is the youngest in the field of any of the serious names. He's been running harder than Prince Adewale. You know, so you can't say he's unfit, or maybe, of course, it's not in the fullness of health, but from the way he has been campaigning relentlessly for a good 8 months, you cannot say that he is unfit. As conclusive proof of an unstable and unreliable character, Najatu said in her preemptive resignation letter that she was quitting party politics as the political parties have no ideological differences and her values and beliefs no longer align with party politics. Within a day, pictures surfaced in media showing her meeting with Atiku Abubakar, the PDP presidential candidate, and declaring her support for him. Mr. Jiga added, "We were least surprised about her dramatic exit, coming after coming after she went on television to disparage our party and President Buhari. Only a mole could behave in such a manner. Miss Mohammed did not immediately, so she's not responding, is what they're saying. So we go on to this, just two more, and we come into the room, see if there's anyone there to take it on. Ghanaian side chick sues her sugar daddy over failed promises, demands cash, and 2 years rent. A Ghanaian side chick has sued a bank manager who she claimed was her lover for allegedly breaching an agreement to take care of her. Deborah Adabla dragged the director of finance of First Atlantic Bank, Ernest Nimako, to the Accra High Court and is expected to appear before Friday, January the 27th, 2023. In the suit dated January the 23rd, 2023, Deborah contended that her sugar daddy, who was also her boss, agreed to buy her a car, pay for her accommodation for 2 years, give her a monthly stipend of 3,000 Ghanaian money, marry her after divorcing his wife, and also give her a lump sum to start a business. In a writ of summons and statement of claims, which has since gone viral on social media, Deborah alleges that the sugar daddy bought the car but registered it in his name. Later, he denied her access to the use of it. Later, he denied her access to the use of it after about a year of enjoying the Honda Civic worth 120,000 Ghanaian money, whilst he also paid for only 1 year of accommodation. The plaintiff, whose national service period ended in July 2021. So that national service period, it indicates that they have some sort of form of NYS system, similarly to what Gowon initiated in Nigeria. So it looks as though the guy was chancing a youth copper with empty promises. The plaintiff, whose national service period ended in July 2021, admits to being in a relationship with the married man, claiming that her happiness at the workplace was under threat had she failed to give in to the relationship. Deborah has also accused the defendant of abuse, sexual harassment, maltreatment, exploitation, and also lowering her reputation. So how quite you lower the reputation of a side chick, only Deborah can explain that. She further states that she had turned down an opportunity to be a permanent staff after her national service due to the manager's promise of making life comfortable for her. Deborah revealed that her boss further promised to divorce his wife and marry her because his marriage had broken down beyond repairs. But in July 2022, their relationship suffered a blow when the first defendant decided to stop paying her rent and also providing other benefits he had promised her. This compelled her to sue her former boss for breach of contract. So it's that breach of contract that I wanted to land down. On this basis, the plaintiff is seeking an order from the court directed at the defendant to fulfill all promises, including payment of lump sum to help her start a business, to take care of herself. Below is a list of her demands. So this is the list of demands. Transfer the title of the car into her name. So that's one. Cost of repairs of 10,000 Ghanaian money. Pay lump sum money to enable her start a business. Pay remaining 2 years rent. Pay the outstanding arrears of her monthly allowance from July 2022 to date of judgment, and pay all medical expenses as a result of side effects. General damages against her. Any other relief the court deems necessary, including legal cost. The First Atlantic Bank, which was joined in the suit, has been accused of allowing senior officers to enter into relationships with unwilling subordinates whilst using the female as bait to win customers for the company. So this is tradition in African banking. You see it all over Nigerian banks as well, using all of these women. Well, fine girl, fine girl banking. This seems to be the system there. Okay, so this is the last readout now. Kaduna Governor El-Rufai asked state lawmakers to release suspicious 85 billion naira with weeks to general elections. The Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai has asked the State House of Assembly to appropriate the sum of 85 billion naira for the 23 local government councils in the state for the year ending 31st of December 2023, a few weeks before the general elections. So it's stealing from the local government. So that's why, of course, they don't want to pass that autonomy. This was listed in an order paper of proceedings of the House on Monday, January the 23rd, 2023. The bill, which came up for the first reading on the floor of the House, was listed as the only agenda and business of the day. It was titled, Messages from the Governor at the Commencement of Business, Notice of Presentation of Bill. Our correspondents learned that the governor's request has raised suspicion and sparked reactions amongst the lawmakers and stakeholders in the state, who described the bill as a plot to loot the treasury of the state, considering the timing when the general elections were so close. Sources revealed that the governor had allegedly planned to divert the state resources to fund the All Progressive Congress APC campaign in the state and further impoverish the people. Speaking with correspondents, a top source called on relevant security agencies to beam their satellite on the Kaduna state resources before Governor El-Rufai made away with humongous resources for the campaigns. So looting to fund Tinubu's campaign essentially was being said there. So there it is right there, a long and winding one, but finally we land here. So on the panel, so there's still plenty of room for anybody that wishes to join. Otherwise, it will be a slow and sluggish session. So Warpeace will say you, Ajanle Koko will say you, Brownberry will say you, and Thomas joins us from Australia. So good to have you, gentlemen. Good to see you all. Sorry, people are asking for the link. Let me just resend the link. Let me resend the link. Let me resend the link, and then we'll kick it off with Ajanle Koko. But before we kick it off with Ajanle Koko, there's a particular clip that one of the subscribers sent in. I'll play it now, and then Ajanle Koko will kick it off with a reaction to that clip, and then the conversation will ensue. But let's watch this together. I've not seen it at all. That's why I'm just describing it as a clip. The only thing that I know is that it is Kashim Shatima. So let's watch this by Kashim Shatima, and Ajanle Koko kicks it off for us. Apparently, this clip is viral all over social media, but I don't know the content, but let's find out together.
We are not saying there is this mischievous fixation on Ashwaju's health and age. We are not urging Nigerians to turn down critical assessments of their leaders, but redirect them to look at the larger picture. We are not preparing for the Olympics, but an institution that thrives on the superiority of ideas and established track records. Today, our leader, President Muhammadu Buhari, commissioned the Immortal Rice Mill. This is the largest rice mill in Africa and the third largest in the world, producing 2.8 million bags of 50 kg rice per annum. But Lagos is the smallest state in Nigeria in terms of landmass, 3,577 square kilometers. But the beauty of the Lagos idea is that it provides an avenue for national cohesion, because the Immortal Rice Mill is a product of a venture between the government of Kebbi State and the government of Lagos State. Nigeria has a coastline of 850 kilometers, covering 8 states. The single largest investment in this country is the $25 billion Dangote refinery, the single largest single-train refinery in the world, covering 1,000 hectares of prime land, bigger than Victoria Island, producing 3 million metric tons of fertilizer per annum, 1 million metric tons of polypropylene, and processing, refining 650,000 barrels of oil per day. It's because of the enabling environment, the welcoming environment that Ashwaju provided here in Lagos that made it possible for Ashwaju, that made it possible for Haji Aliko Dangote to site his refinery in Lagos. He could have sited it in Ondo, in Ogun, in Rivers. There are 8 states along the coastline, but he opted for Lagos because of the quality of ideas provided by the template established by Bola Tinubu. And the MRS lubricant, MRS is owned by my brother from Kano. It's because of the enabling environment created by Ashwaju and his own team that we are here to celebrate. I want to commend the governor of Lagos State for strictly observing the template and working on the template and transforming Lagos. When Ashwaju became the governor of Lagos State, you and I know that the fear of Lagos to an average northerner was the beginning of wisdom. Many were skipping coming to the law school fundamentally because of the fear of Lagos. Lagos was a super slum. I believe the Attorney General of the Federation can give better testimony to this my statement. Lagos was a slum, a super slum. But because of the quality of this man's ideas, Lagos is now the 3rd largest economy in Africa. From 600 million, Lagos government is now generating 61 billion naira every month as the internally generated revenue, and Lagos is projected to be the 3rd largest economy by the end of the decade. So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I want to celebrate Lagos. I want us to celebrate Lagos. I want to urge Nigerians, irrespective of differences in political affiliations, religious persuasions, tribal or sectional backgrounds, to look at the larger picture. President Buhari, by the quality of his leadership, by creating the enabling environment for Ashwaju to emerge as the presidential candidate of the APC, to me was the highest point of his leadership. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the President deserves a standing ovation from all of us for this quality of leadership that he has provided to this nation. So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude my remarks. I have taken up a lot of your time. But the Nigerian electorate is much more sophisticated than what some pretentious politicians are making us out to look like. Next month's election is a watershed election in the history of this country. The ability, as I have always said, the ability to sell bottled water in a saturated market, or the capacity to collect excise duties doesn't make one an expert in economy. In the same vein, the ability to hawk alcoholic beverages imported from South Africa doesn't make one an expert in how to run a modern economy. I will urge you all to vote for the one that will sustain the legacies of President Muhammadu Buhari, for someone who has the integrity, who has the character, who has the skill set to catapult this nation to a higher pedestal. Thank you so much for listening, and may God bless us all.
Thank you very much for that inspiring speech.
So now I've always, sorry, who's that? Who's unmuted? Sorry, hold on. Can you mute yourself, please? I've always celebrated this guy, and you know I have Kashim Shatima as probably the best brain in this political cycle, and I'm taking the whole field, vice and lead, the best brain, and you can see the signs of it. There it is right there. The guy is a genius, and it's a Lagos boy. You forget that it's Borno State. The wit, the repartee, the speed of thought, the intelligence, the quickness, all of that, very Lagos, very, very Lagos. Best brain in the space. But the content of what he had to say, Ajanle Koko, what are you making then of this Mala from the north speaking English?
It's not the first one. Not the first one to speak English now. Tafa Balewa, during his days, speak better English than him. So, but
that's true. Actually, the quality of the English then far superior to anything we speak now.
Yeah. So, greetings to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Woman, I think what Shatima was saying in essence was, calling on people around the country to look at what Buhari administration have brought to the country in terms of infrastructure. I was telling them that under Buhari's watch, the Lekki deep seaport happened, and he was trying to connect that to the successes recorded in Lagos in terms of the economy of Lagos and what Lagos has turned to due to the template laid down by Tinubu, which every successive administration followed up to today. So he was just trying to let people know that Ashwaju, leadership have brought all this success story that we are seeing in Lagos, that his leadership and the template that he put on the ground before he left and being followed by his successor brought all this success. So I'm relating that to what Buhari has achieved in terms of infrastructure and this Lekki seaport that we have seen in Lagos now. So, but the only one thing that he said that was wrong was calling the refinery of Dangote the largest in the world. That is not true. That's
Did he call it the largest or one of the? Did he say one of the?
Well, it might be one of the, but I think I heard the largest in the world. Right? It might be one of the. Maybe he said one of the. So, but it's not. It's
no, he
not.
said one of it. Ajale Koko. He said
Okay,
one of the largest. Yeah.
Oh, one of the largest. Okay, that's good. I think it's right. Actually, it's the seventh.
Ajale Koko, they push back immediately, of course. People trying to give Tinubu the credit for all of these things that are now coming to fruition in Lagos. They will say, Fashola Ambode is somebody that did it and all of that. But does that argument have veracity? Because even Ambode himself, even Sanwo-Olu himself, rather, he gives the attribution to Tinubu to say that this guy birthed the idea, germinated it, and we're just now harvesting at the other end. But the argument that all of these things should not be credited to Tinubu, do you concede that? Do you concede that argument?
Well, I think yes. If he lay down the foundation for this achievement. We have to, give him kudos for that. But at the same time, those that affected it, we don't have to forget them as well. So what some people pushes back is when people give too much credit to Tinubu, as if everything happened under his watch. It didn't happen under his watch. Yes, the government is a continuum. Somebody will start something and another administration will continue, and and so another administration after that will continue.
Babaja. Hello, Baba. Sorry, let me just correct something real quick, if you don't mind, before you proceed. So the what is it again? I said tribunal. Sorry, the refinery, right? If you are talking about probably the capacity and the size, yes, it's not the largest. I think it's the second, one of the top largest when it comes to the landmass and all those stuff. But
No, it's the seventh largest in the world. It's
okay,
not. Yeah, it's not third or seventh. Yes.
yeah, but by virtue of its production, when in full operation, it is basically expected to have the capacity to process about, I think, almost 650,000 barrels, right, of crude oil
Yes.
per day,
Yes.
and then
Yes.
we should make it the largest, single train refinery in the world. So in that context, in that context, it will make it the single largest, train train
That's
refinery in the
not
world.
even right as well. This one we have in California refine about 800,000 a day, so it can never be.
So it's not going to
Oh,
be
oh,
the single largest single. I
oh,
mean,
oh,
largest single
I'm
train
not sure
refinery.
I'm not sure that really matters. Essentially,
Okay.
it's large enough for the purpose. But
Yes.
this retinue of commissioning of key projects now, and there's a clip. Certainly, the largest rice mill in Africa just now being completed. The seaport, the blue line, all of these things coming
Where is
together.
it being committed? Where is the commission? Is it in Anambra State?
No, in Lagos State now. BUHARI is in Lagos State. Yes,
They
but
were allowed.
there's
They
nothing
were
being
allowed.
commissioned.
They
There's
were
nothing
allowed.
being commissioned in Anambra State outside of outside
Europe.
outside of a panel to stop unknown gunmen. That's the only thing they are commissioning in Anambra. But if the person that is sitting in the front seat in Lagos State is telling us that the attribution goes to the person that progenited it. This narrative of Tinubu being the progenitor of modern Lagos, are you starting to yield to that, Ajande Koko?
Well, I won't agree in totality that Tinubu is responsible for every development that we have seen in Lagos. We can give him his own credit that during his time, he was able to achieve some things, particularly in the area of revenue generation. He beat every imagination whatsoever in revenue generation in Lagos State. And when government can generate, large revenue and have a very strong revenue base, that is the source of development, because that will enable government, to perform and, build the economy of the state very well. So I will give that to him, that he prepared ground in terms of revenue generation, which make it possible for people that came after him, to develop as well and use that revenue to develop the economy of Lagos. So that is what I will give to him mostly, and not giving him credit for what Fashola did, and for what Ambode did, and for what this guy did or is doing at the moment. So that is exaggeration. When people are doing that, I mean, we can't give everything to him. I mean, doing that is just a way of overpraising and just rubbishing other guys that are doing good job as well. You know, that I'm not going to subscribe. He did very good job preparing, building a very strong revenue base for Lagos, which I can say, catapulted development in Lagos. Let's give that to him. But where he stopped, I want to leave it there. Where he ended his own administration, whatever he achieved then, let us leave it there. And others guy that, whatever they achieve should be attributed to them, and not everything for Tinubu. So I will not agree with that. So what we are seeing in Lagos now, in terms of this Lekki Deep seaport, the Blue Rail Line,
the rice mill,
this is
and a retinue of other things,
and other things that are springing up. Look, these will signal to investors around the world confidence that Lagos is open to the world for investment. That is what will attract investors to come and put more money in Lagos and develop Lagos the more. The areas of transportation which matter in every metropolitan city like Lagos, Lagos with population of 20 million, when that rail line is completed, number one, is going to put permanent stop to the problem of, traffic congestion in Lagos. That will put a permanent stop. It will reduce it drastically to the barest minimum, and Lagosian people can move between one point and the other in Lagos within a short period of time. So Lagos,
they said in the first instance it can ferry 250,000, but at its full operation, 500,000 people a day.
You see, so that will, bring Lagos State as one of the states in the world where you can go or you can visit as a tourist, and you can move around freely. And that train will enable tourists, to move around and have the area view of Lagos. Imagine when you are in a train and that train is on, it's not subway, it's just on top, and you can see the side view and you can see everything, the area, how Lagos really look like, from one side of Lagos, you can go from CMS to Mile 2, maybe that is red line, and the blue line, maybe you can go from Ido and you go all the way to Alagbado or something like that. So that will really bring in a lot of investors, and even the tourist. It will improve. It will attract tourists to come to visit Lagos as well. And when tourists visit, a lot of people will.
They have to get the security right first. That's the next big. In fact, that's the biggest thing. They have to get the security right.
Oh yes, they have to get the security right. You can't be building all this kind of gigantic infrastructure everywhere, and you don't have security to secure them. And we see what is happening around us in Nigeria. We see the way the terrorists are attacking trains built by federal government between Abuja and Kaduna, and this one that just happened last week, 2 weeks ago, around Delta and Edo area. So they have to keep that security of all this infrastructure. They have to keep it in mind, and they have to, put in place security to secure all this infrastructure. So, but it's an achievement. One man, this Lekki seaport have the capacity to operate 4 times than Apapa and Lekki put together. The capacity of its operation is 4 times bigger than that of Apapa and Wharf put together, and you see
what that depot what it actually does. It's not really just to free up our business from Nigeria with the rest of the world. It's actually, with that move, it destroys all of the ports in that West African coastal regions, because all of the big ships, they will have to come to Nigeria first before they can then go on smaller ships to all these neighboring African countries. So we influence their trade just by the size of that deep port.
And that's we create employment, and that will create revenue for both federal government and the state government. So it's the revenue base of Lagos State is expanding, and it's going to continue to grow with all this infrastructure, because investors will come in more, and people will continue to have confidence that, this is a best place to go and do business. So not only from abroad, people within the country, people will come from other parts of the country to come and do business in Lagos. So Lagos will continue to make more revenue, and I hope that they can put those revenue in the best use for the interest of the people. Look, one man we have to give this credit to both Buhari and for Sanwo-Olu, and as well as Fashola, because Fashola started that project. Fashola started it, but their boss, he's the one that opened up that revenue base. The revenue base, he opened it up, and he opened a lot of revenue generating points for Lagos, and which happened to be the source of revenue that they are using to build all this infrastructure. So I will give that to Tinubu, but the building of this thing started during the time of Fashola. So Fashola first, then I'm not sure. I think Ambode stopped during this time. I don't know. I'm not so sure. Ambode, and then this very guy, what do you call it?
Sanwo-Olu,
work really hard. That guy is a silent, hard worker. Silent, hard-working governor. A lot of people doesn't know. They work hard on this to make sure that this come to to operation, and it's working on red line as well. At the time that everything is completed, man, Lagos is going to turn to a different city. It's going to be one of the cities that have best transportation system in Lagos, and Lagos can,
and in Africa even,
and Lagos can build to host World Cup. Lagos can build to host Olympic, because if you have this kind of infrastructure, you have good hotels, you have good stadium, you can bid for international sport event. So it's good thing that this happened under the watch of Buhari. We have to give kudos to Buhari as well. for allowing it to happen. If he didn't want it to happen, it wouldn't have happened. So we have to give that kudos to Mr. President. So what Shatima was doing was just trying to call on Nigerian people to see what is happening in Lagos, and then as well, attribute it to the approval of the president, and which his principal said he will continue on the legacy of the president. So it was just telling Nigerians, look, President Buhari, make this happen, this infrastructure happen, and the foresight of Tinubu as well, that laid down the template for this Lekki Deep Port as well, and Dangote. So we have to look at it that, yes, this is the man that can take us to
Mr. Gajalekoko, sorry to interject. If you said we should thank Buhari for giving the approval, of course I understand the federal support is under federal exclusive list.
Yes.
The question I will ask is, how long did it take for them to construct that seaport?
You said how long did it take for them to construct it?
Yeah.
That doesn't matter now. What?
And why I asked the question, if so, probably is far beyond Buhari, then maybe Jonathan should give credit to Jonathan for approving the seaport to be dug. Do you understand me now?
I don't know whether it's Jonathan that gave that approval, but I'm not so sure.
So you said Fashola was under Jonathan. It started under Fashola, that's under Jonathan. So it's under Buhari. Or just 7 years ago.
When I was talking, it was the rail line I was talking when I was saying.
Okay, I thought you said the seaport. Sorry.
No.
All right, carry on, Najale, carry on.
Yeah, so, and Buhari, we have to give credit to him. I mean, for allowing it to happen. It happened under his watch. And the good thing about that seaport, I believe it will be well operated, because it's not solely in the hand of federal government or the state government.
Is it not even a PPP?
It's the PPP. It's the French company. It's the French company that is managing it. Though federal government have stake in it as well as state government, but the headship of the administrative and operational aspect of this sport is in the hand of French. So, and when those people, when they handle things, they don't play. They want to handle it with international standard, and the equipment, the infrastructure they put there is the best in Africa according to information. And one of the best in the world, because it meets all the modern standard. The facility inside it meet the modern standard, and it's going to be the hub for West African ship operation. So it's a remarkable success for Lagos State and Nigeria as well. This is a success story. We have to celebrate it. This is what we want. You see, when you see something.
No, this is development. Lagos is about just 4 more big projects from being an official international city.
Look, this is what
if they complete all this metro rail services, all of that completed. They complete the other Niger bridge. They complete that, and then they get security in place so that you can at 3 a.m. fight with your girlfriend and storm out and drive away. Everybody, we have beaches. Lagos is 10 years away from being on the international calendar.
One man, development must be physical. We must see it. When you have government in place and they keep telling you, oh, we are doing this, we are doing that, and you don't see it, that is absolute nonsense. And that is what is happening all over Nigeria. But when you can see infrastructure like this that will make impact in the life of the people and the economy of the country in particular, the people will appreciate, people will know that, yes, you are working. This is what we want to see. The train that they are talking about all this while, even though it take them how many years, maybe 18 years, which is a complete stupidity in the first place. They have used all these years to be looting money, but you know, we can see it about already now. This is what we want to see. We want to see hospitals working well. We want to see schools everywhere that is good for our children, you know, and we want to see good road. We want to see pipe-borne water. This is what we want to see. It must be physical. Development is always physical. Wherever you go around the world, particularly in the Western world where we live, you see it. You don't need to be told. A new city, when America pounds on one place like this, that they want to open it up, before you know it, it's all turned to a different place entirely. So this is what we want to see them doing. It is not that we just want to criticize them or just talk them bad all the time, but we want to appreciate them.
No, we demand more now, because we know we know the worth of the country, and we know what is obtainable, and we know that it's obtainable in Nigeria, so we demand more.
I mean, what is it now? After this, they're going to have airport in Lekki there. You know what that means to the economy, one man. We're going to have brand new airport. That airport possibly
if Tinubu ever wins that presidency, that airport
will happen within 3 years
in record time, and it'll be the best in Africa.
Look, one man, there's going to be airport there, seaport, deep seaport there, refinery there, and that will attract other industries to move in there. So what we are going to see in Lagos in the next 5-10 years to this time, we're going to see a booming economy, stronger. Lagos now is the 5th largest economy in Africa. In the next
Can we get to a point that the Lagos economy will be bigger than the Nigerian economy?
Everybody,
you know, because what they're saying is they want it to be the case that when you hit that toll gate, Lagos Ibadan, when you hit that toll gate, that is almost as though you've entered a different country. That's what they are saying.
One man, let me tell you, what you just said now, that sounds funny. It could be like that. It was like that in the First Republic. Western region was richer than the federal government.
Babaja, I think the major problem that Lagos needs to, what I think they need to face, they really need to start focusing on is they need to start to look at the possibility of decongesting Lagos. They need to keep holding governors, governors of other states to account. Because
no, they can't do that. No, they have to expand Lagos is what it is. They've not opened that Ekpa corridor. Ikorodu is still somewhat barren, Badagry, so they need to expand Lagos rather than kick people out.
The more they are expanding, right? The more people will be coming from this.
Well, they are Nigerians now. You can't restrict them. How can you restrict them?
But their areas, they are claiming their areas are Eldorado and better than where they are going to. That's what we are talking about.
Any opportunity at the best
I guess what you mean to say. I guess what you mean to say is this: Nigeria need 5 of Lagos to stabilize Nigeria economy. If you develop Lagos, only Lagos at this pace in the next 5 years, people are going to overrun Lagos. The economy will not be enough to hold itself because everybody will face Lagos. Nigeria is 250 million, and Lagos is just 3,000 square meters. With such development, it will think from immigrants.
What Lagos needs to do is to work in partnership with people, or your state and Ogun State.
No, one man. Nigeria need different in the state geographical region. We need at least one developed state in the state geographical region to balance the economy of Nigeria the way it used to be during the 60s and 70s. Then in the 60s, people used to go to Kano, people used to go to Aba, people used to go to Port Harcourt. That was 3 regions, and there was a developing state in each of the regions. And people can testify to this. Lagos was not. Yeah.
Okay, let's look at Kano State, right? Kano State and Kaduna State. The last 8 years, if you've seen replica of such development in the southeast, at least
especially Kaduna, people just come. People, even on this platform, they tell us the pace of development.
You won't believe. Go and check Kaduna State and Kaduna
yes,
State
yes, development in Kaduna. Yes, not like Lagos that there's industries. If there's industries in Kaduna, like way back in Pujot and so on, like Nestle, if there are industry that create employment, you see people start moving. All those northerners now, from which people start moving to Kaduna for employment. Now, why Lagos is highly populated, because there's hope and chances of employment. There's seaport, there's airport, there's banks, there is private establishment. But you cannot say that of Kaduna. More or less, you see like a civil servant state. There's development, yes, from federal government. But where is the private company? That's the question.
The point I'm making is that, okay, what El-Rufai has been able to do, right? What he's been able to achieve in 8 years in Kaduna State and Kano State, the same as Ganduje, and with the combination of Kwakwanso. Don't let us underestimate Kwakwanso's effort too. Let's take maybe 2 states now from South. Let's take Delta State. Delta State is one of the richest states in Nigeria by virtue of their revenue mobilization from the federal government and the derivation funds. Same as at least Wike is trying now. So let's take Rivers State, right? Delta State and maybe this Akwa Ibom State. Then in Southeast, we take this Onitsha should have been developed more than what it is. That's main market, right? The hub of the Southeast, Ariara Market, Abia State, Onitsha main market in Anambra State. It should have been developed more than if we have 2 states in each of those regions, right? Pushing through what Lagos, the template of Lagos, they have some sensible, intelligent governors, right? In the next 8 years, things will be different. That's what I'm talking about, because you can't say federal government should do everything for you. And then when you are holding the trousers or maybe the pants of all, you are pointing fingers to other states. Why not you go and point fingers to your own governors? Bro, what are you doing? Okowa is basically spending 50%, is funding 50% of Atiku's campaign. He borrowed 250 billion. Go and look at what is happening. So they need to start questioning their leaders too, so that, because at the end of the day, this development that is going on in Lagos, at a point, either you like it or not, at a point something will give in Lagos. There will be a special status for people moving into Lagos, and things will not be business as usual. Right to this day down, and I'm telling you now, unless they have to tell them to go back to their places and go and develop it instead of running to Lagos almost.
Matic, I get what you're saying. Is almost the same thing you're saying, but we should right now start encouraging, like Nigerians, the government start encouraging other regions to develop.
No, you are not getting what you're saying. It's not. Nobody is encouraging Lagos to develop. Nobody is encouraging Wike to develop River State. What Enigmatic is suggesting is that, especially in that South area, which is a good test case, they get their national allocation, and then on top of that, they get a 13% in derivatives, and then I think they also get another set of money from the oil space. So that space is awash with money, but the development is not commensurate. So it's a state space that has to.
One man, yeah. When I said encourage, I mean it's all hands on deck in any shape or form to force it through that we see other regions that develop. 2 things that we must do. must force us to see other regions to develop. And another one is that must decongest Lagos. Forget Ekpe. Lagos has more that it can chew.
You can't
Lagos must.
hold on, leave all that. You can't decongest Lagos other than other regions because you can't stop people from coming to Lagos because they,
No, what means
especially
decongest Lagos? What means decongest Lagos? If Ogun is attractable, you see people start moving to Ogun.
Yeah, but I was saying that Lagos should work in partnership with Ogun and Oyo State, and you people told me
no. I'm not saying what you're saying. I was saying that, like, now, if one state is being developed in, like, Lagos in Sijoko zone, that one state will improve on the neighboring state. Lagos, of course, now people are.
Yeah, but it's not federal intervention though. They have to take responsibility. It's not federal intervention. It's they have to take responsibility.
Because Delta State is a share of itself. Delta State is the biggest mess. If Delta State is developed, and that will cover Edo, Ondo, even part of Onitsha. If Bayelsa State is developed, that will cover Calabar. Bayelsa has a lot of money and with little landmarks. Calabar, Akwa Ibom to Ebonyi. Now, if not, maybe Niger is developed. You see, the thing with people who have choices of where to go to. But now everybody faces Lagos. To me, Lagos is too tight. We should find a way to find a way of solution to decongest it. But anyway, kudos to this achievement. It's not every time we talk about bad thing. No, a bad deal is better than no deal. It's the way they want to take it, rather than no deal at all. At least this is a way forward. Congratulations to Sanwo-Olu and Oga Tinubu and whoever contributed to that achievement of those things. One, you can continue.
All right, back to you, Dan Lekoko. Back to you.
One man, you see what you just said. That sounds like a joke. Look, if Lagos put in place more infrastructure and Lagos continue to grow and continue to expand their infrastructural base the way they are doing it, which I'm telling you will continue to attract investors, we continue to open more opportunity, Lagos will be richer than Nigeria. That will happen. And this is what we had it before during the First Republic. Awolowo Western region was richer than the federal government. Awolowo's workers, Western region's workers, were paid higher than the federal workers. Teachers in the West were paid higher, and other workers were paid higher than federal workers and other workers across other regions in Nigeria as well. And Awolowo can beat his chest anytime that workers will never go on strike, because it was a very focused, he knew what he was doing, and he had them in consideration in his plan for the development of Western region. So, look, what Lagos is doing now, you will see other states across the country who want to follow the same thing. They want to follow suit. Another place we can have ports is Ondo State. If federal government can allow Ondo to have their own, because they have a deep sea over there too. If they should open a port, that can decongest Lagos. If, what do you call it, the Delta one, if they can, make it a deep sea as well, that can easily decongest Lagos. But what we have known and what we have seen is that development that we have seen across that country always starts from the West. When the West move, others follow. free education started from the West. It is all over the Federation now. When Awolowo was doing it back then, other parts of Nigeria in the East, Atiku was saying he was talking rubbish, he cannot succeed. In the North, they were kicking against it. Those ones did not even want education for their children in the first place. They were kicking against it. But what have we got today? All around the country, people want to do free education. Federal government adopted it, and it's everywhere as well. So when you see the West coming up with innovative ideas, you will see others will follow. So it's a matter of time. We just need the right leadership in the position of power in our different states, and you will see them performing wonders. What Lagos is doing, Lagos, number one, they have the money, they can execute a lot of things. Lagos should have been, more developed than it is today. Money have been put in the right, have been spent well for the interest of the people. But so far, it's still okay. I mean, we have seen something under this very guy, this Sanwo-Olu guy. If this guy is given the second time, I believe this guy will do a lot of more things that will amaze Nigerians. And possibly in the future, that guy can come out to say, I want to be president. And he will have a lot of things to point to, that this is what I did in Lagos. This is what I did under my watch. This happened and that happened. And maybe Nigerian can consider him for president. This guy is doing great. I like him. He's a hardworking governor. I follow him. I've seen a lot of things he has done. So under his watch, great things are happening. Rice mill, or what do you call it?
Yes, rice mill.
And what else? Lagos airport, we commence shortly. And the fourth mainland bridge, we commence shortly. I mean, a great, fantastic project that we will
transform Lagos.
That with the economic, that will turn Lagos to economic power. In the next 5-10 years, Lagos will be in the position of maybe second position after Nigeria when it comes to the biggest economy in Nigeria. I mean, in Africa, the way it's going. So I give kudos to Sanwo-Olu, and it's a good job. One man. We have to celebrate it. It's worthy to be celebrated. I join Sanwo-Olu in celebrating this remarkable achievement.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Well said. Always well said by Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, let me take this window to acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in, just so that they are not out of sequence with where people wanted to insert them. So, of course, leading the field, Alexander Gomez, as usual. It says, Chai Eko Onibaje, so proud to be a thoroughbred Lagosian. So, Alexander, of course, always vaunting his Lagosness. So proud to be a thoroughbred Lagosian. When I arrived in Lagos 72, it was a glorified village with only Carter Bridge. So there it is now. I suspect if somebody is out of Lagos for 2 years, they won't recognize it when they go back. Only because all of this development that we've been hearing about, they are coming to their fruition now. And suddenly the space travel. Can you imagine if you have been out of Lagos in 10 years, then you see that Lagos now has an intra-city bus service, a rail service. They have a new seaport, a new airport, the Oshodi bus terminal, one of the best in Africa. All of these things, just off the back of initiative. So there it is. So thank you, Alexander Gomez. So Eko Nibaje, Alexander Gomez said, and RB joins, Obajeti, Eko for show. So Eko for show, Lagos for show. So there it is. Ayo Joy saying, Eko oni gba igba kugba. Eko oni gba igba kugba. I think there's a song to that. Eko for sure. Ayo comes back with a super chart.
Monday, Eko
Look at that. If you live in Lagos for 2 years and you don't catch sense, as they say, just forget it. You are retarded. You know, Eko Akete Ilogbon Ayo again coming in with the super chart. Albeit Lagos do they follow Eko Lagba. So thank you for that. Still eulogizing about Lagos. Eko leads, others follow. That's Ayo. Alexander Gomez comes into that space. Truth be told, Lagos needs to be decongested. Yes, of course. Desmond comes in with his wallet and he points at Enigmatic. Enigmatic, there is no way that can happen unless you say we are no longer one Nigeria. So it's the decongesting of that Lagos space that but that wasn't actually Enigmatic. I think that was World Peace. But Enigmatic, there's no way that can happen unless unless we are no longer one Nigeria. Of course, impossible to ask people not to come to Lagos, especially if they are Nigerian. Still with his big wallet, Desmond carries on. New York is one of the most populated cities in the world. They still allow immigrants to troop in. The truth is, without those population, Lagos won't be able to get that much revenue. So yes, I'm not sure that the taxation system in Lagos supports that narrative. That I'm not quite sure if the taxation system in Lagos supports that narrative that it is the taxation that is responsible for the revenue, but perhaps it is. But there it is, you know. So there it is. So thank you for the super chats. Keep them coming in. We did say we wanted the space to light up like a Christmas tree with the super chats, and leading us in that direction, the people that have super chatted so far. So others are welcome to join them as well. As I still have this window, let me just acknowledge, you know where I'm going, and you know who I am going to mention. The only puzzle is that we only ever really mention this name whenever we go to this space. So of course, we're going to buy the coffee, and you already know the name that's going to pop up. As soon as the session starts, he does as he always does, and there is Ayo again, regular as clockwork. So there is Ayo, regular as clockwork. Others can join Ayo, of course. It's not his exclusive preserve. So let's go back to the conversation. Thank you for the super chats and the coffees, etc. Let's go back to the conversation and take Ajale Koko to the east and the goings on there. A bounty of 50,000 naira placed on the head of Simon Ekpa. A derisory amount, of course, and he's still in Finland, preening and peacocking. So what are you then making then of this now convoluted whatever it is that is going on in the southeast?
Well,
one man naira be dollar.
Dollars, $50,000.
You said naira.
oh no, I meant dollars. Although 50,000 naira don't level, but you know, some rascally guy making noise.
Your friend, that's your friend.
Simon Ekpa. That was attacking me on Rudolph's platform. Yeah?
Well, to me, I don't know why they are placing money on his head. I believe they are just trying to show to Igbo people in the East that this guy is our enemy and we have to do everything to bring him down. And placing money on his head, that whoever can get him will get that money. It's just to signal to the people that they should not listen to him. That's the enemy of Igbo people. It's the enemy of the land. So how could this be achieved? I don't know if what they are calling for his head. I don't know if it is possible.
No. The bounty is that for any Igbo person in Finland to help the effect of the arrest of Simon Ekpa by Interpol so he can be extradited to Nigeria to face charges?
How would that be possible? Who is going to arrest him in Finland? The Finland authority. That country is a country where they give people freedom of speech, and they don't.
But no freedom to hate speak, though.
Well, it's not been penalized so far. They still allow him to operate. What they should have done is for them to go to Finland and communicate with Finland authority and put before the Finland authority evidences to prove that this guy instigate killing and other terrorist activities. Instrumental to killing and terrorist activities against peace-loving people in Igbo land. That is the best thing they can do. It's not by showing off or trying to show as if they are active, as if they are fighting for the people. That is not the way to do it. They have to go to the right authority, and which is the government of Finland, dialogue with them, bring all the facts, get a step, put everything together, and show them that this guy is killing part of the group, killing our people, and they have to do something about it. So that is the way to do it. So putting money on his head that whoever that can get him and extradite him to Nigeria, they will give that person $50,000. It's just nonsensical to me. It's just they know that cannot go. It can't. It's not the right strategy as far as I'm concerned. That is not the right strategy. It's a wrong strategy completely. But they just want to try to show to their people as if they are acting and they are trying to defend them, and they are trying to, mobilize people. It's an effort to mobilize people as well against Ekpa in Igbo land. We don't know. I don't know whether they are doing any other thing behind the scene, having contact or having rather making effort.
Baba Dale Koko.
Yeah.
Baba.
Yeah.
Sorry for cutting you. What Ekpa is doing, is it worse than the grandson, Adeyanka grandson that was jailed in the UK? I thought the Ekpa case is even worse than Adeyanka grandson. So why can't the Finland authority sweep to action, or are they telling us that they don't know all the atrocity he has been committed since this war? So I don't know. Maybe Finland is free for all. You can do anything you can do, because I think Adeyanka grandson, it doesn't go to extreme Ekpa as being in this in some months ago. So that's just my submission.
Well, every constituted authority, particularly in the West, I believe will surely act if they are contacted and if they are submitted with, barrage of evidences to show that somebody is masterminding terrorist activities in any part of the world. But these Ndigbo people, for their failure to do that with Finland authority, I don't see the authority, as long as Ekpa does not constitute threat, security threat to Finland authority or Finland as a country. Finland is not going to do anything to him. They are the one to get in touch with Finland and let Finland know, this guy that you harbor, this is the havoc that he's doing on our people, and it's very dangerous to you yourself that harbor him in your country. So that is what they have to do. That is what they did. Some Igbo people wrote petition to British authority on grandson, and grandson have some people, some other people as well, that wrote petition to British authority that grandson was making a hate speech and all the rest against them. A lot of Igbo people wrote petition against grandson. Why can't they write petition against what do you call this guy?
Ekpa.
Ekpa. Why? Or just only to come to the press and just make noise? Oh, we put 50,000 on his head. Whoever can get hold of him and ship. How is that going to be possible? How will it be possible? It's not like Kanu. If Kanu remained in Britain and did not travel out of Britain, Kanu will still remain in Britain till today. Except that he have done wrong, and the wrong position of him, and they can, give him that kind of treatment that they're giving grandson, or they shut his radio down that won't be able to operate on his radio. But they could make effort to write a lot of petition against grandson for hate speech, for terrorists and whatsoever against him, but they cannot do that against Ekpa. I don't know what is going on with them, but I think they are just grandstanding. They don't really mean it. They just want to show something to deceive their people. What is the difference between them and politicians that lie to their people? So that is what they are trying to do. So that's my take on that. Yeah.
I think you are absolutely right. To even petition Facebook against him, they can't do it. That one will even cost them anything. They don't have to travel.
Okay, against Simon Ekpa, you mean?
Yes. To even petition ordinary Facebook, that will not cost them $1,000. Yet they are ready to waste $50,000. How can an individual be able to bundle another person across international borders through airport? They just think we are joking.
Welcome, grandstanding now.
And now, petition in Facebook will cost nothing. All those videos that Simon Ekpa have been releasing is enough to shut down his page. I didn't say 1/1 million or what Simon Ekpa said. Obedient make sure that Facebook blocked my account several times because I was just supporting Tinubu and I said Obi is going nowhere. So
are you sure? Are you sure, Patrick?
I'm telling you. Look, there was a time they suspended my account for 3 weeks. All I said was Obi is going nowhere. Let's wait and see. They just suspended my account for 3 weeks. After 3 weeks, I still posted the same day. We are following Jagaban and Obi Onibire. I just said Obi Onibire. They suspended again for another 3 weeks in succession 3 times.
Mr. Patrick, yeah. let me tell you, Babaja, let me tell you what is happening, right?
Oh God.
On this Simon Ekpa issue, right? The international community, they are not stupid. They know that they know this is basically a subjective idea, right? Because Simon Ekpa as a person and as a movement, that movement is an offshoot of Nnamdi Kanu. And then go back to the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, right? These are the same people that actually propelled Nnamdi Kanu to this place that he is. And then by extension, Simon Ekpa, they are basically agitated now of Simon Ekpa's actions because of Peter Obi's election, right? Do not forget, Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB and Biafra is a default that they will go back to when basically or possibly, right, after the election. That is just a default. All this they are doing now, they know that they are just playing a game. They are playing a game, and that's why you don't see the federal government listening to them. They are just play your game within your games and just fool yourself as you like. Simon Ekpa is
Look at
part of
that.
them. They are part
Look
of
at that.
Simon Ekpa.
Did you see the video of that chairman that was killed? Look at the gruesome killing that they gave that guy. Slaughtered him and recorded it.
Have you seen
all
Outcry?
right. Be careful with that language. YouTube doesn't like it.
Mr.
Okay,
Patrick
I mean,
Ajane Koko,
that
one
was
man.
that
Have you
was
seen
peaceful.
Outcry? Even in the media, it's like the media is even taking sides now, because we expect these people. One man, if you want to shut down your platform, I'm telling you, this platform as we are now.
Mama fight that.
Sorry. I'm just saying it. So they know what to do.
Enigmatic.
What
Enigmatic.
All right, let's get back to Ajane Koko. So, is that your Joel? Please, an Igbo man has something to say. Do you want to come in?
Yeah.
Oh, is that your Charlie boy?
Charles. Yeah, I think what Alice is doing is right thing, what they're doing. Because the way that some efforts getting too, he getting too dangerous to them for safety reasons. They should get that guy out. He's a fake Marital, that guy. He's a fake guy. He's working for APC to cause destruction. That's what the guy is doing. He's a nonsense guy. He should go to jail, that guy.
All right, brilliant. Round up that space, Ajane Koko, and then I'll move on to Thomas. Back to Ajane Koko.
So, in conclusion, one man, Ohanaeze is just grandstanding. They know it is not possible to kidnap anybody in the Western world and then ship it to Nigeria. The Western world have security everywhere. The airport everywhere is secured. There's nothing you want to take through there that will not be checked. This is not Africa. So they just grandstanding. They know what to do on how to get Ekpa down. They don't want to do it, but they are just playing double standard game. One leg in, one leg out. They want to play Nigeria on one side, and they want to continue to champion the Biafran nation on the other side. It's just absolute nonsense, and you just call it absolute nonsense. That call for Ekpa head, whoever got Ekpa and ship him to Nigeria will get 50. It's stupidity. It completely. People should say it to them that you people are you just think you can fool people. Just fool yourself. Don't come and fool your people. Who are you fooling? Are you fooling yourself or fooling your people, or you're trying to fool Nigerians? No, we from other parts of Nigeria cannot take to this foolishness that you're trying to display. We are not fooled. We know the game they're playing. You know the right thing to do. Go and do the right thing. There's a way to shut down Ekpa, but you don't want to do it. You are grandstanding on internet, on air, saying you are brandishing 50,000 that then whoever got him will get $50,000 because they have 50,000. So one stupid person that hates Ekpa, that live in Finland, we want to go and say you want to arrest Ekpa and then bundle it in the box.
Do you not think that amount is too derisory? 50,000 doesn't seem like near sufficient enough against what Simon Ekpa is doing.
No,
do you know? Hold on, let Ajane Koko because I want to move on from him soon. But Ajane Koko, respond to that.
They don't have the money. That is what they have, 50,000. But even that 50,000 that they put forward is just lie. It's a lie. They just grandstanding. It's a lie. They should follow the right channel and do the right thing. Go and influence the what do you call it? The Finland authority. You can go through Facebook and all this thing or YouTube and shut this guy down. But you are not doing it. You are just trying to deceive your people. 50,000 to get him down to Nigeria. Now, so what is $50,000? Who is going to even do it? How is it achievable in a country that have security, a country of law, not a lawless African nation, like what Kenya did to Nnamdi Kanu, to allow him to be kidnapped and rendition, and they are lying. that they don't know anything about it. How did you get out from your country? How were they able to get it out from your country to Nigeria? And you are saying that you don't know anything about it? No, they were part of the plan. They did it together with Nigeria, but they keep lying because that is lawless African country, So it's not going to happen in any part of Western world or European country. That's not going to happen.
Am I allowed a second, one man?
No, I want to move on because we are already 2.5 hours in. So and still so many people have
thank
not.
you, one man. Move on to
all right. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So from Ajale Koko, let's go on to Thomas. Thomas, are you ready to go? So sorry, Ajale Koko, that wasn't to you. That was to Enigmatic that wanted to come in. I just said yes.
Yes. I've rounded up. So
all right, brilliant.
Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So Thomas, to you, I want to bring you this this new storyline that it's not just come through. It's one of the ones that considered, but people are pushing to hear a response to it. How Obi was attacked after KATSINA rally campaign team. The Obidati Presidential Campaign Council has condemned the alleged attack on the campaign train of its candidate Peter Obi after a rally in Katsina State on Monday. According to the campaign team, they said the attack took place after Obi had met with women in a town hall and then held a rally at the Mahmoud Diko Stadium. Our correspondent reports that Obi took his campaign to Katsina, where he promised to tackle hunger, insecurity, and unemployment, amongst others. Obi and his campaign team, including his running mate, Dati Baba Ahmed, told the crowd that they were ready to serve the country with all the strength in them if elected. He promised to fulfill all his promises to Nigerians, insisting that the electorate should have faith in him and his party to further develop the country. The campaign team, however, said Obi was attacked by some hoodlums on his way to the airport. On Obi's way to the airport, hoodlums attacked the car our candidate was driving in with heavy stones from his driver's side, causing a substantial damage to the vehicle. To the glory of God, Obi and other occupants of the car were unhurt. Subsequently, another set of thugs also threw stones outside the stadium, which damaged several cars, including that of our officials, official stage crew. The team narrated in a statement signed by its head of media, Deron Onifade. The two incidents taken together make us suspect that. Sorry, why am I reading it like this? The two incidents taken together make us suspect that the attack may have been premeditated at the behest of desperate politicians who had been deluding themselves with false claims that they had the Northwest locked up, but are now shaken by the show of force for the obedient movement in the region. Whilst thanking the people of Katsina who came out to support the Obi campaign on Tuesday, the group called on security agencies to investigate the matter to forestall future occurrences. So there it is right there. The not response to the Obi train. What says you, Thomas?
Thank you, one man. Good morning, everyone. From Australia. Then good evening to our listeners. Like, share, and subscribe. First of all, many things that came out of obedient space, you have to cross-check it very well because they are prone to lies and lies and lies and lies. Many people have debunked them, saying they have been endorsing Peter Obi. Even they went as far as Ghana. I can mention 3 or 4. Sanusi Buhari, Sanusi too. Many things. There are many deceits in the obedient camp. So this occurrence that you said, I'll first of all think twice before I decide. If it is true, it happens. That should be really condemned. Everybody, all candidates have the right to travel to every nook and cranny of that country to campaign to campaign to the people who what they want to give the people, what they want to offer the populace. So I totally condemned the attack. But in a sense, Peter Obi should expect more of this, because Nigerian politics is not about being friendly and playing with. Nigerian politics is not bread and butter. So they have to come against you in everything they can do to come against. Maybe violent wise, which I don't buy. In any way, they will come after you. They are giving him some signal now that don't come to the north. That is the signal they are trying to paint to him, that this north is for maybe for Kwankwaso, maybe for Kwankwaso, maybe for Tinubu. So
Thomas, Thomas, there are
yes,
two ways to
continue,
read. There are two ways to read it. You can either read it as an organic northern response to Obi's campaigning. They were throwing heavy stones into the stadium where they were rallying. And then when Obi was making his way from the rally, they were pelting his vehicle with heavy stone attack, his direct vehicle. So there are two ways that you can look at that. You can either look at it as an organic KATSINA response to Peter Obi's rally, which is a rejection, or you can look at it in the manner that the Obi Council is telling us that these are paid for actors because the opposition are jittery. So which of those two do you think best represents what happened? Thomas. Sorry, are you in a good space to speak? Because
I can.
All right, Thomas, let me go to enigmatic for a moment, because you are breaking up quite heavily. No. All right, let me go to enigmatic. We can barely make you out. I'll come back to you after enigmatic. Hopefully, you'll be in a better reception space then. But enigmatic, are you there? So, do you want to take on that KATSINA?
I can hear you now. I can hear you.
All right, carry on. But we are struggling to hear you, though. That's the thing.
Oh, you are struggling to hear me.
Okay, carry on. All right, carry on. It's better now. Carry on. We can't hear you, man.
Come back to me.
All right. Let's go to enigmatic. So enigmatic.
Wama, please. This is Branberry. If I quickly can I quickly ask you a question?
All right. Let me actually come to you, Branberry, because too many voices. Sorry, enigmatic. Let me go to Branberry, who I think has been here for a good while. You were so quiet, but ask that question and then I'll take the floor. Branberry.
I just want to know the source of the news you're reading, because since you were talking,
it was all over the media space, but I'm reading this one especially from the Punch newspaper.
I'm surprised, because I'm just while you were talking to Thomas, I was just going through some media houses that are following Obi, that are just following Obi around. So I didn't see any of these news at all. I'm seeing new news, but I didn't see any of this at all. So I'm surprised, because this news might be coming from. I don't think this news is coming from the obedient. Now,
this is the Punch newspaper, which is a credible enough newspaper.
My brother, news. Anybody can put news on Punch newspaper. My brother, anybody can put news on any Nigerian newspaper. So, because right now, I mean, this is not what I've not heard of. I've not heard of this before since they went to this Kano and KATSINA.
No, this was in KATSINA. It wasn't in Kano. It was in KATSINA. I know. Yeah.
They went to Kano on Sunday and KATSINA on Monday or thereabout. So
I've seen other news that came afterwards, but I've not seen this because I'm just surprised hearing this for the first time here. So
All right, let me share this screen with you.
Brownberry.
Oh,
yes.
You said you didn't. You said you checked some they post stuff about Obi. You didn't see it. Are you expecting them to share stuff like that in a pro Obi platform? Like for instance, because if you check Linda KG platform too now, it's all over the place. I don't know why you are.
Okay,
I
what you
would
are
want to.
saying is,
Are you questioning the
hold on, hold
credibility
on,
of what
hold
they
on,
do?
all right. Just abandon that for a moment, Brownberry. If you look at the screen, it's covered heavily. So the punch, how Obi was attacked in Katsina, and then the Ripple, Labour Party campaign claims hoodlums attacked Obi, and then the Cable LP campaign, how Obi was attacked after Katsina rally, and then the Daily Trust, Obi, how I was attacked in Katsina. And then Sun News Online, Obi condemns attack, LP condemns attack on Obi in Katsina rally, and on it goes. So widely reported.
Okay, the way, okay,
One man,
okay,
one
the
man,
Yes,
way,
one man.
yes.
Sorry, the mistake Brother is having is that he's checking the
Oh
recent
God,
news.
no. So sorry. Let him flow for a moment. There's too much stop-start in this session. Let him flow for a moment. Sorry, apologies for that. But let's hear from Brownberry. Brownberry, carry on.
the way Enigmatic is saying it, that do I expect some media outlet that follows will be obedient to put this on their platform. I don't see this as a positive thing when it comes to because the way he's saying it, just as if they were rejected. I mean, if you are rejecting someone, don't show up. That's how you reject people. But when you are throwing stones, that's not rejection. That's just that's an attack, and it's not. I mean, like Thomas was saying, that this when you are going to a battle like this battle, anything can happen. No, anything cannot happen. This is not what they do when you go campaigning about, that you throw stones and attack people, so I'm hearing it for the first time, but now I can, with all this you have been showing, I can confirm that it is true, but it is not something that we should be saying, they were rejected, let's be happy. I mean,
No.
that's not how
There's
to reject people.
there are two ways to look at it. Brownberry. If it was a sponsored attack by paid for hoodlums, then that's one thing. That's dirty politics. But if it was an organic throwing of stones, even if it's from a handful of people, that's a rejection.
No, I mean, that is that. I mean, whoever is doing that, whether you are just coming from one corner or one village and say, "Oh, bring out the boys," whether politicians are not involved and you started throwing stones. I mean, where are they going to do this in the south? That the politicians will come, that people will come and start throwing stones, except they are sponsored. So if they are not sponsored, that young men will just come out and start throwing stones. So this is not something we should be clapping about, that because they were rejected.
No, it's
So
a
I don't
visceral
understand.
response though, because a lot of people have been inviting that Peter Obi should penetrate the north, and he's now attempting to penetrate the north, but the north responds with stones.
I mean, if they respond with stones, I don't think that's a good thing. It's not a good thing on them and on the candidates that on those three other candidates that is from the north. I mean the two candidates that's from the north. So that's what I see. I mean, if this has been going on and nobody has spoken about it, nobody from the northern space has come to condemn, because I'm just hearing these things. So we should for me, I condemn it totally. I mean, this is not what democracy is all about. People should go about campaigning, for wherever they want to campaign. I mean, this shouldn't be happening. It's not a good thing, and nobody should applaud them, or nobody should laugh in their mind or in their heart. If it happened anywhere to Obi, I mean to Atiku or to Tinubu or to Kwakwaso in the
No, but
south is not
but the
something.
thing is,
This is
Brownberry,
not.
that's the nature of the North, though. They respond viscerally to most things in most instances. They always respond with physicality in the North, don't they? And it's always in this manner. So
Can I say something, one man?
yeah, come in, Ajale Koko.
You see, if I listened to that report very well, you said even his own car, the car he was sitting in, they hit the windshield, they broke the windshield. Is that not what the report said?
Yes. The driver's side, they were stoning him. The car he was in.
So God save Obi, because Obi always sit in the front of the car every time. Anytime, I don't know if anybody have noticed that. He's always in the front with the driver. So what that tells me is that Obi is not having enough security personnel around him. He knows the, how I think by now we should have known that this race is pursuing is not a joke, and he cannot be pursuing this kind of race, challenging the power that be in that country, having this strong momentum, and doesn't have enough and strong security around him all the time. I think he's just taking a risk. People need to tell him that you must have, enough security personnel that if at all some hoodlums want to act funny, they can't get close to you at all. You see, Omoyele saying the other day that he was in Ibadan when Atiku was there. He said he have over 500 security men around him and his team. Do you think they are doing that for joke? Or do you think that Tinubu will be going somewhere you don't see 100 of police officers around them? They know that this politics is not a play. Why do you think they are signing peace accord? Is it not a war zone they sign peace accord? So Obi have to wake up and make sure that he do what he can do to have enough security.
I'm not sure that there would have been sufficient enough security to prevent stone throwing. They will still throw the stones.
For throne, stone.
And even it's the symbolism, really, rather than the attack. The symbolism is the language of rejection.
I agree with you. I agree but it's premeditated though by politicians, and I will hold.
Do you feel it's orchestrated? Do you think it has a political undertone? They're sponsored.
Oh yeah, there's a political. It's a APC control state. It's APC that I believe will be responsible for that. Some of their talks that let us just show him some pepper. We have told them several times that this place is not for him and he's still coming here. Let us just scare them. Politicians have a way of scaring opponents with their talk. They will scare them away. They make the followers, even the thousands of people trooping out, put fear into them so that next time they never want to attempt to come out in the first place.
But Ajale Koko, is this not the true texture of the North? Because when you think of the North, you don't think of a cosmopolitan metropolis like Kano and Kaduna, which are enlightened places of enlightenment. When you think of the North, you think of those hardened, burnt by the sun sort of spaces like KATSINA. That is the core of the place, and they speak to Obi to say, this is where we stand.
Woman, can I say something?
Yeah, go on.
Okay.
Yeah, I strongly feel that it should be condemned.
No, it's condemnable,
yeah.
but what the symbolism is what the symbolism. Brownberry.
Why we are saying this? Let us flip it and say. If this had happened,
I don't want to see it as the northern thing that happened in the east. How do
Yes.
we would have happened?
Yes.
What do you think would have
How would they
happened?
have taken it?
Now, just assume that something happened to B while he was going. They stoned him. His car somersaulted and the man will lose the man. What do you think will happen to that country?
Gbẹ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ máa gbéná nìyẹn náà.
No, they'll pick another candidate now. They will substitute.
Gbẹ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ máa gbéná nìyẹn.
No, they'll just pick another candidate now.
This is what No. That's a recipe for Obi, the eyes, the angel of the southeast. Are you serious? That is a
this is what I want.
in Nigeria.
This is what I wanted to say before one man shot me. This is what I wanted to say before.
Do you know they attacked Atiku in Ogun State, but they never got close to Atiku's convoy? It's real. I mean, there was a big shield. This guy needs to know. He needs to understand. This is not Anambra's politics. This is a national politics. You are not playing with people in your locality who knows they can report you to a Catholic bishop. No, this is different. They attacked Atiku in Ogun State. Now go and check. They never got close to Atiku at all. Before you get close to Atiku, maybe three of you want to drop in.
It's true. Yes, they attacked Atiku in Ogun State as well. Yeah. But they couldn't get close to him the way they get close to Obi. Obi should have a lot of security men, you know.
This is national security, not about him alone. If something had happened to him yesterday, it would have been he went to
that's the end of the race.
No, of course not. There'll be a minor skirmish and then they'll settle it. There'll be
please. Let me interject. Please, I want to interject. You put you quiet. I wanted to interject before Mama shut me down. Sometimes Mama shut me down, it make me lose my train of thought sometimes. Sometimes let somebody just say what you want to say.
No, hold on. I'm happy for people to interject, but sometimes somebody that is in play is their narration is chopped up so much that there's no cohesion. So we manage the interjection, even not so not you, but the whole platform. Carry on,
yeah. When you asked that question, I wanted to tell Brownberry because it's not today the thing, not just the thing happened. It has happened like 3 days ago. It happened that day. I think the Abba's governor's son did his motorcade charade. That the day it happened. I watched it on the blog. At Obi, they were stoning Obi convoy. I was first of all confused. I thought it was the motorcade of that young guy. It was later I found out it was Obi. This thing, I think it was 3 days ago that they were stoning. They were trying to stone that. But again, one man, that thing, if it has happened to anybody else from the south in the north, you one man will call them savages. If it has happened to the northern in the south, Nigeria will be on fire. One man is not this such thing is not what we encourage at all in any level. And again, Obi should understand that going to the north, this campaign season, it has to have a lot of security. And we must send a message to the Nigerians, not only in the north, that we stop playing these dirty politics, tribal politics and anger politics. The north cannot respond with stone to show that they dislike somebody. It's wrong, one man. That's my take.
All right, but it's not unknown though within the Nigerian landscape. Stoning a candidate that you don't like. It's not unknown.
Where have you seen that before in the south?
Where have I seen that before in the south?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Rather than me tell you,
now they stone with egg and everything, but we should not be stoning people with stone. Anything can happen to that guy.
Rather than me tell you, let me show you. This is 2019. Watch this. Even Buhari was being stoned in Ogun State. He was stoned in Lagos State as well. So why can't Obi be stoned?
Hold on. This was APC. This was APC versus APC. This was just APC.
Oh, right. So the stone is different. The stone is what are you talking? Yeah.
One
Just a
man.
few words.
Is APC
Sorry,
versus
guys. Just,
Okoye Onilade? Ṣé tó bá
just,
lórí ẹ̀ with apology àbí? Look,
I just came up to say some few words about the security part. One man. You see, this is where structure matters in any political campaign. People are talking about security as if the one they see. Real security, you don't see them. If he had a security structure, they would have come there, survey that place. They would have people blend into the crowd. If it's not safe, they would have said, "Oh God, this place is not safe for you." You need to have security embedded in the crowd. It's not the ones you see with the candidate, the person moving. It's the ones that will get the intelligence in the crowd to feel the temperature of the environment that will determine if that place is safe for you or not. Even American presidents, sometimes they cancel some places, there's some meetings that they're going to because they have intelligence that will tell them this place is not safe. That is the real security. So when we're discussing the structure in a campaign, security is part of it. So just to put the point I was saying earlier. Thank you.
All right. Let's Rudolph come in. Rudolph defending his candidate. He says, one man, you cannot attribute what a few people did to the North. The North did not reject him. No, some people from the North maybe. So the stone throwing, I still maintain the symbolism quite clear. Fatai, come in.
Well, the point that Papa Koko was making, actually, everybody knows that. The problem is that Peter Obi himself is campaigning on that all these government officials or candidates going around in large convoy is the waste of money. I am prudent. I go only with my slippers. I am a loved person. That is his campaign. That's why he's not getting more security, and hopefully nothing happens to him. This is not state politics. This is, as everybody has said, this is national politics. This is dangerous terrain. It's not about the optic. Peter Obi is doing the optic. He doesn't want to do like I am like a Tinubu with 50 convoy, with 50 car convoy. I am Atiku with 100 car convoy. Vote for me. I am different. I go only with my dadson. This is his own main. He is campaigning on this. It's almost like Barack was even saying that he's sitting at the driver's. This is campaign. His campaign is using this lesser security as a campaign front, as a campaign point, and hopefully, wish him well. I hope nothing happens to him. But very dangerous.
I do as well. But if anything did happen to him, and please God, let nothing happen to him, the heavens would not fall. They'll just pick another candidate.
The place it happened also matters actually, because the rivalry between the northern space and the southeast space. So if something happens to him, I don't know, Ondo, it probably will be seen as a normal accident. But I mean, if something happens to him in Daura, they will take Buhari to court. I don't know what they're going to do. Hopefully nothing will happen to him. But
they will head straight back to Nnamdi Kanu if anything happens to him.
He needs to get more security. If he had a large security convoy, even if they are stoning. I mean, because when you have a large convoy, the attacker does not know in which. This is really the point. They don't know that many of the cars are disguised, so you can't pinpoint exactly which one the person is in. So this one that they just threw is the first stone is to his car. This is baby stuff kind of security. Yes, brother.
Fatai, don't you see the campaign of big parties? They always go in a coaster bus. You will never see Atiku go in a private car.
Yeah, now.
They always go in a coaster bus. Sanwo-Olu will be there, Tinubu will be there. Because sometimes you don't even know the car that the candidate is in.
Yeah.
This is security. But Peter, we thought maybe people love me. Nobody can attack me. Nigerian politics is dirty. That is just what I want to say. Thank you.
Yeah, everybody love it, and also I know they give shishi even for I know they carry plenty convoy. Now it's all of them is from the same. I know they give shishi narrative. I know they give shishi not for every aspect of life. Some aspect of life you give shishi for the continue for life to continue. If you don't give shishi, you are only for president. You don't know what you are the president.
I don't think Obi was at risk at any time in that thing because you remember that Wike gave him this heavy security convoy of vehicles, so he was never at risk. And I don't really think that the stoning was intended to harm him. I think it
No,
was more for symbolism.
no, it's not the harming, it's the ease it's the ease of getting it. You understand? Sometimes this security stuff, this situation, the ease of getting you can invite is in danger. If they can just throw one stone and straight it's your car, it's you almost where you are. Imagine that. Imagine what a professional sniper could do. If it's a real threat, if it's a super threat to the big boy, of course they can get him if they want to get him. That is, it basically means they can get him if they want to get him. Sometimes it could even be a message to him that we can get you if you want to get him, and he makes it so easy. So if they don't get him, it doesn't mean he's not in danger. It just means they're not getting him. So you need to make it more difficult to be able to get him, not to be doing. I know they give shishi. That doesn't work with security. When you're running for president of a country like where you know things that are at stake.
Do you think this response by the Labour Party campaign council to try and quickly move the blame to their political rivals, do you think this is burying their head in the sand somewhat, not to acknowledge the complexity of the landscape? Because I feel that somewhat represents the sentiment in especially KATSINA, maybe not the entirety of the North, who have their son as the president and who they know that their son wants to be replaced. He wants himself replaced by, I think they'll be mistaken to say that to try and pivot it to a political attack. I think this was an organic response from KATSINA.
Well, I mean, it's neither here nor there. I mean, we don't have an investigation to tell us exactly. But if one will go with the Labour Party narrative, it's understandable from the point of people that we want Peter Obi to fall over. I mean, the PDP wants to really do well in the north, right? Peter Obi coming into the north is even. I mean, I think there was a time you were talking about a piece where they are pasting Peter Obi's picture with Atiku, some places in the north. So I would rather believe that if the opposition attack, it would rather be from maybe PDP angle than Buhari. I don't think Buhari is still threatened by Peter Obi coming to the north. But I think PDP could be still threatened because every 1-2 votes taken out is almost, I mean, almost, you can assume it's almost PDP's vote. So PDP might want to push back, right? But there's nothing. I think but I think largely you are right though. They need to wake up to the reality. They are not doing Peter. I mean, okay, Peter B. He cannot think about all things. What are the people? All these people around him, they are just feasting on the guy. What are they doing? They aren't supposed to be working out all these logistics. It's not.
If he beefs up security, would that be an acknowledgement that he is not as universally loved as he often vaunts that he is?
No, you will know. The first thing it will represent is that is like the is it will cut into his message. Like it's not like the corrupt other guys who are using all the resources to around themselves. You understand? So if Peter Obi is going around with 50 convoy, what's the difference between Peter Obi and Atiku? That's really the message. So they don't want to be carrying heavy. I mean, even if that's Baba Ahmed, what is the message? I will cut down on procurement. We will not. I don't know the way he presents it. So the message, one of their key image in terms of messaging is specifically this. It's specifically Peter Obi with one car going everywhere. First of all, because he's loved, but second, but more importantly, because he's not like the old guard who are corrupt, who are using state resources to be hiring 50 bulletproof car for one person. So Peter B is not like that. He's a prudent, the method of prudence. But
Oga Fatai, sorry to interject. Sure you know that when it comes to presidency, when it comes to election, the presidency is the federal government solely responsible for their security. You know that every candidate.
No, the police is in the hands of federal government. So,
I know. I said the federal government is solely responsible for the protection of those aspirants.
Well, not solely.
Not solely. They will still have their security on top of whatever is. But it will have DSS with them anyway, as a lot of them do.
DSS, police, no military anyway. DSS and police.
Fatai, you know what I'm expecting you to speak in America now, right? Once you become the official flag bearer of either Republican or Democrat, right? At that point, it's incumbent on the American government, right, to protect you. In Nigeria, even if the federal government is protecting you, it's still incumbent upon you as the aspirant. I mean, as the candidate, right, to provide some
additional
element of additional guard for yourself. If from security angle, right, no security savvy team will allow you to sit in the front of a vehicle because it's on him if anything happens to you. And then they at this point, right? They need to stop listening to Obi in some certain quarters now, especially when it comes to the security part, because his life is as important as the life of every other
for the stability of the country.
And for the stability of the country. Forget about all these sanctimonious piety is trying to display to the nobody cares about that anymore.
But they can't compel him. They can't compel him though, because he wants to put on that man. Sorry, I think your son is agreeing with me. He wants to put on that man of the people toga, and then the risk of that, all this sitting in front of the car, having a shell security retinue and all of that. But the flip side of it is what we saw at KATSINA.
One man can tell you.
One man, sorry. Do you know this can be organic? It can be organic.
I suspect that it is. I think that was KATSINA's response.
What is organic?
Yes, it can be organic.
The stone throwing is not.
One man. We are speaking. Look, let me tell you one thing now. At this, I can assure you that they will have a conversation with Peter Obi himself. I'm telling you, in America here, right? You are liable for criminal charges if you in the elections period. If you are, do you know the SS in the US when they are protecting you, right? You listen to them. They are your boss at that point because they are answerable to FBI and to those who actually detail you on them. So your life is on them. So they are supposed to pay for you. You understand what I'm saying, one man? So in America now, what this thing that happened, they would have summoned Peter Obi himself, and they will warn him severely, seriously, that you need to listen to these people, or they will call you off. Do you just look at what could have happened to that one man? Just if anything had happened to that man, God forbid, you can see. Don't you know the number one is happening in Daura, in the city, in the state, of the sitting president, and then you see the security situation in the southeast as fragile as it is, and then you are playing some. If you want to be a pope, go and be a pope. Do not move to the political arena at all. You are in the political arena now. Even Suarez will not put that kind of silly stunt. Stop that kind of stuff and protect yourself and protect Nigeria.
Yeah. Life's good. You are totally right. Secret Service in the US, he will not even be able to be doing all those things anymore. Once he became the candidate, whatever, it will not be. They will not. They have so much power. You can't. You don't dictate to them. They tell you. They dictate to you. In that space of security, But the only difference between the US, the US and Nigeria is that once you become a candidate in the US, you get intelligence briefing, because it's like you can become president at any time given the election or whatever. So they get some level of security briefing, the presidential candidates. But in Nigeria, if for Nigeria to even be able to do that, we cannot have 18 candidates. Even the US cannot sustain giving intelligence briefing to 18 random people, right? So it has to be 2, 3, maximum 4 strong trusted parties. So 4 candidates being given, because it's a very sensitive information, being given state security. So if we get to if you are in that level, even Peter Obi cannot take his own security. Is not going to write it on piece of paper by himself. Like this is the story of my security. No, the stuff like the secret service will take.
Oga Fatai, sorry to interject. That sitting on the front seat, it was just a Jalikoko suggestion. Like mostly, he always sit on the front seat. Does not really mean he was on the front seat on that KATSINA event. At least I said I've seen the video of it. The video that was showing, it was from one of the security car. Stones were actually hitting the windscreen of the security car. Does not really mean that.
You've seen a video of the stoning?
Yeah, I was just.
Can you send it to me on Instagram?
I'll check again. I think I'll check it. I think it's in Jele. I'll check again.
Because Jafar is trying to tell us that we are making it up, but
yeah. No.
It's a Punch. Punch carried it.
All the newspapers carried it now.
It happened 3 days ago. If you check it, I think it's 3 days ago it happened. Yeah, but it's only like I think 3 days ago, 2 days ago it happened.
No, it's today.
Today.
It's today.
Yeah. Today we are at night now. Japan is ahead. My time is ahead of you guys. Now you don't understand. I talk beyond you guys.
Okay,
you are far behind me. You are a day behind me. So it's like 2 days on my side or a day. Like me, I'm already on. What's this date? I don't even remember date again, Seth.
Today should be 24.
Wednesday. I think it happened. I think it happened on Tuesday or a bit. Tuesday, something like that, or Monday. So I saw it like yesterday. It was just a day before. I think it was night. It was a fresh outbreak when I watched it. It was a like live breaking news. I was saying that the jail is war, but I didn't take it serious. They were just stoning. The security were telling them to pull back, reverse. But there's security men telling them to stop. They were throwing stone. You see those are booking men with their ragtag clothes, young you throwing stone, long stone, heavy stone. But I'm not sure Obi was in the front seat, but that convoy was attacked. That was.
Hold on. One piece. Have you watched Obi whenever he's stepping down from the vehicle? Have you ever seen him anytime stepping out from the vehicle?
No, I'm not doing it. I said
Obi's seat is always in the front every time. In the front with the driver.
English, always. I said this very
always. I've seen it
we don't know.
times.
Okay, it's
don't
okay.
Say I just make it up. I make it up. This is what I have seen several times.
Ajani Koko is not sitting. It does not sit in the front seat. The ones I've seen, I'll bring them up. But I've not seen him sitting.
Ajani Koko is right. I saw like 5 videos. He always sits at the front. I saw like 5 videos.
All right. When I sit at the front or not, I'm not sure. Even if it's in the booth, it doesn't matter. It was good is the main thing.
Whether it's front seat, if it's front seat, but I think the debate is not even whether he was sitting on that day in front seat or not in front seat. The point is the ease with which it the ease with which to attack him, how easy it is to get to him by some, I assume, some non-professional hit his car, just hit like that. Imagine if it's a professional assassin who wanted to get him. So easy. His security arrangement is so simple. It's so easy. It's not even complex at all. There is not even 2 + 2.
No, but that's a risk that has to be run in that space, though. What level of security can he have to prevent to that level? There's always an element of risk.
No. There's always an element of risk in everything in life, even to drink water. But you have to build complexity into your security arrangement. The bigger you get, this is a big stage. It needs to be more complex than sitting in front seat or driving the car or sitting in the back seat with one car in a Datsun and somebody can throw stone at you at will. At will, they can just throw stone and it's coming to you.
I'm trying to
be more symbolic now.
Woman, did you remember that Buhari was bombed in 2015?
I remember, but that was orchestrated by Tinubu.
No.
Waiting this man they talk.
Buhari was a candidate now. Beku was bombed. So
they used that for headlines. That's what people thought, that they did it to themselves for the headlines. No, that's the narrative at that time. That was the narrative at that time.
That's right. I remember that they said that they did it to just discredit PDP.
Jonathan. Yeah,
exactly. I remember now. But I mean, Obi should just not make himself vulnerable. By doing that, it's even risking the life of the few security men around him. If you make yourself vulnerable, they know that they can easily attack you.
Yeah, this is the point.
Yeah, and then they will come for you. You are risking the life of even the few security men with you. So you should just know that this is not class captain that we are.
Guys, let's be honest. If those youth wanted to harm Obi, they would have done likewise. What they were trying to do is to tell him that they don't like him. He's been rejected. That road, that KATSINA-Kaduna road, right? I know he's going to probably, I don't know, the airport. I think the closest airport. Yeah, KATSINA has an airport now. So he came through the airport. So the KATSINA-Kaduna road is a very, very dangerous road. Even the president his convoy has been attacked. So
they stoned him as well. Yes.
If they really wanted to, no, not stoned. They shot. It's
the advanced security team.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
I remember that.
So if they wanted to harm him, they would go out. So the stone was that he should leave their city. That he is not wanted here. It's just a way. It was
them, symbolism. It was symbolism.
Exactly. Yeah. Some of them even other times, I think they will either use broom to sweep the floor, use water to wash the path that your car drove through.
They did that to Buhari and Tinubu when they went to, was it Plateau State or some state like that? Yeah.
Yeah. So
Adamawa.
It's just a way to let him know that he's not really truly loved.
Yeah.
We understand. But again, the points raised are very valid. I think the man is joking with his security in terms of this meek behavior. Nigeria is not a safe place. He needs to up his security, or else if he keeps joking with his security, it's as good as just pulling out of the race if you are not taking your life seriously. So you don't go around in a country where it's insecure and you think everybody loves you. Not everybody loves you. I've seen, I think Ajali Koko said he's seen him. I think I've seen a few of him coming out of the car from the front seat. Not only that, so careless about his security. You see the other big wigs. You see how the SSS and their security details block everywhere, not allowing access to him. He wants to be accessible. And, there are some people who might have bad motives towards him. He needs to up his security. He should stop the nonsense. If he doesn't have the money, or if he's stingy, as they say, they give shishi. He should go and borrow funds and get more security details for himself. We don't want to hear excuses that he's in the hospital bed nursing an injury while we are trashing him.
Emeka, sorry to interject. On this security issue again, I'm still really want to be clear. I think in Nigeria constitution, when you are now the presidential aspirant in the major political party, in national, federal, your 75% or 80% of security is provided by the government.
I'm not saying they'll still provide you, but you will still beef up your
So
security.
which is the part of the state that he has to keep? Now, Luba also already said he applied for police when he came to Ibadan. He was refused. These politics have to be stopped.
So
But they're giving. Hold on now. Let me just land. But Saint Atiku was there. They give Atiku 500. They should provide same security for everybody that's an aspirant.
They gave Atiku 500 what?
Security personnel. That was what Soraya said on his words.
All right, where are we with this? Let's get back to Bambury. Bambury, round off that space, and then I want to move you to another talking point. Bambury.
Please, let's move on.
All right, let me break it away from politics. Did you hear me read out that side chick narrative?
I did.
All right. So to that, it's a contractual obligation. Let me just speak through it for the benefit of people who are just joining us. So this is not a political thing, but it's a moral maze. It's an agreement reached and an agreement to be honored. Ghanaian side chick sues her sugar daddy over failed promises, demands car, cash, and 2 years rent. A Ghanaian side chick has sued a bank manager who she claims was her lover for allegedly breaching an agreement to take care of her. Deborah Adabla dragged the director of finance First Atlantic Bank, Ernest whatever, to the Accra High Court, and he is expected to appear before Friday the 27th, 2023, January. In the suit dated January the 23rd, Deborah contended that her sugar daddy, who was also her boss, agreed to buy her a car, pay for her accommodation for 3 years, give her a monthly stipend of 3,000 Ghanaian money, marry her after divorcing his wife, and also give her a lump sum to start a business. In her writ summons and statement of claims, which has since gone viral on social media, Deborah alleges that her sugar daddy bought the car but registered it in his name. Later, he denied her access to the use of it, etc., etc. But what she is claiming is, so all of that, it says on the basis, the plaintiff is seeking an order from the court to direct the defendant to fulfill all promises, including the payment of a lump sum to help her start a business to take care of herself. Below is a list of her demands. So transfer of the title of the car to her, cost of repairs of 1,000 Ghanaian cedis, pay lump sum money to enable her start a business, pay the remaining 2 years of her rent, pay the outstanding arrears of her monthly allowances from July 2022 to the date of the judgment, and pay all medical expenses as a result of side effects, general damages against her, and any other relief the court deems necessary, including legal cost. So what are you making of that then? The promises that guys make to girls, is it a contractual obligation, Brownberry?
It is not, but I think the mistake the lady did make is the vehicle. You allow the man told you that he's going to buy you this vehicle. You allow him to buy that vehicle in his name. So on that in that particular area, she wasn't smart enough. And these days, there's no shame anymore. Back in the days, people like this would be ashamed to come out. But I tell you, my brother, no shame for Olosho again, no. So if she has evidence, she has text messages, video calls, and she's able to keep all those receipts. I think she will get something. She will get some of the things back. If she tender all these things in the court, and said these are the promises that he made to me, that he made while we were dating. These are the things. When the love is shocking, sometimes you just keep sending text messages. Don't worry, I will buy you a house. Don't worry, I will, I will take you to the moon.
Do you think the courts can enforce promises that a guy makes to a girl when he's trying to get his way with her. Is it
Don't be
contractually
shocked, my brother.
binding? Is it
Don't.
contractually binding, or should it be?
It is
It
actually.
should. I mean, in a case like this, when it comes to sugar daddy, it should be, because he
Can I
care
come
of
in?
you.
Is it okay if I
Okay,
come in?
it was
Yeah.
just boyfriend and girlfriend.
Can I
It's a
come in?
different case. But when it comes to sugar daddy, I mean sugar daddy or sugar mommy, the girl, you are taking care of the sugar daddy. So something is exchanging hand. If the thing is not exchanging hand, I think you should be able. I know it's not. I mean, it's not contractual, but you should be able. I mean, some judges can just come up and say, she might win the case. Who knows?
I think it's
She
contractual.
might get something else.
I know there's a lawyer that's on the platform. I don't know if he's on the platform today.
It's not here today.
Yeah, the lawyer can maybe tomorrow we can still raise it. It's contractual in the sense that the mistake demand, and this is going to set the precedents, especially probably in Ghana. So a lot of Ghana men, the sugar daddies, will be watching out for this case, and it might cause a lot of problems. It's contractual because the guy, the sugar daddy, has conducted himself to fulfill those obligations that he promised. Like one thing you said, 2 years rent. I know she said 3 years, so which means he has paid 1 year.
Yes, he had. I skimmed through. Yeah.
For
he
him
had paid 1 year.
for him to
pay that one.
Yes, to be in that position to do that, it means that's an evidence. It doesn't even necessarily mean that she has text messages or it was verbally.
Yeah, but is it
But
an
it's not
obligation though?
contractual.
It's now an obligation because it's a contractual agreement between the two of them to
It's
be in a
not
relationship.
contractual.
It's contractual. Even your wife.
Yeah, let
You
me
and
tell
your
you
wife,
why
you have a
that's not.
contractual. You
That's
and your
not
wife,
contractual.
even you and your wife have a contractual agreement.
Let me
Even if
explain
you are
why
not
I
married,
think it's not
even if you are not married to her, you know what common law means. As long as you have stayed with her for a period.
Why is it not a contract? I will tell you why. You see, there was no offer and acceptance.
There was an offer. She offered.
There was
an offer.
There was an offer.
and
A relationship. They are not in a
I'm
relationship.
just telling you the conditions. There is no intention to create a legal relationship. We are not saying I'm making you
What
this
is a
offer.
legal relationship? There is an
Making it a
offer, there's an acceptance, there's also
those are the conditions.
consideration. There's also
Those are the
consideration.
conditions.
Hold on, Oga.
There
There
must
is
be
an offer.
intention to create legal relationship.
He made an offer for her to be in a relationship with him. He accepted it, and there is
And if that man,
it is not for the law.
if that man
It's
was
not for
married,
the law. It's not for the law.
That's an illegal contract.
It's
If
not
that
an
man-
illegal contract.
If that
There's
man
nothing
was
illegal
married,
in it.
if that man was married,
Let me. That's
contract.
why I really wanted the legal guy to be around and to correct us.
There's
There's
no
an
intention to create
offer.
legal relationship, Sha.
There's an offer. There's an
No,
offer.
there's an offer and an acceptance.
Exactly.
So that's it. No, hold
Now-
on. Hold on. The premise of a contract is offer and acceptance.
That's not the only premise.
No, but that's the primary premise
Oh,
of a
man.
contract.
No.
Is offer and acceptance.
There's also consideration. There's
All right,
also
Patrick, settle down.
consideration.
Let him make a
There's also consideration, and that consideration,
let him make a land, please.
and that consideration is him paying monthly rent to her, monthly allowance to her, and what else did he also give?
A vehicle.
Those other promises that he didn't do, the consideration, right? Because he has started paying. He was giving her monthly allowances and then bought a car. Yes, he registered it in his name, but leased it to her to use, and she was using it. And then when the relationship broke down, she collected his car, stopped the payment, but again, he made certain promises to her. And he has gone ahead. He went ahead to continue to put himself in a position to be fulfilling those promises. That is the consideration. He made so many promises that, okay, I will marry you when I will leave my wife.
And a verbal contract is binding, but let's say
how do you
yes.
that now?
So
How do you determine that now?
that is what I'm saying. The consideration.
Yeah, sorry, Fatai.
Like
Yes, it's Thomas.
What is the
Let's
product of this contract? What is the product? What is the end point of this contract?
Is the consideration that is the evidence.
So sorry, hold on. Let's hear from Thomas. Thomas.
Thank you, one man. I'm not a lawyer, but I can speak to this a little bit. Firstly, the case is a civil case. Let's get that straight. And in law, gift is not binding in law until the gift has been given. I will say that again. In law, it's not binding until the gift has been offered. So if I promise you now in law, then I change my mind. It's not binding in law.
It's not a gift though. It's the terms of a contract, isn't it?
No.
The man makes offers to this girl for the consideration of her being in the relationship with him.
But is it oral or
can I finish?
Or written?
Can I please finish?
It almost certainly will be oral.
It doesn't matter whether it's oral or written. It doesn't matter.
Let me finish, guys.
I don't know where Ojale Koko is going with that oral. We're giving the topic, but
let me finish, please. Yeah. So in law, until the gift has been offered and the person wants to take it back, that is where the law can take its course because the gift has been completed. But in law, promise of gift is not binding. Go and check anywhere. It's not binding.
This is not a promise of gift.
This is more than a promise of a gift.
More than a promise of gift.
Hold on, Thomas. It's not a promise of a gift. Sorry. There are terms of a contract. So the man promises to pay her rent, buy her a car, and give her a lump sum to start a business.
Correct.
And the consideration and the agreement was for her to be in a relationship with him. So that forms a contractual relationship right there. So it's not a gift.
One man, you are wrong. No, you are wrong.
Can I say something?
Omar,
Yeah,
I'm trying to say something, boy.
Because before you come in, let's hear from Augustine, who is a new voice to the space. Augustine, come in.
Yeah, good day, everyone. I've been trying to find the bed. Thank God I saw you today. Anyhow, I just came in and I said, let me try to maybe keep in something in this discussion. You know this program, is it Justice is Jury? They used to sit on Freevee. So this Justice is Jury is this lady who is a justice. There was
is it just Judy?
Judy, yes, thank you.
That woman that is always
There was a case that came in that is very similar to this one. This young man got a girl from California. The girl came over. He's younger than the girl, and he wanted to be the sugar daddy, and the girl came in as a sugar mommy. So this guy had a cat, and when the girl came in, got the girl some things, get the girl something to wear, everything. They also got the girl a credit card, so you can use it the way you want. That was what he told the girl, according to his testimony in court. But this girl took the credit card, maybe stayed for about 2 or 3 weeks, took the credit card and went back to California to see another boyfriend. So this guy noticed that the credit card was missing, saw some alerts. You know, when you use a credit card, you see alerts. So he now took this girl to court, and the jury had to solve this problem. So the question was that, did you give that girl the credit card? Yes. Did you promise that you take care of her? Yes. She promised. But the girl, the guy had to lie under the situation that this girl left my home with my cat and went to California to meet another person. So after the dragging of back and forth and the rest, the jury had to say that first, the boy had the right to change his mind. And the second thing is that the girl spent the money outside the boy's house, also took the boy's cat away, even though the girl claimed that the cat loved her more than the boy. So you don't need to still take my cat away from me. But the whole sum was that at the end of the day, the jury had to find the girl to pay the money he used outside the confines of the boy's agreement. So I feel that if this thing is not binding, like it's just an oral thing, the man has a right to withdraw his consent. So that is what I think in this issue.
Yeah, but IFA is telling us that this was actually adjudicated in the UK and they found that it's binding. So this is what IFA is saying. Hold on, let me read it out first. It says, please don't come to the UK and promise a girl up and down. No, a ruling has been awarded to that effect at the girl one. So it is binding, at least in the UK. Yeah, Fatai.
One man. The question is not whether it is binding or it's not binding. First of all, there is the question of when the case is filed, whether a magistrate court or a high court, right? Usually these things will go to magistrate court. They are not things for high court where they are adjudicating. I don't know, shell versus mobile case. It's a different space. Number one. Number two is the fact that it's not whether it's there is an offer or there's not an offer. There is the question of what is the product of the contract, right? So it's money. Whatever she's claiming is in exchange for sex. Now, under Ghana law, is there prostitution? Is that going to be categorized under prostitution? Is it recognized as a legal contract, right? Between the guy has a wife. You say, I will be your second side chick. Is side chick recognized? So in the UK, there might be some construction there in the law, right? Because you see, the UK is like a moving law. They don't have a constitution in the UK.
Magna Carta, we have Magna Carta.
So there is it's more amorphous. The law in the UK is more amorphous than in many other places, especially places that follow the American situation. And in places that are not, the law is not amorphous like that, where they have constitution. There are special courts created to deal with relationship issues. In those courts where you go, you talk, even you can talk beer parlor things there and can be sorted out. But in this particular case, the guy can claim it's just a charity. I'm just helping her. Why? What is the? I mean, side chick is the how?
No, but we're working on the premise that the guy he that he doesn't lie, that he did make those promises, but only really to to have his way with her.
What is she supposed to give in return? What about the times that maybe he wanted to have sex and the girl was not ready? Is that a violation also of the contract? Because contract is not one-way street; it's two-way street. Even if you
let me come in real
quick. Enigmatic, let me quickly say this.
Hold on, let Enigmatic come.
Let me quickly say this. 30 seconds, please. Yeah. Even if I'm dating you as a lady, if I gave you a engagement ring and you fail to fulfill that wedding, I have the right to go to court, and the court will grant me that ring back. It has happened countless of times in the US, here in Australia.
Different now. The engagement ring
signifies there's no difference.
It's different.
There's no difference.
It's different.
But I'm right. What I said earlier on is right.
The engagement ring signifies. No, you've been conflicting a lot of stuff here. You called constitution. Constitution has nothing to do with civil matters. The engagement ring is a promise. It signifies a promise made for her to be your wife, and she refuses to be your wife. So she rejected that promise. So you are entitled to get back your ring. The court definitely will say, okay, it's a promise, an indication of a promise made by a promisor and you, the promisee, that you would be the wife and he would be your husband. But again, you now broke that promise and you are now keeping the ring, which indicates an evidence of promise. So you have to return back that ring to the promisor.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
In this contract arrangement, there are conditions for a contract. One of the conditions is the intention to create legal relationship. It's not just
all relationships are legal. Even what we are doing here now is legal. Sir, all relationships that we create.
Emeka, let me say this real quick, right? The simple answer to this, right? The simple answer to this is yes. Now let's look at some certain conditions. there are multifarious ways when you look at certain cases in law, not just one way street. So now, depending on the nature of that promise, now you may have maybe different types of cases in your hand, and then when you're actually going that route, one factor you need to actually put into consideration first is, the plaintiff now, which is the lady, has she actually justifiably relied on the promise, right, from the defendant now? So that justifiably relied on the promise. So if the answer is yes, then there is a remedy for that. And then in the first instance, what I said earlier, now you look at the doctrine of promissory estoppel, right? So when you go through the doctrine of that promissory estoppel, it's a very simple thing. A promise which the promisor should reasonably expect to induce action for forbearance of a definite or substantial character of a person. So in other words, it means the particular consideration for promises is intended to influence a certain behavior.
Egmatic, you've killed this matter.
He's a lawyer now. You think it was only Ogbeni that is a lawyer? Carry on, enigmatic. Yeah.
So that is just the simple answer. So the defendant now, right? He's been doing good. He has been able to effect, this character now, the plaintiff, to actually influence the behavior in a certain way. Do not forget that they've been having some copulous, right? Copulous in terms of sex and everything, and then you've been able to what you said, he bought a vehicle, right? And
yes, he bought a vehicle.
An apartment.
Paying her monthly allowances, paying her rent.
So in that situation, when you go deep into Alden versus Presley, right, you understand the fulcrum of this matter. This lady, she will have a relief in this kind of situation. The answer is yes, and I think just last week a similar case actually occurred in Nigeria. Are you aware of the fact now that in Nigeria, when the normal thing that normal Nigeria does, right, when you say, okay, give me TFA, I'll come meet you, right? If she fails to show up, you have a case against that lady.
I wanted to say that since 2 weeks ago, I think in Calabar, they just give a guy 150,000. Fine.
So I thought you wanted to bring up your personal concern.
So in this matter the application of that promissory estoppel actually killed it, and this lady that plaintiff has a relief, and that guy will pay black and blue. Period.
Thank you, Egmatic. You've explained this very well. Thank you very much.
Yes, it happened. I think in Calabar, the guy sent the lady 10,000 for hookup to come see him, and he didn't show up, and the guy took the girl to court. The court awarded the guy 150,000 for the girl not to show up, for not showing up, and taking the guy's money. So that I wanted to say, but you guys will be arguing, so I just kept my cool. Thank you, Egmatic. Anyway.
All right. The lawyers in the comment section are rubbishing your promissory estoppel. It says it requires a reliance or forbearance of a legal nature. It cannot be for meretricious purposes, which is to say purposes of a carnal nature.
Yeah. If you understand what I said, hold on. If you understand what I said earlier, right? The language that I actually couched that this guy is getting wrong is the multifarious. You should go and check it, then you understand why estoppel is relevant here.
Where enigmatic, I don't get where he's going to get a relief from. When there is a contract, there is an opt-out. Like if I'm not able to, if there is a disagreement in the contract, right? What is the opt-out? What is the opt-out condition? What is the resolution condition? All these things are in contract. So this is not a contract, because first the relationship has to first be defined. If it's a prostitution situation or semi kind of prostitution situation,
but it's not necessarily predominantly about sex. It's a relationship.
Even a prostitute situation is a contract.
Okay, what is the nature of the relationship?
Egmatic, please correct me if I'm wrong. Even a prostitute situation is a contract.
Yeah, that is a contract.
Look,
That is a contract. This one is
hold
not.
on.
No,
Fatai,
that depends on the jurisdiction. If a professional relationship is not a contract in Nigeria, it's a crime.
So Fatai,
we are assuming when it's not a crime, when it's accepted as a job or whatever it is, or semi-job, or whatever it is. Let's assume it's not. Let's to leave out the legality part of it.
Fatai, what I said that you need to take into consideration, right? In Alden versus Presley, go and check it out. There must have been a loss that has been suffered due to that reliance. Has that lady, the plaintiff now, has she been? Is there any reliance from her side, right, on the promises made by the defendant? The answer is out here. Is that yes or no? We understand that she's been relying on the promises, and the reliance has been furnished over the years. So why are you all of a sudden pulling the rugs off her feet all of a sudden? So once again, right, in the Alden versus Presley, he actually spread it out.
Even that is even an assumption, though. We are going with even one side, though.
No, look.
We're even going with one side. Maybe there is no rock pulled from her leg. Maybe that's what maybe he gave her what he meant to give her. What is the value? What is the value of that relationship? If you pay somebody's rent for a year, is that enough value for that relationship, or is it less value for that relationship?
No, it's not the value now, it's the contract. It's not the value, it's the contract, because she's listed what his obligations are.
And one side,
what she had promised, what he had promised for her to accept. Yeah.
First of all, we are taking that as it is like that.
That is what we are arguing. We don't need to come and assume other things. This is what we are. This is what we know. This is what we're going to stand by right now.
Well, okay, no, okay. I said that as an extra. If you're assuming that this is 100%, this is 100, okay, fine. That's another story. But even if you take it as 100, right? This relationship is less of a contract than even a prostitution contract. Like if she was a prostitute, she was engaged for the sex act as in the manner of a prostitute.
Fatai, don't overlabel this. Fatai, hold on. Do not overlabel this. Even you know there is something they call duty of responsibility, right? Apart from that,
responsibility to what? To who?
One man. Fatai, look. Like once again, don't overthink the overlap.
No, I'm not overlaboring. I'm just trying to flesh out.
I've just told you what you need to focus on. When you focus on that, you will understand this. Is there a reliance on the part of the of the plaintiff? Yes, and then even by extension, the duty of responsibility on the part of the defendant now, right? Has there been a breach of that? So those are the few factors you need to look at. And when you look at that case that I actually started for you to you now, right? That will actually probably drive you to the to the main cause of what this is all about. Because when you're actually applying this promissory estoppel, you have to put all this out in the consideration. You are looking at it in the raw sense of a leak of the normal common nature of contract, that you have to have this offer and acceptance. This is different. This is intention, right, and consideration.
In fact, that is the very definition of a contract. Offer and acceptance. That's even the legal definition of a contract. Offer and acceptance.
But one man, please. Fatai, please. How do we know that this lady is not lying about what the guy promised him? Promise her, rather.
The guy bought her a car now. He bought her a car. He paid 1 year's rent. It shows that they are in a relationship.
This is not a contract. Whether she's lying or not is a different issue. It doesn't affect.
Enigmatic. Enigmatic. I like with all your grammar. In a nutshell, are you saying the lady is right or the guy is right?
Thomas,
is enigmatic there?
This is not about right or wrong. This lady has brought, she came to the court and brought her evidence, even without being a lawyer. When you look at the evidence that Grandma reel out, okay, I mean, there's 90% that she's going to win this case. Even I mean, there's 90% that she wins.
If she wins that case, what does that do then to is that the recalibration
That's the problem,
of the sugar daddy ecosystem?
Let the men just start praying that she doesn't win.
That's
because it will affect us in Nigeria too.
Everybody is in trouble.
It will affect us in Nigeria. Oh, she should not win.
The case will be thrown out. How she will win the case on the
it depends. If it's a male judge, it's not in his self-interest for her to win. If it's a male judge.
Even the estopel that enigmatic is talking about is essentially like, is she reasonable is she being reasonable to believe so much that the man will build for her a skyscraper after paying his rent for 1 year, after buying her a car, even whether
it's not reasonability now. If the man is of if it was of a fit of mental state to enter into the
it's not mental state issue. The estopel that enigmatic brought about, this is what it is essentially premised.
Did you complete your
homework? If I say one man, if you let me get on your show, I will buy you a Bugatti, and then you think that I don't even have 2 naira to buy myself a cup of coffee, and you not believe that I will buy you a Bugatti. You not take me to court that I don't buy. They will throw your case out now.
They won't throw throw that case out, right?
Okay. How are they
will look at it, right? The judgment will be made. They will look at the premise of the case. I think Edmatic is busy. He would have chimed in a little, one or two opinion on this. They will look at it. You made an offer to one man to come on the show, and you are going to buy him a Bugatti. And one man has looked at the situation and think, okay, I think you can buy him that Bugatti. But when you do not, it is when you do not provide the Bugatti. One man takes you to court. The court will now look at the case and see.
Argument. Wait, can I finish? If Wale Adenuga made one man that promise, yes. If I made him one man that promise, let him go to court. This is problem. Let him believe it. This is problem. Because you look at me. Do I look like somebody that can buy him a Bugatti?
This is funny anyway. But one man is not in your financial pocket to know if you can afford a Bugatti, right?
Exactly.
So it is not for you to say, why did you make a promise you cannot keep? So it's funny, but it's all for you.
One man should buy me a Bugatti instead.
All right. Round up that space. Yeah, Bramberry. Round it off and then we move on.
I think you should stay on this case, and let's take a bet on this case. But me, I think this
one. But before we take that bet, what would you like to see happen in this case? Because a part of me would actually like to see that girl win. All these guys that go to that they lie to all these girls.
Why?
Because too many lies are ruining too many young girls' lives.
One man. The reason why I think this lady will win is because this sugar daddy of a thing is been on for so long, and these men have been taking advantage of this. Of these young girls and say, "Oh, you are my sugar daddy. Take care of this." When this man after the nagging at home, this man will take the key and leave the home and go to the sugar baby. And will go to the girlfriend's house, the one that takes care of him. Makes pepper soup. Rub his chest. Rub his beers and do all this.
You sound too knowledgeable. You sound too knowledgeable. What's going on here? You know too much. You know too much. What's going on? Are you admitting something?
You understand? So that's a real job. That's a real job. It's a contract. So I think the judge, whoever it is, whether it's a male or female, they are going to make a statement. I'm very, very sure that 90% that this girl will win.
Do you think our chances are more enhanced with a female judge who would have been carrying all that sisterhood chancing.
Yeah, yes, of course, it's more enhanced.
So one man, it depends on whether
any judge for me. For me, whether it's a male or female judge.
Whether the female judge is married or not. If the female judge is married, that girl is getting nothing.
No, I don't think the judge is not.
Whether it's conservative or liberal, if it's a liberal judge.
I don't think that she's going to look at it like that. I don't think the judge is going to look at it like that. I mean, if any man wants to go out for a sugar baby to take care of him, I mean, the judge is not going to say, oh, because I'm married, is my husband doing this? Or let me just put a stick.
Was it Thomas that said if it's a female judge that she will get nothing? If it's a female judge in Ghana, the woman might want to make a mark on it and award her something so that all the men will stay in their house.
Whether female or male, I think we should keep an eye. We should keep an eye on.
I agree with Brownberry. I think she might win, and I'm afraid if she wins because a lot of it will embolden a lot of women in Nigeria.
Might have a point though. If it's a married woman judge, she will say, no, maybe she will not win because she will say, all these young girls, before they will come and take my own husband too. Let me teach them a lesson with this case. All these guys.
No, she will want to go punish the man so that men would listen.
She might want to side with the wife in the house.
She will want to punish the man so that men will listen and not go and start promising women things that they cannot.
Let's make that one of those round robin questions that we sometimes. I wanted to hear from Augustine. Augustine, if you are there, come back. Do you think it's yeah? Go on.
Okay, I wanted to say, because we are just only talking about men. And women also do this as well. Women are also sugar mommy, so it's also going to affect them. If this ruling comes in and they gave this judgment, it's positive in the side of the lady. It's also going to. If it's going to be vice versa. If it happens again to a man, if a woman promises a man, a young guy, and the young guy is also going to win. It's just it's not only men that are having sugar baby. Sugar mommy also have sugar.
Sugar boy.
The toy boy, isn't it? Toy boy.
The toy boys they also benefit from this ruling as well.
Now, wow. But there was this American lady, with the big chest that went and married some 90-something-year-old man. Remember back in those days, along this sort of relationship, and she got countless millions of dollars after the guy died. But the question I was wanting to ask is it morally justifiable for a man to lie to a woman in order to get to have his ways with her? So we make that a round robin and we kick it off with World Peace. Is it in this day and age, is this still morally justifiable, World Peace, for a man to lie to a woman in order to get his way with her?
No, it's not. It's not justifiable. It's not good anyway. But sometimes the ladies make it hard on us. Sometimes the ladies just make us.
What if your wife is there?
Be careful what you say.
She know me now. I don't feel a club for see me. She know me. Anyway, ladies make it hard for us these days. Ladies don't like the honest truth. They just want to hear what will make them feel good. And when you tell a lady the truth, there's 99% she will tell you no. Like me now that I'm married now. If I walk up to any girl on the street, I tell you, I like you, but I have a wife and I have 4 kids. They will not listen to me now. They'll be okay. Well, even though the girl likes me, but when I tell the girl, oh, your hair look this, you look that, I'll take care of you. I live alone. She will fall for me immediately. So, but it's not right. You just have to sign up for what you sign up for. When you already have your wife at home.
Is it what's the price that the girl pays for that sort of thing? So people, you go up to the girl and you tell her all of these tall tales in order to get your way with her, and then for you to get your way with her, she is investing her. Girls when they hit a certain age, they're looking to the future, and when you tell them the right sort of things, they start to imagine that future with you. And you're only saying that to get your way with her. So is it what the price she pays for you to get what you want?
No, it's not worth it. Actually, she just speaks like this. Just like, for example, she stayed with you for 6 months. That 6 months, she might miss 3 suitors that would have changed her life, that have given her what she wants. But your 6 months is just a waste of time for you to feel good, to get your way with her, you know? So the price she's paying for she being with you is more higher than you are getting. So men should not go that route. I actually suggest that men should tell the girl the truth. If you say no, respect her no. If you say yes, then she knows she signed up for. But it's not right for men. It's not morally justifiable. One man. You can go to the next person.
All right, brilliant. So, Ajale Koko, so that question is a moral maze, and I think a lot of men stand accused with that of that, and that is why you hear almost globally that some women will say from experience that all men are BASTARDs, but to lie to a woman in order just to take advantage of her, just for that carnal moment, which passes, however your endurance level is it worth the price to lie to a woman just to get your way with her? Ajanle Koko, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here, one man. It's not good to lie to a woman. But women, majority of women doesn't even like men that tell them the truth. If you tell them lie, if you lie to upgrade your status, yeah, they like you. But if you tell them exactly who you are, and most women will not lie because they believe, particularly if you are poor, if you are still a guy struggling to get up, most of them will not like you because they expect that while having the relationship, money must flow with it as well. So some men have tried to be truthful, tell them what they are, but they couldn't get their way until when they start lying, and that is when they start having their way. So, but on the moral aspect of it, it is not good to lie. Not that for you.
I'm talking about a man that has no real future plans for that woman. He just sees an attractive female. He feels some carnal pull towards her, and then he just tells her tall tales, just to take advantage of the opportunity. But the price that girl pays, is it worth the satisfaction that he feels he's getting, only to get that and then move on? Is it what it is?
Look, when two adults met, if one is lying to the other, we are talking of adult now.
Adults, yes.
Yes, that can reason well, that can ask several questions, and from having that discussion, asking questions, you can easily get your fact right that this one is lying, because married men particularly, you can easily know when they are lying. If it's lying to you that, oh, I'm not married and this, there are certain things you go, okay, let me come and visit you, let me come to your house, let's see, when you see him say, oh no, that's he's lying. So an adult, we are talking of adult. So there's no way a man will lie to a woman, that woman wouldn't know that this man is lying. But in most cases, women themselves, when women like you, they just like you. Even though you are lying, they know you are lying. They don't care. They will just flow with you. So, but in the case of this guy, I want to tell you, one man, this lady is trying to achieve two things. Number one, to embarrass that man. The publicity is out there now. Everybody knows that, oh, bank manager messing with one of the subordinates, or stuff like that.
Every bank manager in Ghana, they are all suspect right now.
Okay. So number one, she has succeeded in embarrassing him. Number two, this publicity and embarrassment is not to that man, it's as well to the organization. So it might cost him his job. This practice might even be against the code of conduct of the organization. So this lady has succeeded in doing two things. I mean, succeeded in doing one. The second one, I mean, succeeded in, embarrassing him in the public. Number two, the second one, which she could achieve, is for that man, to lose his job. Because if this practice is against the code of conduct of the organization, he might lose his job. And then number three, he's going to face a legal battle, which will further embarrass him. It's just the lady has won already. Legally at the law court, she might not win, but in the public space now, she has won. She has defeated that man publicly, that embarrassed him publicly, and possibly he might lose his job as well. And that is be very ridiculous to him and the family, the wife and the children he left at home. So the lady has won in the public space as far as I'm concerned, but in the law court, we don't know what might happen. I don't think she will win at the law court because it's a oral promise. I mean, it cannot be taken as agreement, and I can promise you something and withdraw or not fulfill it. What have I done wrong against the law? I've not done anything wrong against the law. I promise you, I don't have the capacity no more, or maybe our relationship had gone so, and I decided to move on. I don't want to do anything.
But if that promise is the basis of that relationship, if she's agreed to go into that relationship off the basis of that promise that the guy made, and then she fulfills her part of that relationship, is it not under some sort of obligation to fulfill his?
Well, if it is promise have nothing to do with law. If it is agreement that is written, then it could be taken up by the law. Promise is just promise. It doesn't. Law have nothing to do with promise, because already I just say something to you. I will do you. I will buy you car, and I don't buy you that car, and you are taking me to court. I will pay your rent, and I'm not paying your rent. You're taking me to court. Court will just say, are you serious?
Baba Johnny Coco, what if these days there are always text messages and video calls and what's it called and WhatsApp messages? What if this lady has some of these things? Why this man was promising these things and say, "Oh, don't worry."
It promise. It is still
God, Bradbury, are you insinuating the man Apostle Suleiman now that have video calls and all that now?
No, I not go there or not be that one. I think.
Make only go fight, I'm not gonna fight you. Be careful.
Do you know at times, I think the court might be able to interpret this. At times, a promise can be binding. In when we're doing business law in school, there's a case they cited, a promise to marry. Somebody promised to marry another.
Yeah, I remember that case.
And it was binding. That yes, you have promised to marry this person. You understand? So promise at times, depending on circumstances surrounding it, is in the British.
Baba, let me warn you so that next maybe Monfin Shere I just play new Baba just been so. But let me warn anybody here, right? That promise, right? Let me quietly say so everybody will understand. So if one party, right, makes a statement or a promise that causes, like, I was talking about reliance the other time, right? That causes another party now to rely on that statement in such a way that he or she is basically now in this situation now, that plaintiff now, she is financially injured by the reliance now, right? So then a court will actually, a court will enforce the statement or that promise itself, that promise as if it was a completed contract. So in other words, what this means is that a promise can be enforced by law, right? If the person receiving the promise, in this case now, in the case of by virtue of the plaintiff receiving the promise, acted in reliance on that promise, now promise from the defendant, and then the person making the promise reasonably expected that there will be such reliance. So now on the two parts, the lady knows she's relying on the promise of that man to do certain stuff, and the man on the other side knows that he's promising that lady, right? That causes a reliance. There will be a statement, there will be a judgment on this, and this lady will get a relief on that basis. Check it anywhere, and probably when if Ogbeni comes to, you can remind him tomorrow so you can have his own interpretation to this. Like I said, there's no one way rule to getting a judgment in court or getting a ruling. That's why I use this. It is multifarious. So now on the premise of this is a very big case, because in a promissory situation like this, it is deemed to have been a completed contract because there is a reliance on that.
How do you establish it?
All right, coming to you.
I will agree with you that interpretation of law is very dynamic. So we don't know how the law will interpret it. But what I know for sure is that that man is richer than that lady. Obviously, he will get a better lawyer to defend him and knock that lady out in that court lawsuit process. So he's a bank manager. He's the one feeding him. We get a
all right.
What
makes
point?
What makes you think that? What makes you think that a lady, not a man, a lady cannot get a better lawyer? A lady we are talking about. She too will get a better lawyer.
She sounded like a youth copper because she was on national service at the bank.
National service. She don't have no money.
Which is their equivalent of a youth
She also
copper.
has another sugar daddy who is
she too will use what she has to get a
No, she doesn't need to use anything. She doesn't need to do anything. Then she can get a good lawyer on a pro bono basis. Fami Falana, if in the Nigeria Fami Falana, if somebody as big as Femi Falana in the legal space can take up the case on a pro bono cases, and then they will settle it in court. Period.
Yeah, I agree with Egmatic on that one. And after they've settled it in court, Fani Fanaya, or the capacity of Fani Fanaya, can become the sugar daddy.
No, because she's suing for cost as well. She's suing for cost as well. So she's at least part of the plea is for cost as well. But let me come to you, Enigmatic. So that moral question, moral imperative, is it acceptable for a man to lie to a woman to get his way with her?
No, very wrong. Unacceptable. Immoral, diabolic, evil, not Catholic, and then it's not pious for anybody. But when you look at certain circumstances, if I have to rely on the existing statement of previous folks who have spoken, yes, you can say maybe, if I have to do this, maybe I'll be able to have my way. But you have to think otherwise too. Why is she giving you this kind of stuff? So it goes both ways. It's 50-50, but when it comes to the morality of it, it's zero. No excuses.
Yes, because the damage that often, it's just, people don't think, but the damage that they inflict on some of these girls sometimes is just, you wonder if it's worth that effort. But same question to you, Patrick.
Sorry, one man. Is this question generally for both single guys and married guys, or because?
Yeah, generally, okay. It's just really, because it's something that people contend with sometimes. You just like tell all these empty lies to all these girls are. But Patrick, your thoughts?
It's actually not worth the thing. And what comes to my mind is an incident that just happened. I know of someone who just lost his, who was attacked, and the entire family was killed. The man, the wife, and the only son were killed. They were killed, I think it was 31st of December, this last one. So I was talking to my friend, because someone very close to me, that what could have happened. There were so many insinuations. But when I spoke with someone who is a detective and who might have an idea, he said actually in cases like this, not as if you have established that that's what happened in his own case. He told me that in cases like this, most of the time, that is not about money, but it's most of the time is about emotion. Maybe there is cheating involved. and that most of that type, the level of killing that was involved usually comes from a woman. That most men would not go ahead and say, okay, because you took my wife, they will now kill the man, kill the wife, can kill the children. But that women, when they feel very used, they can go all out. And he told me several cases that they had investigated that people will say, oh, maybe he was involved in one contract, maybe he was involved in one money. That when they study the extent of revenge, they notice that most of the time, this must come from somebody who felt cheated. And women go all out to make that happen. So if a man, most of the guys who are lying, and if I say I'm not married and I will marry you, maybe that girl was already married, was already committed to one person, and he felt that I'm comfortable with Patrick. Patrick is settled, and he decided to leave that person. You will say, okay, that sounds all right, but now discover that Patrick was lying, just wanted to use me. He can go all out after me, my family, my everything. So it's not really worth the risk and exposing your innocent children and wife because of one moment of pleasure. You understand? It's
All right.
never really worth it.
All right, brilliant. So Fatai, that moral maze, your response.
Okay, I have to say first of up front, like
And
life.
by the way, we know your history, so don't come and lie here. All those Kwara girls, they've been sending in reports. So don't lie here. Carry on.
Lie is always bad, no matter whether to a girl, to your boss, to anywhere. So lie is like not intolerable. So having said that, right? They said, I mean, is there are you making a distinction between outright lie or packaging? Because
You distinguish it first. What's the distinct? How does it distinguish?
Because if you,
Labi. Yeah.
I think packaging, because if you
Torí
remove
pé
package,
Fatai mọ bó ṣe ń
Ó
parọ́.
náà ni mo
Ó
sọ.
ti sọ pé ṣé packaging àbí bó ṣe rí.
Ó ti wà ń bẹ̀ tipẹ́. Look at this guy. Ìpátá. Carry on.
if you cannot package, sometimes this life, now wow. But outright lie, of course, is bad. You know, to a girl, to anybody, is bad. But putting some little packaging, you know, sometimes you make your hair to look more good looking. It's not. The girls even putting pancake and everything. It's also a lie.
Oh, okay. Let me give you the sort of lie. Let's say a married person, for instance, who tells the girl that he's unmarried and promises her a future only for really wanting to take advantage of her.
No, telling her that one is outright lie. Now you are married to say you are not married. That is outright lie. That has a tendency to become dangerous down the line. So that's not good. But about my point, if just talking about putting small packages. If you don't put small packages, you will not even be seen by one man. you don't get attention. You don't get the attention.
Look, no, don't worry. I've always relied on my handsomeness, and it's never failed me. Don't worry about it. If you're handsome like me, you won't need packaging.
But there is also an expression. The reason I'm saying the package is good. There is an expression. They say all is fair in war and in love, right? That statement is been around for a long time.
That's one of the most British statements out there. That's a British statement.
All is fair in love and war. I mean, it has its boundary, but sometimes some little games, it's not totally out of it. Sometimes at some point, but you have to know the boundary. That's what I would say. If you don't cross into like outright lie, right? If they are just trying to put a little polish is, you know. But I think outright lie is bad. I mean, if you're married, saying you're not married, okay, that's I'm not talking about that. But a little bit of polish, sometimes there's no other way around.
Do you think in those matters, in matters of amore, the Yorubas, they are especially notorious for this sort of behavior, lying to take advantage of girls?
Yoruba?
Yes. I say that because there's a phraseology here in the UK that everybody from Indian to Chinese to white to black, they all use Yoruba demons. That's what they call them. For all their lives, just to sleep with the girls. They call them Yoruba demons.
No, it's because they consider Yoruba the most handsome.
Yeah. I can't fool you know.
They are the most handsome, that's why.
Yeah, but I think this largely has to do with papers now.
No, it's not even papers. I think Yorubas, they are just naturally, you know, philanderers, you know. Would you not say?
I don't know. But what about Hausa? They marry 30 wives.
Yeah, but
I don't think it's tribal.
Everyone is guilty of that.
Yeah, I don't think it's tribal.
The only Hausa that is not really guilty of that.
I mean, okay, well, I think
the Southeasterners, they don't venture too far from their. I think they are more loyal to their partners from what I understand.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Yes, we
is enough for
The
you.
Southeasterners and
Mama, do you know why? Mama, do you know why?
Because the fees to marry to maintain the status. It's not easy for the status.
Their wife, they hold their ball.
Oh God!
All educated people behave that way.
They don't mind. They do anyhow.
All right, brilliant. So, Brian Berry, you're up next. The question, your response.
Look, mostly for married men, it is not really worth it because it's. I mean, how can you even go about it? I mean, that the woman will not detect that you are married. You know, so for me, I mean, like somebody was saying that, was it Patrick, that, you know, perhaps the girl already has someone that, you know, that they've already promised her, and you came along, cute guy, you know, everything is going well for you, and you are not the real deal, but she thinks you are the real deal. At the end of the day, you breaks her heart. I mean, that's dangerous. That's not good for her. I don't think it's good. I mean, it's not a good thing to do. It's very, very, it's bad and it's dangerous for.
I'm surprised that everybody is saying this. So this is not what men are known for now. I was expecting somebody to.
Hold on. I'm going to tell you a story. Okay, I'm just going to say a story. You know, there was someone the reason I'm saying this I'm just saying this mostly for married people, for married men, that it is really, really difficult, even if something is going on, even if you just want to let me try and see, because it's very, I don't know, maybe in Nigeria, you know, they might be able to get away with it, but over, I mean, where I live, it's very difficult for you to, you know, be able to get away with it if you are married, because I mean, you're always because women want you to take them out. That's one thing. Women want you to be around them. So how are you gonna go about it? How are you gonna keep lying without her knowing? Except she's just somebody that knows that, oh, this guy is married, but anyway, I won't care. Okay, so this short story is there was this lady. I met her somewhere. I went to buy something, and she was also there. After buying, she was in a hurry, and she wanted to leave because the queue was long, and she just skipped and stayed with me, and as if we came in together, you know. So she's a Nigerian as well, and after buying, I told the cashier that she's with me, and we bought separately. She paid separately, and I paid separately, and we were talking, and you know, she's cute. You know, when I mean cute, very, very cute. She liked me immediately. She's from the southeast, Imo to be precise. Beautiful girl. She has everything going well for her here. You know, so, and we started talking and talking and talking. So, you know, there was a day I was able to excuse myself, took her on a date and stuff, but that was it. After that, I was not able to excuse myself out anymore. So I just gave up. You understand? So it is very, very difficult, because what am
Are
I going
you
to tell
are
her?
you saying you had extramarital affairs? Is that what you're
Wait
saying?
now, you're
Come on,
you are
man.
you
Look at
are
that.
I'm just
you are
You know,
admitting
the bit you left out, we've added it.
eh?
So don't
Eh?
So
don't worry.
nothing happened. Nothing
nothing
happened.
happened. Nothing happened.
Look
Hold
at
on.
this guy. Look at this guy.
Oh,
No, one man. It's
BJ.
just the coffee. They just had the coffee.
They
They
had
just
a
had the
coffee.
coffee.
Obedient.
Yeah.
So
Obedient. Obedient. You will not let us be.
let me
Hmm.
talk now. Let me talk. Let me talk.
That coffee is a code word for
Let- let-
something. It's a code word. They had a coffee. They got a
So you see, so what happened for about 2 months now? I just I just stopped communicating with her. I mean, perhaps you've seen my status and maybe she's seen my children, my WhatsApp and everything. So I just said, it's not worth it. It's not worth it at all. I just because she I mean, we spoke at length. She's looking forward to getting married. She's looking for a good guy. She's seeing me as a good guy. So I don't want to, I don't want to damage her. So I just, back out. So that's it. Because it's not worth it.
And she's not bombarding you with text messages.
No. She's not.
Did you own up that you were a married man? Did you tell her eventually?
I didn't own up, but every time when she call, you don't pick, like, oh, when can we go out?
And she's hearing the sound of children.
No.
When you are whispering in the middle of the night, we are whispering. Look at this guy.
Daddy.
They went for a coffee. Look at that at Travel Lodge.
She can't even hear the sound of the children. When that kind of a call comes, you're not gonna pick it. So
you go to toilet to pick it.
No. I mean, that kind of a call doesn't even come in. Those are blocked already. It doesn't even come in. So anyway, I mean, to be honest, it's not worth it because these women, they need to also get their husband and also move on with their lives.
You know why I feel it's not worth it. It's the last half of your story. That girl now, she's looking to settle down and she sees you as a nice guy. So if you just take like 6-8 months out of her life just because you want to take advantage, I just think that's just so crass, But so on to you, Thomas. Your response.
Oh, thank you, one man. It's very immoral to do that. Now, 2 adults, it has to be consensual. Is that English? So there should not be any money transaction or try to cajole because of 5 minutes enjoyment. Some people can go more than that.
5 minutes? What are you admitting to? What are you admitting? What 5 minutes? Is that just for the kissing? What's going on?
I think that is the range. People normally say that so it's just
are you sure you are not your man even 5 minutes? Well,
So it doesn't really worth it. I've never done it before, and I don't think I can do that. It doesn't make sense. Just be truthful, and even the young guys that are not married, they can sometimes, when this thing come, they want just to satisfy themselves, but not to a married man to go to that extent.
Have you ever had the thought, even though you've not acted on it? Have you ever had the thought?
No. We grew up different house, so I grew up in.
We are not saying sin. We are saying, have you ever been tempted to sin?
Because temptation is not a sin. No, we are talking about monetary aspect now.
Have you ever had the thought of going after another woman?
When you are married or you are single?
Yes, I've had the thought, but God has given me the grace to control it.
No. I've never had the thought. No.
If
you had the thought, yes. Patrick, if you had the thought, one day, someday, sometimes, you will fulfill that thought. So it's
No,
better don't just
I've always relied on the grace of God to put me through. When the thought, I cannot control the thought that comes to my mind, but I can control my ability to act on it. You understand?
yeah, you're right. It depends. Yeah, it
The way
depends
we
on
are talking about
individual.
it now, you are already thinking about it, but you might not be drawn towards it.
Oga
Yeah,
Patrick,
you're
what
right.
are you saying? To run after another ordinary girl, single girl, or married man?
Any girl, woman, married woman, a lady, somebody that is not your wife, it might even be another man if you are gay. So the thought comes to mind that that's what is called temptation. But
Have you ever been seduced?
That's that.
the
Have you
But
ever
person
one
been
to
man
seduced?
say that you have
Have you
never
ever
been
been seduced by
tempted
a married woman before?
is to say that you are not a human being. To say that you have never lustfully thought. I'm not saying you have acted, lustfully been drawn towards another woman or another thing that is not your own, or another. I'm just saying generally that you have not been drawn towards disobedience. Then we have a holy community. Then we don't need Christ to even come back. The world is a better place now. Because that you are not tempted means that you cannot even sin. That you are not tempted means that you can never sin.
Oga Patrick, thank God for your
evil,
life.
wicked.
If you have ever worked in a warehouse before where you see Nigerians, you will see the bad thing our guys do. They know when those guys that work in the oil field, they know when their husband travels. You start wondering, why should they know that? In this country that you and I that we live, we've seen a situation where two married women were fighting on a guy, on another guy in the southwest. I don't know whether you live in the southwest.
No,
So
I live in southeast. I used to live in southwest.
okay, so you
Yeah,
see there are some
which location are you people describing here?
No, that's in Canada. We're talking
in
about Canada.
Canada, Calgary in
Oh,
Canada.
Calgary.
We've seen a
Oh,
situation whereby two married women where they were at each other jugular because of married women because of a guy. You know, is so rampant, especially for those guys that see people that work in the corporate world. I think they have the separate thought process. But those guys that you find doing some kind of job in the warehouse, all those guys, man, see, if you've ever worked in the warehouse before, you will never want to work here because what we never know about this category, honestly, I promise you, we know it in just 1 week. And those guys, when you talk of vulgar, man, you don't want to work in that environment. Maybe if you work within that environment, it's either you run away or you are influenced by those guys, man.
All right. Thomas, I want to ask you a question. Is it possible to have a physical relationship with another woman and still be faithful to your wife? Is that possible?
Of course, you will still even love your wife. Some people will love their wife dearly, and they will still be messing around. It happens. They will love their wife, but maybe their wife is not satisfying them in the other room like that. But the love will be there. But some people are just one man. I will not lie to you. You African man, we are not prone to one wife. We are just trying to
What of African woman? Is he prone to one husband?
You see, sorry, Patrick. You see, why I asked that question is there's this theory that that men see it. Men can distinguish the physical functionality from the emotional commitment when they are going for a woman. So that's why they are able to have a physical relationship with another woman while still are fully and totally committed to their wife and even loyal to their wife. But women, they cannot make that. They cannot distinguish the emotional and the physical commitment. So when they have a physical contact with a man, that is also an emotional contact. So have you heard that theory, and what do you think of it?
one man. You are 1000% right. You are spot on. You really spot on. They will love you don't touch their wife. But if you see them outside messing around, you will be thinking it's the same guy that love his wife, take care of the kids, take care of the house, provide for their needs. Everything is still doing this thing. So you are 100% right. But taking advantage of a lady, it can cost you your life. Oh. It can cost you your life because some ladies they don't think twice. Immediately you jilt them or you cheat them, they can do anything. They can cost you your life. So just stay away. most
But
especially for married women. You are going after another man's wife. You are going to die. So
Thomas,
that is just my submission, one man.
Thomas,
Thank you.
before you submit, I want to ask you: do you think it is possible to love someone and still lie to that person?
That is that is a jam question right there.
Obi no like
Iroko.
Obi, no, they like them.
No, it is possible, of course, yes. Why? It depends.
I
To
can't
love
answer
someone,
that.
to
I'm
really
sorry.
love someone with real
I
love
say Obi don't
and lie
love
to
them.
that
You see,
person.
they lie to them.
Oga Patrick, it is possible. It depends on the condition, right?
For example, I love my
So,
wife so much, but I lie to her that I don't
You
have
don't need to say
a
it. You don't
farm.
need to say it. But you
Mm.
No,
like
no, I
to
think it's just an example, but
I'm just giving an
it
example.
depends on the degree of
Uh,
the
so
lie, isn't
can a
it? Yeah.
man do that? Because
Does that not depend on the degree of the lie,
Mr. Patrick, I think you are
and the intention
conflating.
as well? Yeah.
It's
you
not,
said,
sometimes it goes beyond just this definition, this maybe spiral definition that you put to all these things. These things that they it go beyond just what you are saying. For the fact that you have this commitment, right, doesn't mean there are things that will not happen. That is why humans remain who they are, right? You know, when they say the human wants are insatiable, right? It goes, it touches every human life, every aspect of a man, every aspect of a woman, every aspect of any human being. And when we say no one is infallible, right? I want you to understand that the infallibility of every man depends on the or even being a man in the first instance. So there are some things that you subconsciously do sometimes that you've done them before you start thinking, oh, why did I do this? It's not because you basically need to do it or you hate to do it, but it's just part of a human nature. I don't understand. I don't get if you understand what I'm saying. So for you to say, okay, I have to say this because there are white lies, right? And then there are other part of lies. So there are people that are just basically pathological liars that regardless of the
lawyer, which
situation.
one is white lie? Lie is a lie. Lie is a lie now. Which one is white lie?
Now, which are the top? But there are white lie in the sense that there are some things that there are some lies that you know definitely like. Okay, white lies is like
I
okay.
will give you Shaggy example. I will give
Okay.
you Shaggy example.
Okay.
If you are dating a girl, maybe your ex now, maybe something is still going on within you and that girl, and your wife should catch you along the line. You don't want to hurt her, you want to give her everything. You say, I know there's nothing, I can't do that. That's a pure lie. So is that times you lie to defend your relationship because you know within you that your ex that maybe ran away that you could not get along with, there must be a reason. But this one that has accepted you with all your infirmity or whatever you have, you want to protect that relationship. You lie.
Okay, if you said the truth in this scenario that you just painted now, what could have been the result?
Oh, so you want to tell
No,
your ex
it could
that
cost you your
are dating
marriage.
after
It could
marriage?
cost you your marriage. It could
Okay,
cost you your marriage.
Okay, that is white lie. In that situation, that is white lie, right? So white lie means you are weighing the proposition of the effect, the
And the
effect
consequences.
and the consequences,
consequences.
right? You don't want to your wife, you don't want to hurt your marriage, you want to hurt your wife. On the other hand, right, you have to protect, that middle line. But now a real lie is the one that we have our politicians to come to the podium and lie to our faces, and we know they are lying and they know they are lying to us. That is a real lie. So that's the best way I can actually.
Patrick, why did you ask that question? Where was that question leading, Patrick?
Yeah, because when Thomas was defining that thing, he said that that it is possible for men to love their wife and still be cheating on her, and they are also defining that can you still be faithful to your wife and still be dating another person. That's a contradiction because you're already unfaithful when you are in marriage.
Let me ask you this, Patrick. If you sleep with somebody outside of your marriage, but you have no emotional commitment to that person, is that cheating?
That's cheating, actually.
Really?
It's cheating.
Because there's an argument that if you don't form an emotional attachment, it's not cheating.
No, you have cheated in that contract. The contract of the marriage between you and your wife was to remain faithful to her till death do you part. In this case, you have breached that contract by. What if that thing had led to maybe another child? You understand what I'm saying? Those are the consequences of it. What if it had led to an STD? What if you understand? So you have exposed that woman. You have breached the contract. So there's no way you can be faithful. It's like and say there's no way you can cheat and still be faithful. So to be faithful is to stick to her. So the moment you
Patrick, let me even add to that. See, if you fornicate or you commit adultery, it's a married person that can commit adultery, right? Your wife can even ask for divorce without even a year of separation in Abatahe.
What do you mean?
Now, look at it this way. If on the ground of adultery, if your wife caught the husband committing adultery, on the ground of adultery, there can be almost immediate dissolution of that marriage if the wife so wishes. But if that is not on ground, that's why they say, okay, you can be separated, legally separated for a year before you can now say, okay, you now go for dissolution.
Generally, adultery is a ground for is a valid ground for divorce anywhere. It's a global.
No, I mean almost immediately without even giving it.
You have a very big deal. That is in fact number one factor. You have a very big case in your hand. Adultery is a good ground for a very good divorce, and you'll be settled really good.
So extramarital affairs is no excuse, no matter what. No matter what. So
I'm sure you're on the job, Baba. All right, let's round it off.
I think the best way to think about this thing is to flip it. Can now put your wife in that situation and say, what if this woman is now the one on the platform and say, okay, let me also, can I try another man and still be faithful?
No, that's on Africa now. That's unacceptable now.
Mr. Patrick, women are built differently, right? What a man would do, you know, cat, right? Cat, like pussycat. When they poop, immediately they cover it up. When they poop, they cover it up as they go, right? So women they have layers of secret chambers that men do not have. If a man is doing the same thing as a woman, like all this adultery or stuff like that, it's probably going to take you a detective to get a woman. But men, easily with your action, even with the way your composure sometimes could take you, could sell you out easily. So it's not what it is. That's true. Just stay in your lane, and if
if a woman want to catch you cheating, she starts having the thought that you are cheating. If she wants to catch you, she doesn't know. She doesn't have to go far. She has to just sit with you inside the room, lie down with you in bed, and ask you, and she will know if it is true or not. My mother told me one part. She said that if women want to find, say they want to ask you. You know what they do? They will lie on your chest, put their ear in your chest. They'll be talking to you, asking different questions, so they know your heartbeat rate. My mother have told me this long before I became an adult. They'll be listening to your heartbeat rate. Ask any women. They still do it tomorrow. They'll ask you different questions.
Why you this MO, bro? All this while.
So they'll ask you different good questions. Your heartbeat rate tell them the truth of that 3 questions. Then they'll ask you.
So
my wife has to do me sometimes.
Just tell her, remove your head before I answer.
It will not ask you. It should not ask you. It should not ask you. She can ask you in a different form, but a little cheat. The way you answer, she'll know from your heartbeat rate. She'll know you're lying or you're not lying.
So
That's
that
the
means
old way of them.
we're not a hardy womanizer now. Hardy
You will not
womanizer, see,
expect. You
they
will
can
not
even
expect it.
lie
I
in
said,
the day.
listen. If I said, depend how I ask you the question. It might be direct question like, Mama Yabo, you have to do Mama Yabo. The way you will say no, or because your
Woman,
heart
that's a
season
lie
into your heart.
detection. Another African lie
Like
detection.
African lie detector. My mother told me long ago, and saying my uncle, that when because I used to be an atheist, because my uncle was one that brought Ekpa to Nigeria, Risa Jacob showed it. He told us then, like, our grandma told her, women have many things, like, to those days, the way they avoid STDs, as soon as you finish sex, drink your first pee, or pee your first pee out. And I've seen so many women that my mother told me that same thing too. So all those things, African women have way of detecting our parents that time. Now we have advanced, they are more, but women still use those old techniques. Yeah, it's born within them. It comes with them. It's in their DNA. If they want to find out, they will find out. What you just do, don't ever let your wife have that suspicion that you are cheating. Whatever a woman suspects, you will find out. That's my submission.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So, Emeka, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. So your response to the question, is it morally repugnant to lie to a woman to get your way?
Yeah, I think it's immoral. It's not a good one. The guys have spoken brilliantly. You know, some gave some very good comic relief, and they've really, you know, hit the nail on the head on this one. But I would just chime in on a story that I think I didn't read it. I actually saw it on YouTube. A lady who got into a relationship with a man, and they were talking. I think they met on a dating site, and they were supposed to meet on physically on the first date, and the guy didn't turn up. I think it's in the US. I think the case is still ongoing. The guy didn't turn up, and she sued for damages, $10,000. So how did I get to know about this? I think it went viral because she filed at the wrong court. So and she was now quarreling with the magistrate, who told her, "Yeah, I understand your case, but you are filing at the wrong court." And why the innocent man was just sitting down watching. So it seems that she's a troublesome lady, right? Because the guy didn't turn up for the date, and she sued for $10,000, and in the process was fighting the magistrate judge that the guy has to rule over this case. And the man has said, you know what? You filed at the wrong court. You have to go and refile again. And she said, no problem, no big deal. I'm going to refile, which means she's going to start the whole problem and the whole wahala from beginning. And the innocent man was just watching. I said, oh, look at me. They are suing me for $10,000. Why I didn't turn up for a date. Why do I say this? Is that, you know, a lot of guys take this stuff without looking at repercussions sometimes. If some ladies are very brave enough and they begin to sue, I think it may address the behavior of men, you know, and curtail those who enjoy just telling lies without thinking, and maybe bring out the wheat from the chaff, so that those who are very serious with and are intentional can go about to implement their intentions, and those who are not serious can just say, okay, I don't want any trouble, let me just behave myself. Thank you.
All right. Emeka, it is unacceptable to cheat. So we all agree on that it's unacceptable to cheat. But is it more unacceptable for a woman to cheat than for a man to cheat?
I think it goes both ways anyway. It depends. If it's within the context of a marriage, it goes both ways. It's still unacceptable.
Who do you think can handle knowing that their partner cheated more? Do you think a woman can handle it better knowing that her partner cheated, or a man can handle it better knowing that his partner cheated?
I don't know. I can't answer that question.
Is the women one man?
Yes.
Yeah. Is it because when by nature, I think they have this. I think they have this. Let me use it again. Default, I say, or mindset that men are basically polygamous by nature, because you can hardly see a man who maybe even when they were not married that has not done one of those things before. But it's like they already have a prepared mindset that okay, as long as he belongs to me and I can have him. But a man will hardly forgive that woman, or a man will find it very difficult to do.
I think the
To
women are
take.
just enduring it. Though. It's not as if they don't have the same blood running in their vein. They have a lot of things that they have that makes them endure it. One, the woman is already a damaged goods. She already has like 4 children. You understand? So if she's leaving your house, she's carrying those baggages. She's carrying like 10 years of being married. She's carrying a lot of things that it makes her, she's not as sellable as you, a man. So most of the time, those are the things that are keeping her. She's not as if she's also just enduring it. She feels the same pain that you feel as a man for cheating. And if you can imagine the pain you will feel now if it's the one that is cheating, that same kind of pain. You can't to even imagine it. When I mentioned it, when I felt the reaction of people, some people don't even want to imagine it. The woman has the same feeling and pain. I'm sure there are women in the comment section that will attest to this, but they are just enduring and they have reasons to endure. Their children is one. A man does not have that kind of emotional connection with children that will make him endure the marriage when the wife goes out to cheat. It will be doubting the paternity of the children immediately. That's the man's case. You can imagine that.
Okay,
So
I was going to say that.
it is the feeling.
Patrick,
Everybody has the same feeling. If they
Patrick,
pinch you, won't
who
it pain
cheated most? Who normally
Ah,
cheated most? Cheat most?
you?
Man or woman?
Most women now, but the women are just enduring it, not because they are built to do it. It's because they have
When you say, hold on, Ola. When you say men cheat more, Patrick, and we're talking about a heterosexual space now. Men only really cheat with women. So if men cheat a lot, then by that very act, then surely women cheat a lot as well.
no.
You know, because it would need a woman for a man to cheat.
No, I can cheat now and the woman is not. If I date a young girl who is not dating anybody, that girl is not cheating on anybody. I'm the one that
Even if she knows you are in a relationship, that's
yes,
not
she's
she's
not cheating, and she's not the one cheating. I'm the one cheating.
So is young woman not a woman? Young girl is not a woman.
no,
What I mean, that
in
young
that
girl is not
scenario,
in a
right?
relationship that
is
She's the one. The man is cheating in this scenario now. Not the
no,
not the
you
girl.
are talking of adultery, right?
No, we are
You are
talking of
talking of
cheating generally.
cheating generally.
and of course, when you say man is cheating, because a woman, that man is committing adultery at that stage, right? But what
No, don't
about
take
the
No,
take
no,
it to
you
the
don't
level
have
of
to. You have to be
adultery.
married to commit adultery now. Just say the man is in a relationship, either
it's in a
married or
relationship?
not.
Okay.
But then
Now, what if,
he's the
go
go
ahead.
on. No. Then he goes outside of that relationship to essentially cheat on that relationship. But is the person that is cheating with, is she also cheating on that relationship, even though she's not a direct party of that relationship? So the woman, is she also a cheat as well for enabling that cheating in that relationship?
Yeah, to me, it's a cheat because the lady knows the consequence of her action. You know that what you are doing can even cause some kind of a dissolution of the can cause some marital issues. So it's not uncommon today for us to see all these young ladies leaving their peers and be running after sugar daddy around. So they definitely know what they are doing. So we can't say men alone. So let's just put everything together. It is both gender. So it is very difficult to say a particular gender she's more than the other. Even if you want to even have a dangerous one, there is a paternity issue that someone just mentioned now. For example, you see some. It's not common today that you see some some men that they father someone that is not their children for a very long time with that. So it's a difficult situation just to say men cheat more than. And this thing we are talking about, sometimes it depends on the environment you find yourself, right? If you be privileged to work in some kind of hard environment, honestly, we have different orientation. Work in Ekpa environment, for example, oh my goodness, we have different orientation. Yeah, if anybody has ever worked in Ekpa here before, you understand what I'm saying. No, if you work in Ekpa before this of your hand, you know exactly what I'm saying. Because no, don't like see on the street of Lagos, there are some places you live, you don't wish to that. If there's reincarnation, you don't want to, you wish not to live around that environment in your life again. So it's difficult to judge.
One man. There's an unspoken. I don't know if you know, one man. There's an unspoken. Would I say an unspoken secret, right? That there's a, even I believe of evidence by empirical fact that women cheat more than men.
Woman, do you know that?
Sorry, how so? Sorry, Patrick, but how so? How so?
Because it was what I was trying to explain the other time. When a woman cheats, you barely know that they are cheating. Even when as you may be as close as anything to them, and they know how to cut. They know how to keep it cool, keep it easy, and you won't even know what is happening. I think when I see this article again, I'll send it to you. And even it's all over, even in the US over here. At a point, it was reported that I think they even did it in Nigeria. At that point, there was a man that actually, I think whoever is a lawyer here, if you had handled the divorce or family stuff before, there is this general belief that if today, right, paternity test is introduced into Nigerian system, then Nigeria will blow up. So
yes, I've read articles along that line before that or is it 4 in 10 or bastards in Nigeria?
Yes, for every 10 kids there's a possibility of 4 don't let's also say bastard now, illegitimate paternity among them. And then when this report came out in the US, in Nigeria and some other places, I think these reports even actually ranked Nigeria as one of the most promiscuous.
Yes. That's what led me to it. It ranked Nigeria as one of the highest in terms of promiscuity.
Yeah. So
and the highest in consumption of our pornographic material as well. Nigeria is top 5.
One man, can I say this? I'm not trying to put down our Southwest women in Ibadan. Those people, one year lead you, kilo dalelo.
Kilo sota Ilorin.
No, Ilorin in here.
Oh my God, the ladies, the married women in Ibadan, one year lead you. I thought women they normally package their promiscuity. What is the English? Infidelity. Yes. They normally package it more than men. I still believe women cheat more than men.
Woman, did you know what I wanted to say?
When a lot of people say Alashiri Mini,
I'm happy that this thing came up because it's going to help a lot of people. And I'm sure people out there going through a lot. So God bless you for walking us through this thing. Do you know when they talk about paternity test and they say that most men in Nigeria, their first child is not their child, especially those who had wife who got pregnant before coming to their house. And sincerely, most of these women don't even know.
Have we lost you?
That child is Alaji, whatever they call him now. That guy that used to act Alaji something. That comedian. That was the experience he had, and I'm sure that girl, probably Tinubu they call him. I'm sure that girl didn't know that the child does not belong to that guy.
Oh shit, Nedu, right? Nedu Wazobia.
Yes.
Nedu. No, that one is different too. That one is different. That lady actually had that child for his sister's husband, for her sister's husband.
You can imagine.
Her sister's husband got her pregnant, and it wasn't just like an accidental pregnancy. This one in a pregnancy, stuff like that. So.
And the guy didn't know.
Yes, I saw that article too, Emeka, that Obi might step down for Atiku, that they're doing that deal. But let's give the last word in that space to Dupe, who says, he says, I have been married for the past 23 years. I believe my husband has never cheated on me before. So bless you for believing that. But let me just leave it there. I'm not going to. Yeah,
One man.
you
Let me
for
quickly say
believing
this.
that.
Let me quickly say this. They say that the biggest fish in the river is one that has not been caught yet. Sorry, this lady I just said it. I'm not trying to burst your bubble.
No. You don't know her relationship enough to say anything. She said that. Let's not. Let's take it back to the politics of it. I'm sorry, Emeka left because
I've not given my opinion.
Yeah. So give us your opinion on that space, the moral maze.
You see, the thing is, lie itself, you understand, there's nothing moral there, what's the question again, if I get it right? So there's a way I want to present. What's the question again, please?
No, I was just asking, is it acceptable for a man to lie to a woman just to get his way with her?
Lie itself is immoral. So where is immoral even start, the word lie itself is immoral. So the thing is this, the two genders, they are playing each other. No one is saint, no one is the devil. So both are game players. You see, one thing is, this thing is very common on the streets of Lagos. That especially all these abroadians, when they come back home, they snatch all the girls from the local people. They keep marking them 1, 2, 3 in the name of, they save money, they came home, they've come home to do something, and they defy as many people as they can defy before they go back. So that thing alone, the perception of abroadian has come, all those kind of things. So now some guys, they want to hold on to their girlfriend, they still want to enjoy themselves too. So we have to manufacture lies too to keep up. We've seen situation whereby some people become abroadian even when he has never left Lagos, just to catch up with a girl. You will see some people who all of a sudden overnight was born overseas and grew up overseas just for them to catch ladies. So it's neither here nor there. So it's so rampant. So we can't call gender A devil and B. No. They are both the same. So they are both catching their cruise. So it's the smarter one. So if the guys in Lagos, because if anybody is saying, at least maybe few people, maybe like just some minority, maybe they genuinely find someone that loves them, maybe they meet somewhere on campus, and at the end of the day, they want thing led to another. But those guys and girls on the streets of Lagos, especially those looking for material things, the ladies will lie to men, the men will lie to the ladies. So they are just playing the game. So the lie itself is immoral. So there's nothing moral there. So it's immoral. That is killing.
All right. Thank you, Ola. So let's take the conversation to Fatai. And Fatai, I want to take the conversation back to the politics of it. Buhari presently in Lagos, just commissioning projects after projects after projects. And in a previous conversation a few days ago, we were talking about enduring legacies. And we were asking what sort of enduring legacies Peter Obi left in Anambra State. So examples of those sort of legacies that we were looking to hear at that conversational space is what Buhari is commissioning in Lagos State now. So I'll give you the headline and then I'll play you a micro clip and then you respond. So Buhari unveils iconic Lagos Blue Line Rail Project, Cultural Center. So it's just, and then of course rice mills, etc., etc. But Watch this. Let me see. I think it's this one. Yeah.
Other matters, President Muhammadu Buhari has formally inaugurated the first phase of the 13 kilometers Lagos Rail Mass Transit Blue Line Rail from Arena to Mile 2, and also witnessed the flag off of the second phase of the project from Mile 12 to Okokomaiko. Senior correspondent Adedoja Salam Adeni has more.
Lagos road traffic is next to the air residents breathe. To reduce road congestion and make the state economically competitive, the integrated mass transportation system must work. The train is one of the long-term solutions. Aside from the water transportation, rail is very crucial to moving passengers from one end to another in a mega city like Lagos of 30 million people. The 27-kilometer-long Blue Line Rail connecting Okokomaiko to Marina can move 500,000 passengers daily. And that is what President Muhammadu Buhari is in Lagos to inaugurate on his second-day working visit.
The benefits, Mr. President, are obvious. It will reduce travel time, it will improve the quality of life of our citizens, and it will make Lagos one of the most resilient mega cities, not only in Africa, but it will compete with other mega cities in the world. This iconic marina station that we're hosting here today will be the largest and the busiest in Africa. It has the capacity to process about 400 to 450 passengers every 1 minute, meaning in an hour, this station can process about 25,000 passengers.
A visionary leader, Asiwaju Tinubu, pioneered the idea of the Lagos Blue Line and many other revolutionary initiatives. The Tinubu administration then developed what is called the Strategic Transport Master Plan, which laid out the foundation for a network of robust and modern transportation infrastructure befitting a 21st century city such as Lagos.
Funded by the Lagos State government, the Blue Line Rail consists of 11 stations spanning 27 kilometers and powered by electricity from its own independent power plants.
You cannot, under any circumstance, cross the tracks, because if you do, it will be fatal. It's not a matter of cold or May. So, and as a responsible government, we have fenced off the whole alignment, signage along the track, along the fencing. Do not cross, danger, electrified tracks. It's all along.
President Buhari also joined the state government officials for a train ride. The Blue Line Rail project ends Mr. President's visit to Lagos that is tagged a festival of project commissioning. Other projects inspected and inaugurated by President Muhammadu Buhari include the Lekki Deep Sea Port, the 32 metric tons per hour Lagos Rice Mill at Imota, the John Randall Center for Yoruba Culture and History, and the private sector projects. Adedoja Salam Adeniyi, TVC News, Lagos.
So there it is right there, Fatai. Project after project after project, the attribution, you heard it from the person that sits on the first seat in Lagos now, that the attribution, even though he has brought it home, the attribution actually goes to the progenitor of all of this. So as the campaign reaches its crescendo, this marquee output from Lagos State, how does this or does this enhance Tinubu? So to that space, Fatai.
One man. I was listening to Babajale Koko earlier, and I'm saying, Babajale Koko, Tinubu Tinubu did not finish in 2007, Babajale Koko. But I'm happy Babajale Koko has shifted ground a little bit. From that time, we were discussing lasting project. That day was a firewall. It was like, no, nothing, everything is Jack on day. No, Tinubu, Tinubu, Babajale Koko. First thing I wanted to say, one man, that right situation, there goes out of the window consumption to production. There is a practical consumption to production that we see. No, I don't think how you can make an argument. You can own even the expression of consumption to production better than what is demonstrated here with that right situation. And I think it was this guy that was saying, the VP candidate, that it's even a partnership between Kebbi State, so that it is produced in Kebbi, thrown into the world in Lagos. So all of these consumption in the north is on ground already. It's on ground. Tinubu's legacy is also into that space as well, and it's not there's no go and verify. It's right there in your face. You're going to get into the blue train. You're going to get into deep sea port, everything. If you don't need, okay, go and ask the one inspector general or something said when I was governor, something something. No, no, you don't need to ask anybody. You can. It's there. You don't even need to go there, be there to see it. There's no. It's not abstract. Go and verify. It's right there. And these things cannot be taken away from Tinubu, right? Even Sanwo-Olu himself cannot take away from Tinubu. Tinubu sits there and appoints and picks people and stand by them to make sure even the implementation process, even while he's out of office, by law, he has to be out of office. Even after that, he's still there to keep it real, to make sure it keeps going. Any deviation to say no, what is that one? Ambode, no, get out, get out. Sanwo-Olu come in, do this. So there is Tinubu's fingerprint even till today. Is Tinubu's governorship, even though officially ended 2007, his reign continues till today. Even apart from the blueprint, the case can even be made that without even Tinubu's fingerprint still being on ground, these things either will not still be going on or will not be going on as effectively as they are going on. He's monitoring it, he's there, he's involved, he's above it. Of course, he's going to benefit Tinubu tremendously. And the only people you will see, I think it was yesterday or day about, I tried to watch to see arise, and like they kind of mentioning the seaport kind of a little bit, but then they focused on when Buhari tried to speak in Bauchi and there was no electricity. This show with Rufai, this lady, I don't remember her name right now, and then
The new one, the new one.
yeah, this one that does the trending,
Audio, where?
yeah, OG, something like
But
that.
what
Yeah.
happened to the old one?
Which old one?
You mean the Abiola girl?
Yes.
How did
You
they
know,
meet that girl?
we are still trying to find out
She
what's
seems to be
happened to
doing
her.
well now.
No, she's not only doing well. I think she's their best personality. She
I
has
think
she has
I
a
think she's
TV
better
face.
than Abati. I think she's better than
The
She's better than
Abati.
all
the
of them.
day they brought, during during that period when TVC was peddling this Tinubu drug issue, right? When they brought this Hundeyin guy to their platform, if you go back to check that day, Hundeyin made some incendiary statements about MK Abiola being linked to drug stuffs. So I think from what I heard, I don't know how true is that this girl actually felt uh, she felt bad about that, and then she questioned why would they even bring somebody who is not a mainstream journalist who is just peddling rumors, and then they said she basically challenged Abati Dr. Abati, that you asked this guy some pointed questions that are you doing this thing for political reason? Are you paid or whatever? And are you said you are an investigative journalist. So by virtue of that, we expect you to do some investigative journalism, right, on all these guys, Obi, Atiku, Akwakwanso, and Tinubu. Why are you focusing on only one person? Are you doing is this a harsher job or whatever? And then he was giving reasons why he wouldn't do other folks. And then Abati pushed him forward to say, do you have a candidate? And he said his candidate is Peter Obi, right? And then that was actually what happened that very day. And then the girl actually said, Why would you bring somebody like that to the platform when the guy was actually rubbishing Abiola's name and you guys cannot push back on that, linking Abiola to drug in the past or whatever? And you know she's very sensitive whenever you mention Abiola in some certain ways. So I think that's what actually happened.
Oh, and was that her last appearance on the
That was
stage?
her last appearance.
Is she
That was her
family
last.
relation of Abiola?
She's the
She's
daughter.
Abiola's daughter.
Okay.
She almost fought somebody on that platform one day now when the guy was talking about Abiola.
She has a better. She looks like somebody with better upbringing than Kola Abiola.
No,
She has a very good presence. She has a very good presence.
firstborn generally, they are the one who takes the slack in most of the family. They face when the guy
She looks well trained. She looks well educated. She has even when she's speaking,
she's somewhat snobbish though. There's a certain arrogance to her, which I'm not sure whether I like or not. But
yeah. I mean, when your father is money,
what are you talking about, one man? Nah, I'm Baba Low now.
She's a
woman. Have you seen a woman? Have you seen a female Baba Low that is not arrogant? Get close to them, you will understand. If you school with them, you understand. The guys are always chilling, mellow. But those female, those girls, go and look at Davido's cousins now who are female. You see that element. Go and see all those OBO daughters, OBO Omababalo daughters. You will see some element, of arrogance or being cocky around them. So.
No, she's brilliant. On the balance, she's brilliant. She
is naturally brilliant.
Naturally.
I think she has a higher IQ than Abati.
She's a lawyer now.
She has her own opinion. She's not like many of these they are people there. They are just follow along.
Are you saying lawyers are the only brilliant ones? So
she's not like that. She's not like that guy that made animal picture.
No, Baba, if you want to go there, the legal profession gives you the latitude to have various divergent of interest in several field, so it gives you the opportunity to have that authority in certain way. At least 50% of almost every topic you have an idea, and then you can basically judge with an intuitive mindset sometimes.
All right, Fatai, going back to the all this plethora of marquee projects being inaugurated by Buhari in Lagos, you can already envision by tomorrow the whole of the social media will be filled with you cannot attribute these projects to Tinubu because Babajide Sanwo-Olu and then Ambode and Fashola, you've heard all the narratives, but do those narratives hold true? No. Especially with the commentaries that we heard from the governor of the state at this inauguration to give the credit almost exclusively to Tinubu, but should he get the totality of the credit, Fatai?
That's the strongman argument. If you say totality, I don't know what you mean by totality, right? Right, but to give the credit to Tinubu, yes, even up to the fact that it's working. When totality means like totality, but constitutionally you can't give him because he's not in government now. He has to be in government only up to.
Okay, leave the totality. Let's say just the credit. Should Tinubu get the credit, which is something that there's a lot of argument against. That even though he may have had some concept when he was in government, the actual building process was carried out by 3 successive governors. So why should he get the attribution when he never even put a brick down in any of these projects?
I don't know. Are you sure he never put a brick down? Right.
Yeah, metaphorically speaking. Don't pick on minutiae. The broader point. The broader point. Yeah, the broader point. Yeah.
I'm trying to get ready for the point. That's why.
All right, go on. No. It's not my argument, but it's the argument that is going to come from out there.
Yeah. I know. Okay, so the issue with that, like, okay, for instance, I think this seaport or whatever. I think the construction actually it started to 2020. I think it started right, but the negotiation, the deal, when was the deal closed? Because if you say that if you want to assign the credit, are you? I mean, if you say Tinubu just took a paper and draw a map, okay, then I could get it. But if Tinubu close a deal, if I close a deal that by closing the deal, this thing is going to happen, even if a stone was the governor of Lagos State, right? Even if you put a stone, a card on the seat of governorship, the deal is closed. The the Chinese government, China African something limited, whatever, was
Exim Bank,
instituted in
yeah.
China. Yeah. So for this company, for this whole deal between China and Nigeria has been closed since it's not
Fatai, can I
someone that
interject?
closed the deal. It's not someone that closed the deal. So if Sowolu just brings the tractor, supervise the tractor movement, I don't know what do you give. Who do you give credit? I don't know. I give
Well, man, please, I want to interject too.
please,
Yeah,
brother.
but be succinct about it though, but interject, yeah.
Yeah. He was saying that if somebody close a deal, is it possible to close a deal and it will not be executed?
Brother, is that supposed to be a question? Of course, now.
No, it's
Yeah,
of course.
I
So
close a
why are
deal.
you now saying that? Why are you now giving a premise that since Tinubu has closed the deal, there's nothing
Oh no, no,
someone
no,
can do?
oh no, 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 no,
But
no.
it was executed is the thing.
It
So
wasn't.
that's a
But the
false
way
premise.
Patai put it, is create a room for questioning. When you say it was the deal was already signed in Tinubu time, signed, it was a done deal. They will now ask, how much was the previous deal? From 500 million to 1 billion to 1 billion to 150 billion, and they were signed in different phases and different segments. So which part did people not sign the deal and seal it, and other government that came in still pay more money to the contract? Patai, according to your words.
When I
Thank
say
you very
close it,
much.
no,
What
no,
is
don't worry. Don't need to say too much time to you.
No, Fatai,
But
Fatai, this is the thing. This is the deal. One man, you have first of all, let's understand the fact that regardless of any progress or anything that you see in Lagos, let's start from there first, right? That there is a sector or the section of Nigeria or Nigerians that will never be happy about that. Just take it first. Either Tinubu or Sanwo-Olu, or you become the governor tomorrow that has to go, through a certain template to get something done, right? They will not be happy. And then, sometimes they say we are pedantic. No, we are not. But when you ask them what is actually the problem that you have, they can't explain it. They won't be able to explain it. Now let's come to the core of the matter. This project was signed in 2006. Tinubu left office in 2007. I think everything, the whole arrangement of the MOU,
the MO,
the
the concession,
financing,
I do everything.
the concession and everything
Financing,
completed, you know,
roadmap, everything.
yes, in 2006,
That
right?
is what is called a deal. It's not a who paid 2 naira, who paid 3 naira.
Uh-huh. So
no
Tinubu
now,
left it.
Fatai? What we are saying is the way you are painting. We are not. I'm not against how you what Tinubu did. Or it's how you are painting the scenario.
How
That
did I paint it? I said
yes,
he
you were
closed the
That's
saying
what
that.
I'm explaining to you now, Ife, right?
Okay.
So let me put it straight to you. Now, he left in 2007. It means this job, and when you are dealing with this kind of project, right? When in project management, there are phases, of action. So now, the Tinubu, he has completed his part. When Fashola came, right? They already have a 25-year template that they are working with. It's like a working template for Lagos State for the next 25 years. They just commissioned one again last year, the next 25 years. So the 25-year template is somewhere when the next governor, comes get into office, this is where you start from, right? And this is where you have to stop. So when you look at Fashola's 8 years tenure, right? You see he was basically building ground, right? and then solidifying this foundation and everything on ground, putting all the necessary pillars, so to say. So the guy who was actually supposed to be seen to have this concession now, this Lekki deep sea port, this train station or whatever, was supposed to have been commissioned. What we are doing today now in Nigeria should have been done in the first administration, in the first term of Ambode, right? So Ambode derailed, and that's why he had issues with APC folks in Lagos, and then
So that's Tinubu still working.
Yeah, doing his own thing. So now when Sanwo-Olu came into office, Sanwo-Olu had to go back to that template to continue from the original template. So the next 4 years of Sanwo-Olu now, right, he will continue with the next phase of the template that he needs to actually conclude. So now let's bring it back to, because I'm reading somebody who is writing is hypocritical that when something bad happens to Lagos.
Yeah, so that's Desmond Super Chat. So let me insert it into the conversation then. So okay. Desmond Super Chat to say it is hypocritical that when something bad happens in Lagos, it is not Tinubu. When something good happens, give all the credit to Tinubu. So that's
you didn't even give an example of bad thing that happened.
Well, there's countless examples. I'm sure bad things. There would have been failed concepts, things that have not worked out, things that have even led to disaster that would have been part of that Tinubu wave. But all that is being celebrated is any marquee achievement in Lagos going to the attribution of Tinubu. So that's what Desmond is super chatting into the conversation.
On the contrary,
so thank you for the super chat, Desmond. Yeah.
On the contrary, right, to address this is super chat now. Because he was very quick to wherever he woke up from to come and put that. Because when they hear Tinubu, they are running order from their cave. Come real quick.
No, it's not in the cave. Oh, it's a luxury man. Leave him alone.
Yeah, it's a cave.
Look at that.
Let's go back to Anambra State.
If I catch you, if Obi don't catch you,
Thomas rántí àwọn kòbókò ẹlẹ́nu mẹ́ta yẹn nǹkan tó máa fi deal pẹ̀lú.
One man. Yeah. If you don't have one-on-one enigmatic, you think this guy is a monster when it comes to yeah. When sometimes talk, I'll come and look at my phone. I talk with not only enigmatic, I talk with family member. Like, I have not seen this blood in their traits. Where is this blood coming from? This guy.
It just likes to troll them. It's because it gets the reaction. That's why it does it. If you don't react to him, he won't do it.
He's a different human being. When you imagine call you one-on-one, he's so humble. I don't know the way we use lesser or bros. He's so humble. You see the humbleness.
What is that because you're not obedient? Because you're not obedient.
I'm just we are speaking as Nigerians now, right? And I like to go with the scenario, right? Let's go back to Anambra State. When Tinubu in 99, right? Okay, let's assume everything that is happening in Lagos now is bad. Okay, let's take it back to Anambra State. 99, right? Between 99 to 2000 and then the first 4 years from 99 to when? I think 2003, right? Their governor was Shinwoke Umbadinoju. Go and look at his record. One of the most shambolic governors in Nigeria then. Go and look at what he did. 99 to 2003. 2003 to when Ngige came.
Atiku got rid of him, Umbadinoju, that guy.
Yes. So Ngige moved the needle a little bit, regardless of the fact that he had to contend with so many forces on ground.
With Okija Shrine.
With Oki and all those Uba brothers, right?
God.
He did his best. He constructed more roads, right? He had almost more kilometers of road constructed than their Peter Obi that left office after 8 years. Then when that guy left, Peter Obi came. In 8 years of Peter Obi, he built just 700 kilometers of road. Obino built, I think, 100 kilometers more than Peter Obi. Peter Obi moved their IGR, right? Just 1 billion. 1 billion for 8 years. I think it was 8 billion, 1 billion more in 8 years. when Obano came, Obano I think moved it to almost 25 billion within his first term, right? So when you look at those, they've had governors from 99 to as we are speaking right now. One man, go to Oka in Anambra State. Oka, right, was a glorified city, capital city when Peter Obi was there. They do not have a government house. The government house now is being constructed by the new governor, Soludo. What is the development, right? The big development that you can have. We are not talking of computers now. We are not talking of computers, or we put money, 75 billion in a bank, or we do this kind of crazy stuff. What has been when you go to Anambra 8 years ago and you go to Anambra today, what are those changes that you can see? Go to Ebonyi State. When you leave Ebonyi 10 years ago and you go to Ebonyi today, you see changes, right? Go to Abia State. So when they are seeing all this kind of stuff in their glorified villages, and then they run from wherever cave they are coming from to come and comment on Lagos. Can't you do something? Okay, let's take Tinubu out of the picture now. Ambode did something. This same Ambode that they failed to vote for. Are you aware of the fact what happened during Ambode's election? That the Oba of Lagos had to cause them that if you do not vote for Ambode, we are taking
it will throw them into the lagoon. Yes,
that is their darling brother now, right? So can you see all this hypocrisy? Talk to your governors. Let us give you one Ambode or one Sanwo-Olu to take care of Anambra for you, and see what will happen. You have governors over there who are basically doing nothing for 8 years. Look at the Ipeazu. Ipeazu is going back to the Senate. You have a governor whose achievement is kerosene. You have a governor whose achievement who is commissioning street lights, and you are comparing somebody who is commissioning a deep sea port, a train station, right? All these things that we can see. Not go and verify. I know Anambra in and out. Anambra is not as developed as Ikorodu, and they are here coming to talk about Lagos. Do you know Ikorodu very well, one man? Anambra is not as developed as Ikorodu. Abia State is not as developed as Ikorodu. Ebonyi is just having a facelift because of Umahi now. They should talk to their governors instead of coming to Lagos every time. Tinubu did this, Tinubu did that. But Tinubu did not do anything. But look at Tinubu's successors. What are the successors of your governors in those states in the southeast? What are they doing? And you since 99, as we speaking, you are still voting for those shambolic leaders back into offices. But you want to pontificate on Lagos State and everywhere but your places. Look at what El-Rufai is doing for 8 years. Go and look at the face of Kaduna State. Go and look at the face of Kano State. Go and look at the face of Borno State. You guys are there. Double standard every time. You can point accusing fingers at every other houses while you leave your house in ruins. 2 days ago, we were talking about a governor's son or a 21-year-old kid having a convoy. You came over here trying to rationalize the idea. But you guys will run straight to Lagos. Tinubu, they run Lagos State. They do this. Lagos State is bad. Lagos State is bad. Lagos State is bad. When all of you leave America and you go to Nigeria, you stay in Lagos. You don't stay in that your village, in Ekusigo, in Ihiala, in Agulu, in Oba, in all those places. All of you are in Lagos over there. Talk to your governors and fix that southeast, for God's sake, and leave Lagos alone. Sanwo-Olu an Igbo man.
But you see a lot of this narrative about Lagos this and Lagos that. Lagos is a very advantaged space within not only the Nigerian firmament, but the greater African space. Lagos, it was for a long time the capital city of the wealthiest country in Africa. And a lot of money was pumped into developmental structures in Lagos. So it's those developmental structures that Tinubu then leveraged to elevate it into where it is now. So it's not as though you are measuring equal with equal, because none of those southeastern spaces had any near the advantages that Lagos had for endless decades, development after development. the airport, the seaport, the flyovers, the everything, because that was a seat
Let's
of government,
compare
and that was the
with
launch, and that was the launch pad for the Lagos state that we have
Let's
now.
compare with Ogun State.
Mama, can I respond to
They
that?
just can't see anything good about Lagos State just because Tinubu is in the picture. What did Tinubu do to you guys? Has Tinubu come to Anambra State to influence any election? Has it come to any good state or
No,
Ebonyi State?
leave Tinubu for a moment. We're talking about all these achievements that are that people are attributing. Hold on. They are. If Peter Obi was the governor of Lagos State and Tinubu was the governor of Anambra State, will Peter Obi not equal measure or maybe even surpass what Tinubu has done? And if Tinubu was on the basis of the tools they had to work with.
Have you been to Anambra State before? Fatai, have you been to Anambra before? Have you visited
Ola, if you don't gag Fatai and Pneumatic, they will not allow you to speak on Tinubu's
No, because I was just going to tell Wama, see, Wama, what you presented, it is easier to say. Because we can as well say Nigeria is the wealthiest country in the entire Africa, or let's say West Africa. That by that advantage, that is why Nigeria is competing with Dubai, and that is why we can even go to with United Kingdom. See, there's something for you to have that advantage. There's something for you to be able to enhance that advantage. Now, people may
but you have to have the hold on before you carry on. No, just to the point that Ola was making, you have to have that advantage in order for you to be able to either enhance it or not. But what I'm saying is that nobody else has the advantage that Tinubu had to with this
federal government did not develop Lagos State
the way they develop Abuja.
We are ring fencing Abuja out of this conversation, but yeah.
See, it's not a function of advantage alone. Look at what Edmund just said now. For example, he's talking about how El-Rufai has transformed Kaduna. We know something that is that when you say El-Rufai, performance is one of those things that you can link with El-Rufai. Look at when he was FCT minister, for example. See what he did. And now, is it coincidental that is repeating something similar, maybe in less capacity in Kaduna? Now, for example, when Buhari destroyed the economy sometimes ago in 1983, is it coincidental that he has destroyed the Nigerian economy today? Sometimes it's not only that geographical advantage or whatever; it's just a capacity. Look at Donald Tusk. See what he brought out of Rivers State when he was the governor there. So this is all about individual capacity.
Yeah.
So it has nothing to do. See, someone can come to Lagos and still mess Lagos up because it's just like some people still suffer even amidst plenty. So to me, I don't subscribe to that advantage. That advantage is not the reason they were pushing for the Lekki Deep Sea. That advantage is not why they are pushing for another international airport in Lagos.
No, it is exactly that advantage. It is the advantage that Lagos has that facilitates. Hold on. It's the advantage that Lagos has that facilitates for all those big dreams.
One man. I don't agree with that because look at it this way. I used to make an example when people give this kind of thing. I say, okay, look at Zoom. Look at how much Zoom went for during the pandemic. Before Zoom, we have Yahoo Messenger. Why was Yahoo Messenger not taking the position of Zoom? Why was Google?
I don't know where you're going now.
I'm just saying.
Sorry, woman, can I interject, please?
Yeah, let that point Ola and that if I come in.
So what I'm saying is this: some people, for example, they were in the same market as Zoom before Zoom came. See how Zoom bully everyone, including Skype, including everyone. So that you have advantage in Lagos doesn't mean Lagos will develop. You need someone that will develop Lagos. Nigeria has an advantage. Obasanjo pay our debt. He did everything good. But Buhari came and messed it up. That is exactly what I'm telling you. So brain like Tinubu developed Lagos because they have something to offer. Now, put the like of Buhari or the like of Obi in Lagos. Lagos will never be where they are.
No,
today.
you can't say that, can you? But let Ife come in. Let Ife come in. Ife come in.
Thank you very much, Mama. Yeah, thank you very much. Either we like it or not, we need to look at the geographical situation of Lagos in Nigeria. Lagos State has one of the, I think, the longest lagoon in Africa. That is the land between the ocean and the, what's it called? Yeah, the land between the ocean and the lagoon. That's that Badagry Lagoon. Even before the Europeans came, there has always been trade within Lagos and the other West African coast. So that's a historical commerce that's been thriving along the shoreline. Whenever you want to situate a port, it is easier to build along the lagoon area. So it is now left for leadership to exploit those natural endowments by virtue of maybe geographical situation. The question is, does every space in Nigeria has advantage? The truth is yes. But what is lacking has always been leadership. I was looking at Zamfara's APC campaign rally. One man, what I saw was very, very bad. If you see the way all these guys came out with clubs, machetes, guns, shooting in the air, and I'm like, these are the situations Sanusi has always, what's it called, campaigned on, that we cannot allow our space to be the undeveloped people in Nigeria as a whole. So you find out that it is now left for leadership to look at, okay, what do we have in our space? Is it land? Are we going to use it for, what's it called, agriculture? Okay, we have high level of what's it called, uneducated folks. How are we going to turn them educated so that they have more education, like what the Awolowos did in the Southwest, you know? So those are the situations. You can have an advantage, even like what we normally say, Africa has one of the largest resources if you want to look at continents around the world, but because we lack leadership, our leaders are always complaining, and we too will always cry foul on maybe what's it called, slavery, blah blah blah. We are not teaching ourselves maybe the best arts or the best technologies to utilize whatever we have.
So is this to the conversation? Is what you're saying about the conversation we're having?
Yeah, so it's two phases. Lagos has that geographical advantage and historical advantage, but leadership also helped. I don't know what, I've never been to Anambra State. Actually, even the two.
Let me tell you something.
Yes, no, but if you said two things. You said Lagos has a historical advantage, but not only a historical advantage, it also has a contemporaneous advantage, because
Yes.
it was the capital city of the country for endless decades. All of the banking system in Nigeria were developed in Lagos. The administrative heartland of the country was vested in Lagos, and a lot of the infrastructural first was put in Lagos, but not by the Lagos state government, but by the federal space, by virtue of the fact that it was the capital city. So all of those infrastructure.
For a very long time,
hold on.
Okay.
All of those developments, a lot of it, a good percentage of the strong footing in Lagos were as a result of federal presence. So now, if somebody then comes in to leverage what has already been created by essentially the whole of Nigeria within Lagos State, to then elevate it to a higher place, is that equal measure to a place like, let's say, Yobe, that nobody even knew was, they just knew it as a dot on the map, you know, until recently. So it's not an equal measure weighing up, is it? With
You are
all of the
missing the point,
advantages
one
that
man.
Lagos has.
You are missing the point, one man. And if let me throw this to you before you continue your conversation, right?
Okay.
If you have a good family, probably you've had your this is not to you now, I'm just saying it generally.
No
If you have a
problem.
family that you've had a very, very good forefathers, right? They've laid a very good legacy. And then all of a sudden, right, that legacy we are talking, because I want to paint this narrative that these people are always painting. Lagos is developed by Jakonde, by Abat Macaulay, by Lugard.
Lagos development predate all those people.
Okay, let me.
No, Lagos was don't worry. It didn't predate those people. Lagos was a sleepy. It was a fishing. It was what was Lagos economy? It was an agrarian.
Even during the time of the Oyomesi. Let me tell you one man.
It was a fish-based economy.
My question.
People on
my question to you, so that
all these are flower people.
Right?
Is that not what
tag
the
along with
Lagos
this
was?
question. So now you've had this series of pathfinders in that family. They've laid a good legacy, a good foundation. All of a sudden, a bastard and a vagabond comes along. Would it take that vagabond and a bastard less than a year to crumble all the years of this legacy and foundation?
Even it's easier to crumble whatever has been in existence in a twinkle of an eye.
Okay, so now you can teach.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Let them understand, because if you know how Ebonyi was before, right? If it takes Umai 8 years to turn Ebonyi around and make it the face of the Southeast now, right? And then I want to challenge everybody after this conversation. If you've never been to Anambra before, when next you go to Nigeria, please visit Anambra State. Visit the whole of the Southeast, so that when you come to this platform and then these people are actually speaking like this, you will know how to talk to them. Visit Anambra, please. Visit Anambra.
Okay. So enigmatic, this one.
Brother, can I, before you continue, I'll hand it over to you. Let me just say, one man, I think one thing that you're missing in your narrative is probably, maybe we should call it paradigm shift. You see, all those things you said federal government did, those are dead things. Okay, if you just say the federal government invested, it sounds like something. Oh wow, the federal government developed it. If you key into that situation before the paradigm shift, those things were wreckage. The federal government did not develop Lagos the way developed. We're not talking
the Crater Bridge, the Third Mainland Bridge, the International Airport, the National Trade Fair, the National Theatre, the stadium in Surulere.
What is the role?
Tafawa Balewa Square.
What is the role of
hold on, Ola.
What is the role? What this list, one man, all these lists you mentioned, what is their role in this new paradigm? They are pointless. They are not.
They are the building blocks. They are the building blocks upon which this new paradigm
upon which the deep sea port is built, right? Tafawa Balewa Square is the platform for.
I don't think you are getting it. All of these things are the packaging that makes Lagos what it is, that enables it then to go into.
For anything, one man.
It can't be said for Anambra State. Anambra State has no federal presence.
No, the creation of the
you see the excuse. You see the excuse. This guy is plating the one man. He says the region.
No, don't worry. Let me hold on. Leave the super task to me. Let me bring it in. Actually, it says so it says it's funny how we went from talking about Tinubu to Obi. Enigmatic. Are you sure you don't have nightmares about Obi? So that was a dig at you. But then it comes back again, and this is Desmond, who knows the true function of the super chat button. It says we have a region that most of the infrastructures were destroyed by the war. Let's be honest. How many years would it take for Ukraine to recover? So that's a pertinent point as well. So thank you for the super chat. So back to you, Fatai.
You see, excuses,
my point
right?
is, if one man, if you
That's not an excuse, though. That's a reason.
That's a
man.
big excuse, one man. That's an excuse. That's why I tell you, go to Anambra State. If you want to make an excuse of that, make excuse of that. But do not tell people who lived in Anambra State, who lived through Anambra State, who knows everything in Anambra State. Anambra is less than Ikorodu over there, and you are painting it as if each time they mention a progress in Lagos State, once it has a face of somebody you hate, it doesn't make any sense. And your Anambra State in Oka right there. Go to Oka now. Go and look at the government house. What are you talking about?
All right, let Fatai, because Fatai, back to you.
Well, now, my point is this: if you want to use something as a premise for something, you have to be able to tell us the tangible impact of that premise into this, as I call it, new paradigm. These things you listed, I mean, okay, fine on some layers. If you go layer, yes. But what is the direct relationship of all these things you listed to this new paradigm, to this new?
The direct relationship is, if all of these things were not in place, Lagos would not be. It is off the basis. Okay, let's take the Third Mainland Bridge, for instance.
The Third Mainland Bridge, okay, yeah.
Okay, let's take that. The Third Mainland Bridge is a big enabler for the for the transportation things in Lagos, and that enhances the economy because it allows for a greater flow of traffic. The Marital Mohammed International Airport, it was for a very long time and probably still Abuja will argue, but a lot of people argue still the premier airport in Nigeria, which international traffic of flow comes in through to the country, vested in Lagos as well. And the seaport, the main sea hub in Nigeria is in Apapa. So all of the cargo traffic to the largest economy in Africa comes in via Lagos. So a lot of these things, infrastructures are built around them, all federal. And it is off the back of this that Tinubu is able to leverage to enhance even more. So it has an unfair advantage, Lagos State. So you cannot say that if Tinubu did not go to Ogun State or Ekiti State and build paradise out of it now.
Okay, one man, compare Anambra with Ebonyi State.
No, leave Anambra for a moment. Let's Fatai carry on. Fatai.
One man, the position.
Fatai compare Anambra pẹ̀lú Ebonyi. Kẹ́ ká gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ kó ń gbà yẹn.
One man, the position you are putting forward, it's almost like you are saying, what is this? Let me just call it straw man argument. Of course, am I going to say if the planet is not created, we will be talking about deep sea flood? But no, because some things were on ground does not negate the value or the newness or the greatness of what we are doing now.
Yeah, well, it's because those things were on the floor. That is why these new things are possible.
Are you saying that these things were directly what is responsible?
The causality, yes, causality. We're talking about causality. Yeah, of course. Of course.
If you one man. Fatai, wait.
Of course, they will play a role. Of course, everything in life plays a role with everything. Everything is there's no one man is an island, no entity is an island. Of course, but if you are saying whatever federal government did in Lagos is what caused what Tinubu is doing, that is where we're going to have a disagreement. Because
what I'm saying is what Tinubu allegedly the attributions is getting is as a result of what was already on the ground. No, because it's not building from ground zero, is it? It's not building from ground zero. Yeah, so it's leveraging off the back of what is already there, which is federal, not Lagos.
Permit me to add to this thing. See, before Tinubu arrived, we have military administrators, for example. What did they do?
Why didn't they leverage?
Why didn't they leverage that advantage? It's like today, if you are saying because Lagos was very close to Ogun State or Western State, that was why Awolowo gave us free education, and the reason we are now learning today. See, it takes someone that is innovative.
Thank you, my brother.
To know how to enhance even the advantage within its environment. You can have everything on the platter. That was why I made an example of Nigeria. We have oil, we have everything, and yet we are still not developed.
Yeah, you are like.
So look at Dubai. Look at Dubai. Look at even is it Malaysia that came to take our palm kernel and see where they are today. See what they are exporting. We'll see what they are exporting today. Palm oil is one of the things they used to make money. So it's not a function of that environment alone, because we can lay claim to our mineral resources, everything in billions, and yet we've not been able to enhance that. So it can't be that geographical location alone. It can't be.
No, we're not talking about the geographical location. I'm talking about the federal presence that built Lagos, that Tinubu then leveraged to all of this claim that you are.
The northern part of the country, they have more money, they share more allocation than the southern part of the country. Why have we not seen improvement based on the resources available to them? Because what we're saying is resources now. How do you enhance?
No. You can't say that, can you? Because they are building from ground zero. They are building from ground zero, and Lagos is building on top of a skyscraper.
Since when? That time they were building from ground zero. We are talking about. Was it not the same time that Awolowo introduced the same NTA today? You know that Awolowo was the one that introduced that Western this thing. Look at the university he kickstarted.
All right, we were talking about Tinubu anyway, but
exactly what I'm saying, because innovation was what Awolowo used to develop Western region. Innovation is what Tinubu is applying to Lagos. It's not because of the advantage of the past president of federal government there. No.
There is no reason to say that if had Peter Obi been the governor of Lagos State, he would not have matched or even surpassed. Hold on. No, you can't say that, can you? Hold on. Let Fatai go. Where's the evidence? Show me the evidence.
The evidence is that, look, I don't even as enigmatic, I don't even want to go in that space. I don't want to mess up my.
Let me even respond.
I just say one thing. I'll give it to you, my brother. Just one sentence. Of course, there is evidence. So, Peter Obi was a governor in Anambra. There is erosion problem. There is so many problems. It's throwing money and putting in banks around, and you tell me if you came to Lagos, you have more money to put in Fidelity Bank. That is the only evidence we have on ground. So you can't say that. Continue, my brother.
So one man, look at it this way. If Yoruba will say Ojo Sunday to Bama Sunday, if it's Sunday with the good, you will know from Saturday, right? From the preceding Saturday. Look, you asked a question here that what is an enduring legacy that you can point to that you can relate with to Obi in Anambra State. Now, I can tell you something of Donald Duke now, for example. I will tell you of Obudukatu Ranch, for example. So now, all those things, someone that we perform better when you find himself in a better situation, when he has access to better resources, you will know with the little resources he has. You know, we all. I don't want to go biblical I don't want to go biblical the story of talent or all the stuff. So the person that will perform, even from the little you have, the question is, the people are saying, "Oh, this guy construct road, all those. Where are those roads today? Ask, where are those roads?
They're in Anambra.
How good are they? Okay, pick Kudibra and Tabiola Road in Oregun, and I want to see a road network in Anambra that will match that one, for example. Look at since when they built that one.
No, how do you know there isn't? You don't know anything about Anambra now, so how do you know there is not?
Well, that's what they say.
Ask
Enigmatic.
That's what I'm trying to tell one man. Okay, let's leave Lagos now, because this guy is saying because of war that happened even before he came to this world, before he knew who he's going to be in this world. He's making excuses. They are making excuses after excuses. Okay, because of the war. Now we understand. Obi was unable to do anything because of the war. Why is Umar doing something in Ebonyi? Is Ebonyi State in Lagos State or in Kano State? Is it not just by 3 or 4 hours away from Anambra there? Why is Umar doing something differently than somebody who wants to, because they are packaging a fraud to people who do not know this person,
Enigmatic,
right?
please, 1 second. Why is Wike doing well in Rivers?
No, River is at least they can say
No,
they
no,
can
no.
make the case to.
Listen to me. Is Wike the only governor that has governed in the Rivers? Why is Wike performing excellently in Rivers?
So now
Because he has brain. He
like
can
your
work.
question, Baba, it takes only one person to change the narrative. Now, that's why I keep asking people. I've been asking a lot of people on this platform. Have you been to this guy's state before? I can tell you one man, 99.9% of non-Igbos, non-Southeast people that are supporting Peter Obi, they don't even know their way. If you tell you go to Anambra today, they don't know how to take a bus to Anambra State because they've been feeding them with lies. They've been feeding them. This is the same guy, right, that was called almost every Efulefu name when he was governor. All of a sudden, they are packaging him as a big fraud to every Nigerian. And I'm challenging everybody on this platform today, and I believe everybody is hearing me. Go take a bus to Nigeria. Take a flight to Nigeria, stand and go to Anambra State. Go to that Anambra State that this guy was a governor for good 8 years. Ebonyi is a big example now. Their lies. Okay, because of war, we cannot do anything in Anambra State. Why is Ebonyi State doing something? Why is Umai doing something in Ebonyi State? That's the question. There were governors. Thank God. Thank you, Thomas. There were governors before Wike became governor in Rivers State. Now Wike is doing something to move the needle, to change the narrative in Rivers State. If the next governor comes and follows a certain template and he takes it from where Wike has stopped, right? In the next 8 years, you'll probably be singing another song about the goodness of Wike and Rivers State. But people who do not love the politics of Wike or the face of Wike in 10 years, they could have forgotten everything he has done in Anambra, in Rivers State. Once again, tell me the flyover that is in Oka now. Who constructed the flyover? The government house in Anambra State now, who is constructing it? All the roads that this guy actually did, 800 kilometers, are starting to be corrected. How many of those roads now is still standing as we speak in 2023?
Enigmatic, are you telling me that Obi did not construct a single flyover for 8 years?
Anybody can challenge
No,
you
you
on
don't
that.
know that to be the fact, because Obi often tells us that
It's a pathological liar. And when I say it, I'm not lying, one man. It's a pathological liar that they are packaging. They are packaging it because they want their president from that place. When we know, that's why they hate Emeka, because when you know their terrain, when you know that place and you are spilling their secrets, they hate you for that. They want Nigeria to change, but they keep lying to Nigerians. And that's why I'm telling everybody, 99% of people who are obedient, who are non-Igbos, right? They don't know their road to Anambra State. I tell you one man, take a face look of Ikorodu. Ikorodu is better than the whole of Anambra, that the guy is trying to be a president. In Lagos State, Obi will not be a local government chairman. Go and read that. Go and look at what Dan Ulasi.
Would I have recommended the Abga presidential candidate that should be the person they should be championing, that he get more brain, even though that is holder.
If they
that he
want
get
an
more
Igbo
brain
president, it's
than
not
Obi.
Obi, they know Obi very well. They know him. We can understand if you say, okay, I'm supporting Obi because we want our Igbo president. But do not come and tell me I'm supporting Obi because of competence, of capacity. Go and look at what Oye, the former Abga chairman, said about him. Go and look at what the former Ume Victor Omo said about him. Go and look at what Dan Ulasi said about him. Go and look at what almost all the politicians that he has come across said about him in Anambra State. Why do you think they are not supporting him? Because they know he's a lie. He begged. He was on the ground. He was prostrating everywhere in Anambra State to get a second term ticket. Why do you think he came back? Newe failed to endorse him for a second term until Reverend Fathers, Royal Fathers, and everybody actually had to placate that man before he was able to support him for second term? Why did he abandon Abga? Do you know that Peter Obi, that they are making around before he went to APGA, he was in PDP. He started his political journey in PDP. He did not pick up their ticket. He lost during the gubernatorial primaries. He went to APGA, and then there was an agreement between him and Ikemba and top APGA folks that we are going to make APGA the party of the Southeast, and we'll make it a negotiating tool. He had a fight with almost everybody in APGA. So I'm not speaking from the point of because they will come tomorrow and say he hates Obi and he did this. I've seen Obi physically. He comes to Madonna every time, to Father Ede every time, more than 21 times. They know he's a failure. But say I'm supporting Obi because I want my kinsman from the Southeast to be the president. That's a fair, good, debatable argument. But do not come over here to say Obi, you are supporting Obi on the basis of competence, on the basis of capacity. What capacity? A person that did not build a single school, he did not build a school. I challenge them again to go and fact check that. A single school, he did not build it. All he did was he transferred school from the government to the missionaries, and they were managing the schools. Go and check. And this has been done years before he even became governor in Lagos State. So do not rubbish a town, a governor that performed less than the local government chairman in Ikorodu or somewhere in Lagos. Nobody will say go and verify. He's telling you go and verify because he knows you will never go to Anambra State. If they tell you go and verify in Lagos, 9 out of 10 people will make their way to Lagos. How many of you on this platform? World Peace, Ajahn Baba Aja, Fatai, Thomas, Mr. Patrick, Ola, Baba Ola, Emeka, and Branberry. How many of you have gone to Anambra before? Do you know Anambra? Do you know how Anambra looks? I live in I know everywhere from like the back of my hand. Go and look at the governors in Abia State. Have you guys been to Abia State before? Have you? And these are the people, the governor that is basically commissioning. They have almost maybe one flyover in Abia State that was just commissioned last year. After all this year, they have a governor now. Theodoji is being investigated for 550 billion naira. His son is the current speaker of the state assembly. His son is running for office. Ipeazu, as woeful as a human as he is running for a senate. They will vote for that kind of person, and these are the same person that will be dictating to you in Oyo, in Ogun, in Lagos, that why are you voting for this person? And they are voting for lesser idiots in their places. What are you talking about? Do not tell us how. Tell yourself, what are the governors doing in your region? Why is the region not developing? Oh, because it's war. War that actually happened when you were not alive. Why is this thing happen? They will give excuses.
There is development in the whole of the Southeast. In fact, the pace of development in the Southeast is one of the most impressive in the whole of Nigeria.
No, we say we want a good Nigeria, right? And I've always been pressing this. We want a good Nigeria. We've accepted that all these guys are thieves. Let's look at Omoyele Sowore. Let's look at Adewale Adebayo. Let's look at Dumebi Kashuku. Let's look at this guy in this young guy from Delta State, a young professor, right? But don't be. I'm not even talking of all those ones now. But don't be saying what we know, and this is why they keep lying to everybody, because they know you don't know that terrain. I know that terrain like the back of my hand. When I go to Nigeria today, I'm still going there because I still have interest there. I have in-laws there. I do not just know that because I live there. I have in-laws.
So the way you are going, those in-laws will be outlaws very soon. No, the way you are going, coming here to Islam, they will be outlaws very soon.
They know me very well. If they don't feed me, they can be outlaws when they feed me. If you don't feed me, I'm not the kind of person that you say you have to go for this person because
that's the today.
All right, that's the cocoa anyway. It's also okay. Let me give it to you then, since you are ready for it. It
No,
was
one man,
actually
but you have not. You say I will interject, but if not giving
no.
me
I just want to acknowledge the super chats and then you come in. It's a Butcher your car for. It says enigmatic is crying. Obi, your next president, bro. So as you are giving
that one has never is. If you are a man, Bushi, I'm putting it to you now. If you are a man, come to the platform. Don't be a keypad warrior. Come to the platform and come and yarn. Don't stay in the comment section. I'll be crying too.
No, that's fine.
It's good
cry in the
now.
comment section
Enigmatic.
if it's super chatting. Then
Jacob super chat. It's good now.
You know what? We say we want good Nigeria, right? Come on, we want good Nigeria, but do not lie because you guys are peddling lies. I'm putting it to everybody now. If I'm lying, right, I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to challenge you guys to go to Anambra State. I'm not going to tell you to. That's why you say, give me one legacy project of this band. They'll say, oh, he put 75,000 in the bank. He bought laptop, a laptop that local government chairman, councillor, they are doing.
Let me even tell you about that laptop story. Obedience always say that Peter Obi bought 1 million laptops. Peter Obi himself went on TV, Arise TV, I think in 2019. He said he bought 30,000 laptops. But Obedience, I always say he bought 1 million laptops. But even the man himself said, I bought 30,000.
All right, let me continue with the super chats so that they can enter where they are trying to point it. And this is Desmond coming at you. It says, hold on now. Can I read the super chat? Okay,
I'm not going to come here again.
Huh? What's that?
If you see any road that is beyond that Obi built that has lasted beyond 4 years, at least a maximum of 5 years in Anambra State, and they can confirm it, they should. I'm not coming. Everything I'm saying, I'm saying it on record here. Obi is a symbolic failure.
All right. Let me acknowledge the super chat. It says enigmatic. I can swear you have never been enigmatic. I can swear you have never been to Anambra with what you are saying. The videos of what Obi did is out there. To be honest, bro, you just disappointed me with your lies. You lost my respect. So they are querying even if you've been to this Anambra, because let's settle down. It's not Google Economy now.
I just don't need disrespect.
Yes, it's querying the veracity of all these claims that you are making that are claiming you are saying people have not gone to Anambra and check. He's saying you have not even been to Anambra to check.
Okay,
but,
one man, let me put it to him again. Do you know this is the same guy, right? That was, you know what Solomon told him? Solomon told him, you are a Benin guy, you just a claim say you be Anambra person. I did not move, I never went, I don't know Anambra State, right? But I got my degree from Anambra State. Who is stupid now? I don't need.
Going from home to your hostel in university. That doesn't mean knowing Anambra now.
About one man? I'm not joking here. One man. This people lie too much. They lie too much.
Only ibẹ̀ tó bí ju Ìkòròdú lọ.
They lie too much.
Okay, possible now. Okay, fẹ́ bọ̀rọ̀ gun wọn lára ni.
That's how I'm telling you.
I've been to Anambra, but the thing is that I was not there when Peter Obi was the governor.
Were you there before or after him? Did you go? Were you there before?
The last time I was in Anambra was 2007, I think. 2006.
And were you impressed by the landscape?
Yeah, in Anambra, or may I not talk? May I just keep quiet?
One man, you know the way they talk. Say that's why I say, you know, why they go scot-free with all these lies is because they know at least 90% of any platform they are speaking through, right? 90% of them, they don't even know how to get a bus. That's what I'm telling you, to that place. But when they know, you know the terrain and you know that place very well, that's why they will say, oh, I lost my respect for you. You hate to be.
Oh, okay. Address this super chat from Desmond. It says Onitsha Asaba Expressway has been there for more than 8 years, built by Obi. Please,
that is the one coming from the Opiweka Bridge. Ask him. Right. That's the only thing they start crying about every time. Ask him who.
No, was that built by Obi? Yes or no? Was that built by Obi?
It was built by Obi now.
And it's still in use now.
That's the entrance to that state, and ask them who actually facilitated that road. Is it not
No,
Atiku? What is he talking
enigmatic,
about?
I don't think so because that
Is it
road
not
was
Atiku?
not
It
that
was
terrible
during
as far back
Obi's
as
tenure, but it's not
2007, in my
Obi. It
opinion.
was Atiku and Obasanjo's regime that did that road because it's more or less like a federal. It's from the bridge, from the when you leave Asaba, right? You go straight to that bridge, right? None of you have actually been there. The bridge that goes to Wedra to actually, that goes to the other part of the main market. One man, if you have a good governor in Anambra State, that main market, right? There's nothing. That's where you know a governor who has a brain. Do you know the internally generated revenue that they'll be getting from that market alone, or Ariara market? Do you know what Ariara market is? Do you know what main market is? These people are talking.
Is a Mami market now? Is it not
Which
one
is a
of those
Mami
Mami
market?
markets?
What are you talking about, man?
Are they
Mami
a market?
in Nigeria, let me bust your bubble. In Nigeria, the state that has the highest numbers, right, of billionaires in Naira, Anambra State. Go and look at Anambra State. I'm challenging everybody again on this platform. Whenever you go back to Nigeria, visit Anambra, and if you think everything I've said is lie, come back and tell me.
Enigmatic, stop it now. You want people
No,
to be
see,
kidnapped?
enigmatic. Do you know how I know that Obi was not the one that constructed the road they are pointing at? I remember, I think in 2007 when I was there. So the bank driver that was taking us, because I remember that the bank driver, I don't know whether it was true or not, he said, as they were sitting up with officials, that we should better not sleep in Odisha that day. So we now went from Odisha to Anambra. So now I think that road was there as far back as then. So I don't know how they managed to credit Obi with the achievement of that road, because to me, see, let us be very careful of what we just put online to educate people, so that we don't mislead people unnecessarily because of our vested interest. So please, if you see, I'm for whatever Obi has done perfectly in Anambra State. I don't have any problem with that if you can point to those things. But if those things are not existing, please don't let just embellish this thing. Like I keep saying, I'm still talking to some of those people that repackaged Buhari for us in 2015, and we are seeing the consequences. Please don't let us repackage what is not there, because we are just deceiving ourselves by just saying what is not existing.
But when you go to their WhatsApp or social media, Twitter stuff, right? Before Obi becomes Obi that he is now, go and look at what they write. Go and look at Nobu Igwe. I probably be screening this thing out to one man, right? There's nothing to talk about this thing. We can see, anybody can say, okay, this is what Umai is doing in a Ebonyi state.
Enigmatic. One man don't want to share what I'm sharing. I share so many stuff with one man on Obi. One man will not believe it.
They are not giving
it's on one man Instagram. Yeah.
They are not giving Umai the credit now because supposedly because it's APC, they don't like him. But let Umai come tomorrow and he becomes the only presidential candidate from the Southeast. You will see the way they will be comparing Ebonyi with Lagos. Then you will understand their hypocrisy. I'm telling you, they are packaging the biggest fraud of the century, the biggest failure of the century. He knows himself that he's a failure. They know in Anambra that he's a failure. The politicians know he's a failure. Soludo knows he's a big failure. Soludo is sitting on his dossiers, he's sitting on his report, and he has seen the failure that he is. What is the major project he did? Hero Beer, and the guy says it's next to nothing, and they want to stone the governor. Tell me another thing that he did. 30,000 laptops, did this and this. What are you talking about? Everybody can point to a boy and say this is what
Aregbesola and Fayemi did the same thing. So what's the big deal?
So Aregbesola that bankrupted everyone lo Aregbe fún.
No, I'm telling you that initiative was even terrible, because how will you give laptop to people when you don't even have a backbone for those infrastructure? But just invested and white elephant project. So
Obi is not the person, and we'll be keeping quiet all this while. Let the light fly. And I always say it. How many people on this platform have been to Anambra? If you've been to Anambra, please, for the sake of the platform, say I've been there. Anybody? Have you been to Anambra?
Yeah. I've been to Anambra. I've been to Oka. Quickly, nothing has changed from Anambra from the days of Anambra, and nothing has changed from Anambra after Obi, even though it's there.
So, One Piece, look at least we know we can say, okay, look at the achievement of the little, let's say the little now to be, at least to be conservative. The little achievement of Oshomole, right? When he was governor of Edo State, he was trying to start a paradigm shift, right? In the face of Edo. But this Obaseki came and ran the whole thing down. At least people can say, okay, this is what this guy did at the point. This is what another vagabond came to do. But
Similar project is viable in Edo. Everybody's talk about it. That's why he's still very strong in Edo North. His project is viable around the.
Well, you can't say that. You can't say that.
Wait. Enigmatic. That what's it called? Hospital that he commissioned. I went to rent equipment hospital after commission. Ekayo. Then they said that the small water project that he embezzled money.
Waiting at the top, right? Forget about that's why I said conservative, right?
Okay.
And that's why I'm challenging everybody on this platform, because they will say, "Oh, you've not been to Anambra, you don't know Anambra." Anambra, that I'm telling you again, right? A local government, if this guy will not make a local government chairman, why do you think the basic politicians are not supporting him? Why? Because there's no political party that he has gone to that he has not messed up. He messed up, and he doesn't stay to face the challenges. He will japa, he will tear off, he will run away from problem. He did the same thing in Abga. He ran away, he caused problem, he ran away. He ran to PDP. Do you guys know that he was in PDP before he even went to Abga, ab initio? Do you guys know? And then I'm asking again.
He was almost a founding member of PDP because he was there as far back as 1998.
God bless you. But they will never tell you that. They will say, we are talking reality here. How many of you again? I've said I'm asking again almost 10 times. I've been to Anambra State. So there's no lie they tell you about Anambra that you probably want to take it hook, line, and sinker. But when they know that you find them out and you know what you are talking about, they will come with this vicious ad hominem attack. They will not follow the message. They will be, I don't know Anambra, and I got my degree in Anambra. That's the same way they say Solomon is not from the Southeast because he knows what he's talking about. No, you guys can say, give me a fair argument. I want to vote this man. I'm rooting for this man because he's my kinsman from the Southeast. I want to vote for him. That is a very good argument. Don't tell me I'm supporting him because he has competence, he has character, he has this, and somebody will come. I know Obi very well because I've been following Obi. When Obi was governor, probably you were 13 years old or 14 years old. The other one, I forgot his name now. That probably he has a family background with him. But that's what we are saying here.
All right. Uptown is unwell at the moment, so don't slag him off. But let me use the window to acknowledge the super chat that have been coming in. So Desmond, of course, who can barely bear what he's hearing from you, Enigmatic. It says, please, guys, if you don't know anything, can you stop? You guys are embarrassing the platform. So hopefully they are not, because Enigmatic is speaking what he claims from experience, haven't lived in Anambra, and he's citing so many names from Anambra to suggest that he knows the landscape of the space. So at least he's speaking from experience, but the veracity of it, none of us can really affirm or attest because most of us have not been there. Joel of Nashville comes in. Hold on, please. Joel of Nashville comes in. It says, well, man, these guys ain't doing this platform any good. It is too much lies in and misconceptions just to discredit Obi. Enigmatic and co stop the lies. So there it is. The people who know better than you, they cannot stomach what they are hearing
that
from
went to
you.
Nigeria that did not even go to Anambra State, that was in Lagos and ran back to Nashville.
And then Desmond comes back. He says, one man, tomorrow when I come in, I will debunk all this. Sorry, Enigmatic, your lies will Enigmatic, your lies will stop flying tomorrow. Good night, guys. So thank you for the
Wọ́n
super
ní rẹ̀
chat.
ń fò, wọ́n ní rẹ̀ ń fò,
They say the same thing. They say the same thing too. You know one thing about these people, right? One man. This is the same girl that will be coming tomorrow. Nigerians are suffering. You won't say anything that would, because when you speak to the fact, right? This is how they come back. Again, right? Once again, anybody on this platform, if you've been to one man, I don't like it's like I'm belittling that place. But if you've been to this place, that they are I don't.
Sorry, can I interject now one more?
Yeah, you can, but let me just acknowledge Joel's last super chat. It says, enigmatic, come tomorrow and let's trash it out. So they are gunning for you for tomorrow. So I suggest that you have network problems tomorrow. Have network problems tomorrow. Yeah. But if I come in, if I has been waiting patiently to come into the, so if I to you.
Yeah. So I want to believe that there's no state in the federation that is not endowed with some form of natural or geographical advantage, because of how Lagos State is the lagoon front, and the lagoon front is like the piece of land that demarcates the Atlantic Ocean and also the more or less what I would call a river, but it's not a river, it's more of a lagoon. So it's easier for you to build ports in those areas, and the depth of Lagos water is higher than other places in Nigeria. That being said, irrespective of the resources any place has, it needs thinkers to develop those resources to the betterment of the population there. For example, cities around the world have shown this. We have at least the Dubai people run to now. Dubai's development is no more or less in 16 years, Niger Republic now, they got oil. Niger has a refinery refine their oil in the space of not less than 6 years. And Nigeria has been producing oil for whoever knows, even before the people like me were giving birth to. Niger is already building a transit pipeline for the oil they have through Republic of Benin, and that will add to more like 30% of their GDP. Can you imagine? But Nigeria is still battling with oil theft, sabotage here and there. The state I went to, I've been to, and I feel like, oh, this is a mess, was Rivers State. Rivers State, based on their allocation, I was expecting to see. Can you hear me?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I was expecting to see Eldorado, but can you imagine? I went to Rivers State. I saw people living in more or less abject poverty. Schools that their infrastructures are not up to standard with the oil producing status they have. What you have in those places are people who are more or less like lords that feed on whatever allocation is coming in. Well, maybe we have a bit of those in every state, but based on endowment and the development of every state, I want to believe Lagos State is still far ahead of other states. And that's why I find out that most people that live in Lagos State, whenever they are thinking of the next step of their life, they are not thinking of relocating to another state. In most cases, it's more or less they are moving outside the country to a better fortune. If we want to look at the historical development, the historical location of all states, then we could be placing Lagos, Kano, and Maiduguri because of whatever trade routes they've had either to the Arabian Peninsula or in Lagos State to other West African coasts. But the question is this: what has the trade routes of Kano and the likes of Maiduguri, that is Kanem help them over the years? You want to believe that they should be more civilized, or don't let me use possible enlightened, but I'm telling you, they have one of the worst indices in human capital. Maybe Kano is an exception. When you talk of out of school children, is there. When you talk of banditry, part of the reason they are having banditry and terrorism, affiliation to terrorism there is more or less to do with the opportunities the youth have. More or less the youth don't have opportunities. But one thing in Lagos is Lagos, because of how it is, they tell you even if you sell what's it called excreta in Lagos, you sell because of the opportunities of trade over there for millennia, you know. Whenever Taye bá ń yà á mú yí pẹ̀lú ayé, that is when the world is shifting, you have to shift. Yes, they say there's tie and die in Kano. What has what have they metamorphosed? Have they innovated that space? Hide and skin, have they innovated those spaces? You know, well, maybe partly we could say, okay, federal government is controlling some things or some things. Then people want to make excuses for these things. Yes, we all know that the constitution is not favorable for the state, but irrespective, the states are making headways. Even though I have my own reservation for Lagos being in Lagosian, I still want to say that Lagos is still far, far ahead of another state that is very useless in Nigeria is another Kogi State. Based on Kogi State, what's it called? Location. Kogi should be one of the, if not the best, because Kogi connect virtually everybody in that country. But for reasons I don't know, that's where
It's
you
connect.
talk about.
Could it border 10 states, 10 other states
Can
in that country?
imagine the type of
Yeah.
IGR they can be generating there if they have visionary leaders in that state.
Are you still there?
We all know that our politicians are corrupt or have affinity to looting the space, but irrespective of that, there are some that are still making headways. And based on my own judgment, I may be biased. I want to believe Lagos State is far, far ahead. Even Ogun State. Ogun State is not even up to, I don't know. Where Ogun is very large.
Ogun is the most industrialized state in Nigeria today, Ogun State. Although it has always been until they fraudulently carved part of Ogun State to Lagos, you know, all those Ikeja naturally should have been part of Ogun State because that was part of the western region that Awolowo were industrialized before the creation of said that these people just hijacked, you know. And even when Awolowo was still alive, look at how Odua investment was reigning in the western Nigeria. So there's no way someone can attribute that proximity to Lagos. It's pure brain and innovation. So
yes, so that tells you the importance of having good leadership in every climate, every climate you are. The last time, I'm a big fan of the of Sanusi, Emir Sanusi. He was saying that education is a problem in the north, but you find that the northern leaders are against him for some reasons. You know, the last APC, like I said, is Zamfara State. You have kids that are, what's it called, parading guns, shooting to the air, cutlasses, and you be like, what can be done? You just need a visionary leader to change this thing. Kwankwanso did that in Kano. Kwankwanso was jailing the children of, sorry, the parents of children that were not going to school, and they sat down. They were, it checkmated those spaces, you know, such that you find that for some reasons that Majori we are not going to Kano because they know the law will catch up with them. So what I'm trying to say is this: you may be endowed if you don't have a visionary leader, it's all waste. If you are not sincere with yourself to also develop yourself, your space, it's also a waste. But the whole bulk still lies on good
So
leadership.
sorry to use this example. It's like now comparing the real Abiola and his son called Abiola today. You know when you look at the father and the son, two different things. So we should be saying, that Kola Abiola is richer than Dangote because Abiola used to be very rich those days. So he was born in that way. But could he actually take the step? Can he actually take the type of step his father took when he was alive? So
Yes.
sometimes
Well,
your resources.
another one. Another one, look at Jonathan State. Jonathan State has one of the highest out of school children in the South.
And he was the president for
and he was
5
the
or 6 years.
president. Can you imagine? And he was the president, and that state also has one of the highest allocation in the South. But go and look at the last NBC, Nigeria National Bureau of Statistics.
Akwa Ibom, last year is number 2, number 2nd in out of school children. Number of out of school children.
I remember you used to throw that at Tete. I remember you used to throw that at Tete.
Please, we find out.
I contacted him, by the way. He's all right, but I think it's just way down by life. Not but carry on now, Ife.
Yeah, so leadership is very, very important. You can have a wrong constitution, leadership is important. You can have a right constitution. If you have bad leaders, they will get things very, very bad. And it's either we like it or not, it is even part of the opportunities that we have in the South that is making some other people not to want to stay in their states, because they know if they come to the Southwest, they will get more opportunities in life. Maybe they may want to say, maybe if we are running a regional system, everybody will be in his or her space. Yes, fine, you may say that, but from the time of that, from the time the regional system was abolished till now, there should be some things that should be seen. Do you know that schools in Lagos State now, they are now giving them their own independent power generation in terms of solar energy? So schools in Lagos State now don't really rely on NEPA. Some hospitals too, they have their own independent generation. So it's not as if you go there, you want to do some x-ray or whatever you want to do. You are not at the mercy of electricity. Even though based on, I'm from Lagos, I still criticize that it's not to stand. But if you want to look at Nigeria as a whole, look, the leadership in Lagos State is top notch. That's what I want to say.
One man, I forwarded the Anambra, they audited the accounts to you.
Yeah, I saw it. Just tell us very, very briefly what it tells us, and then Fatai, round off that space after Ola has that very brief interjection, and then we go on to Enigmatic.
Now, yeah, if you can post it, anybody that wants to study can study. You will see why everybody were building infrastructure. Actually, what Obi was doing was putting money in stock. You will see they invest in the one Kotimi.
Do you have it on your screen?
Okay, let me see. I have.
So if you take us to a page that tells us the story, that just highlights best what you, then I'll go to that page and put it on the screen.
Let me see if I can share the screen.
No, I can share it here. If you just tell me which page, because I have it on my screen.
Okay. Go to page 34, page 33, 34.
Hold on.
So why one man is
no, hold on, Ife, because I want to. But thank you for that interjection, Ife. Let Ola have the floor, and then because we're now nearly 7 hours. All right, there it is. What are we looking at?
So when you look at note 13, you will see. I'm just saying. Look at what the governor of a state was putting money of the state into when he was there, instead of building infrastructure. Now, because what's this telling you? For example, you are looking at the investment that exists while people are hungry, right? You put money there, you are buying stock all around. What's that telling you? You are behaving like a normal. You are behaving like a normal citizen that just want to invest for the future. So I saw that thing so interesting. So I've not even studied everything fully. Just look at those are the kind of things that they are asking us to celebrate. When people are hungry, when people do not have job, But you see our people, you see your governor putting your money in First Aluminium, Glasgow, Texaco, all those stuff. So where are those investments today? That's what I wanted to point to. So if you want to talk of his lasting legacy, maybe this is what you'll be pointing to.
But
Just imagine,
is this not the investment column of a wider budget? I'm sure.
yeah, it's investment here, it's investment column. The thing just came to my mind because I saw it as I was going through. That was why I just pointed at it. So if all those roads and everything that Obi did in Anambra, you can easily get it from the statement of that report. So basically everything that anybody want to claim that you cannot trace to the statement of account, the financial statement of that Anambra state, whosoever that is bringing anything out of the financial statement of that of Anambra should be ready to tell us his own source where he got that. So I'm just using the government document now that anybody can have it. We can always debate on this one later. So if you want to post it to the larger forum for people to see, so people can have idea, then we can come back later and start discussing about this Obi achievement.
All right, thank you.
You forgot that he's a trader. He was investing that money so that they can yield better return.
I'm not sure that what you are telling us tells the full picture, Ola, because the budget that was an investment column, and there would have been another column. I've not had a look through it, but I imagine that there would have been another column for infrastructure, education, etc. So
yes, that's correct. I saw some other forum, but this one was just funny to me. That's why I just brought this in up, because it's so funny to me. Just imagine if I would have all the money that we're supposed to use for free education, you put it in all this kind of investment. Maybe probably people like me and some people that would be out on the street of Lagos today. Those are the things. That's the way I see this thing, right? So
you save money for go be MC Olowo.
Baba, maybe I do Mama Junction. We'll be fighting for Junction. Say whosoever get the whosoever the bubble, you will spam.
Oh no,
So truly, when you look at it, it looks good. But when you look at it from another perspective, it's showing leaders that knows nothing to do with money. You bring money for what? You don't understand. It is good to save this money if you are a normal business person, right? But if you are not a normal business person, it doesn't make sense to me. This thing should have been better invested in maybe a Greek settlement scheme. Maybe so you do something like maybe you build a agricultural settlement scheme and you have the value chain, you make people become wealthier. But it's just like a father that is supposed to take care of the basic things that the children will need, and you carry all the money you put in the bag, and tomorrow you'll be complaining that, oh, that child is an armed robber, he doesn't listen to did you train the child? Did you train those children? So that's the way I look at it. So it is good when they say, oh, we save money. Yeah, we can see he save money truly, right? By putting the money in stock, even though we don't even know the value today. But is that supposed to be the business?
We know the value. Ludo told us is worth next to nothing.
Well, according to Soludo, but I'm just saying that this should not be the business of the government. It should be the business of an individual. The business of government.
Baba Allah, do you even know this touted achievement?
I'm not hold you. I'm not that told you. I'm not a Jani Koko.
The enigmatic imagine sorrow.
Boss man sorrow there, Oga boss Baba.
So this touted achievement of okay, save money. Do you know this is even under debate by even this guy's successor, by way of Timmy and Ladin, by so many other things.
Yeah, we played the clip here. Yes, carry on. Yeah.
So, the only thing that I'm actually saying is that this Buhari that we are seeing today, they package the hell out of him to Nigerians, because people do not actually, maybe people that were not born when he was military governor.
I fed him to life is good. I started going to farm when the economy hit us, man. So you see, a young kid can never forget what he suffered. Even maybe good days you can forget some, but when you suffer as a kid, I remember a neighbor then, a teacher that they fired when they did, and that woman was weeping openly. So those are the kind of memory that easily comes to my mind when I think when they mention Buhari. And how will you be telling me that when our economy here that I came from, I came from a middle class family, when the economy just turned upside down, as someone that was not even that was not even born during that time will now be telling me story of how Buhari now turned the economy of Lagos from the negative to positive between 1983 and 1985. I said, really? Who told you all those things? And people will even be proud of using Koboko to whip their mother and this thing and the humiliation. And people were so proud of this thing. And look at this guy now that is now celebrating, that is now commissioning the train in Lagos, commissioning this report. That type of body, and not after you cancel that project in that's a Jakande metro line. So to me, even for the fact that Buhari planned coups alone, that didn't suffer for democracy alone, we should not even reward that guy with anything called democracy in that country. And those were the people, that's why the kind of person that people package lies, the person that lack competence. They are now packaging someone now that you can't see what he has done in terms of social infrastructure that is enduring, that is helping people. Even the education they are talking about, we'll be able to establish the correlation between Magic Center or Miracle Center and the performance in Anambra State. So what are we talking about? So who is deceiving who? That's just the situation we are today, and we have to be very
Odu Center.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine Opus Odima being a governor in Lagos State?
All right, that's best left to the imagination. Wrap up that space for Ty, and then we go on to Enigmatic. I think we've lost Fatai. So let's come to you, Enigmatic, and just briefly speak to us about the back and forth that is going on between the Ohanaeze Ndigbo space and Simon Ekpa, the Finland-based terrorist. So what's going on in that space? Because Ohanaeze Ndigbo, they've put a bounty on him now. Ohanaeze places bounty of $50,000 on Simon Ekpa. And Simon Ekpa, of course, very quickly, as ever is his way, calling them saboteur. So what is going on in that back and forth? And then the wider question, because this game is being played in human lives, the game's being played in the Southeast. But for all of the things that they have been doing in that space for however long that they have been doing it, going back decades, it has never moved the Nigerian space once to yield any single thing to that narrative. And yet they continue to hemorrhage human lives. So Simon Ekpa, a bounty of 50,000, is it even worth that? Should it even be $5?
Well, one man, let me just start like this, and I hope the remaining of them will not crawl out from wherever they are, because I'm gonna speak to the fact and only the fact. We have to look at this first, right? I made a statement here, maybe more or less like a parable, more than almost a month ago, that when you come on with an ant-infested firewood, right, and you notice an ant-infested firewood, and you take it to maybe your bedroom, and you expect yourself to sleep, to have a very good, lofty sleep through the night, then you probably be a delusional individual. So that actually suffices what I'm going to say about this. Let's start with Nnamdi Kanu narrative. I got to know about this your platform, right? When you were going back and forth with these folks during the height, right? The height of Nnamdi's reign, reputation. I saw how they were vigorously, right, supporting this guy. They were up almost all the who is who. They were sitting on the fence. They kept mute, just as they are now, right? They are either doing nothing or basically, tacitly by their body language urging them on. Their candidate has not spoken a word. They killed. Somebody was pie yesterday. Go and look at what he tweeted. If he has any chance to address anything, he will refer to them as. I think he said they are hungry, right? They are hungry and they are something. That's why they are doing what they are doing. What anger will push you to the point of, right, getting somebody's head off? That's the best language I can use for that, and that is the highest. That is the highest individual now
right, in the socio-political economy of that neighborhood that they are looking up to, and he has to say something. Is basically, dancing here or dancing there because he doesn't want to ruffle some certain feather. So this is actually what you are saying. When, even regardless of the fact, do not let us talk about the legality now. When Buhari went to bring the Nnamdi Kanu to them, this is Nnamdi Kanu that brought him. What did they do to Buhari? Anybody on this platform can answer that question. They viscerally attacked that man viciously, right? Because that time he was still the doyen of all of them. But now the same Nnamdi Kanu, a lot of them are praying now that it doesn't come out because they want to protect a certain vote during the election. That is double standard. That is hypocrisy. Now they are calling for Simon Ekpa for what? Under what circumstances are you calling for the government of Finland to get him back to Nigeria? So, because when you're actually calling for extradition, do you know extradition? You know the extradition policy has to have the basic agreement between the two government, the receiving government, all right, and the deporting government. They need to have an understanding. Has it done anything to Nigeria that Nigeria is calling for its extradition? And has it done anything that the Finland government could have accounted for to be as a breach of their constitution or whatever? If he hasn't done that, then why are you calling for his stuff? And then you know what to do. When you guys want to cancel people, you know how to coordinate for that. You all have WhatsApp groups. You all have local village groups, WhatsApp team and stuff like that. When you guys wanted to attack Soludo, there was a coordinated attack, and how you did that. When you wanted to get Brimo, right, to get him cancelled, you know how you guys to do that. When you want to, anyone that you want to cancel, you know how to do that. You should know how to cancel Simon Ekpa, except for the fact they are playing ostrich. Just like somebody said earlier, right? They are just grandstanding and just lying to themselves. And lie has an expiry date. Nigerians are watching. People are watching. They are looking at them. If you notice the body language of the federal government about Ekpa or whatever, they don't care. Because if Buhari can make a move and Simon Ekpa will be around in the next 1 week. But do not be surprised if he does that, right? It could probably be their enemy again. Because there's this idea somewhere that there's every possibility that after the election, right, and this their savior and messiah eventually inevitably loses woefully, they will go back to the trenches of IPOB or nothing, or Biafra or nothing. Then this Simon Ekpa that they want everybody to condemn will now be the doyen of that space again, because at that point his services will be valid and legitimate to them once again. So you don't even know where you fall or how you can actually come to their aid. You don't know how you can get them to. You don't know what you can do to either love them or to hate them, because themselves they always create a confusion. They are so confused in that coven, and they have to step out of that. We were just talking about governance and the Nigeria's presidency now. Somebody was giving an excuse of a war, and in that war situation, a governor in the neighborhood of Ebonyi is doing wonders in his state, right? But they will not give that guy glory now because it belongs to a party of a Fulefu that they hate in the southeast. Why is Okorosha? Why do you think they changed the name to Okoro Hausa? Tell me, right? So when you look at even if I want to help you, I'll look at I'll look at how I'm starting or how I'm going to approach this. But when you are being edgy or you are being dodgy or you're being sneaky about that, right? You don't know what you want to do, because everybody who can think carefully and think thoroughly in Nigeria, right? We know what will happen at the end of the election. Up until 6 months ago, anybody can challenge me. Anybody can challenge me on this. Yes or not, or yes or no, right? As IPOB morphed into this recent Peter Obi movement, yes or no? The answer is yes, right? But after the election, if otherwise it fails, where do you think those IPOB will be again? Are they going back to PDP? Are they coming to APC? Will they be Nigeria again? Remember, at the time, Nigeria was a zoo, right? This guy called Buhari clone He called almost everybody. He said any Igbo or whatever that goes to Yoruba church or to a certain church should do this or should do that. So when you want to do certain things, you need to think about that. When you were, propping this guy up, and the government of the federation, they were doing everything in their possible, power to tame him, to actually put him to order. You guys were so viscerally against the government because it was Buhari, but the guy went. He became a fire that you cannot tame again. Then out of that fire, right, metamorphosed an offshoot of him being Simon Ekpa out of the country. So now, after the election, and you move back to this Simon Ekpa, and the old Nigerians are saying, oh, 30 days ago, you were crying that you declared Simon Ekpa wanted. You placed a bounty on Ekpa, and all of a sudden, because an election has been lost, are you going back to the zoo? And this is why I was challenging somebody maybe 3 days ago that you cannot be an emergency Nigerian. You cannot be a temporary Nigerian when you need Nigeria. No, you should be a patriotic Nigerian every time, 24/7, all day and night. Not Nigerian when it favors you or when it fits your narrative. No, Nigeria can see that. People are not stupid. People can see, right? One man, do you see the way they viscerally went against Sultan? Do you know what Sultan means in the Islamic world? Because he made a statement. He denounced a statement that no, I'm not supporting Obi or any political candidate at all because my office does not permit me to do that. I am the Amir Dur Islam of Nigeria. You can't do that. They went on and they went everywhere. The Sultanate office had to release an official statement. Do you know what it means for a sultan to release an official statement to call that out? And you have a presidential candidate who did not address that. And how do you think they will see that in the north or everywhere?
It was addressed. It was addressed by the campaign council.
Okay, so all this, all this confusion. When Igbo came out to say he wanted Yoruba nation, this and that, nobody gave him attention in the Southwest. Basically, all the politicians, they hate Tinubu today because they expected that Tinubu being the quote unquote maybe the number one political leader in Southwest, right, should give them a tacit support or speak like this will be standing on the fence, not speaking against, not speaking in favor, dancing here and there. Tinubu was not saying that. He came out viscerally. All the politicians, nobody gave them any chances. But you guys created platforms upon platforms upon platform, social media, YouTube, social media, WhatsApp, everything, Facebook, championing the cause of this guy. You basically ran him to prison. And because you have a savior and messiah, you guys make a 360 detour and you left in the prison. And they don't want him out until after the election. And that's why I always warn everybody. When these people are loving you, be careful. Because when they see another savior and messiah, they're going to make another 360-degree detour. And you're going to face the brunt on your own. Is the guy facing the brunt now or not? So Ludo said he's going to find a way to liaise with the federal government to get him released to him, even though we know it's not possible. At least it's a political statement, but it made something. They went after him that he's doing that because he wants to derail Obi's presidency. So how do you want to help them? Tell me, because if you want help, you should start from the home ground. A Simon Ekpa that is out of the country declared a jihad on your territory on Mondays, that you guys cannot come out on Monday, and you have 5 state governors in that neighborhood, and you have people in that neighborhood who are in government, a constitutional government, and you guys continue to allow that to happen. And then these are the same people that want to pontificate on other regions how to do their thing. So where is the zoo now? Nigeria is a zoo. Are they part of the zoo now? Are they animals that are in the zoo now, back in the zoo with the animals? Patriotic Nigerians, are they going back? Are they going to jettison this zoo and go back to their real thing after the election, that is when we will test their patriotism, their sense of patriotism. Because you cannot come 7 months or 6 months and say you are a Nigerian after you have declared Nigeria and the president a clone. People can see through all these shenanigans and this hypocrisy. And that is why it's hard to help them. Because Buhari think, okay, when I bring Nnamdi Kanu, I believe we'll stem the tide of the confusion, of the war, of the uncertainties going on in the Southeast. Look at what they did to Buhari. They hate people that is trying to help them. They hate people that they are not supposed to hate. Right? So, and then when you bring the narrative to the, I'm a straight shooter, I'll shoot it straight. Right? But this is the fact, one man. Why are you declaring, why are you placing 50,000 bounty on Simon Ekpa 30 days to a general election? Why? Why didn't you do that last year summer? What were you looking at last year January? Before Obi became a candidate, why were you guys not doing something like that? Why? Has anybody spoken loud about what is happening with the ESN or no government? And somebody will say they are because they are hungry, they are not terrorists, they are not this, they are not that. You put a man to the ground, right? And you and that person is not terrorist, and you can't use this real language for him because of political reasons, and you want people to take you serious. Until you fix your home, we've always said it, until you fix that your home, nobody will fix the home for you. You guys can lie as much as you want, right? The people that are serious, they will continue to develop their space. They will continue to develop their region. They will continue to develop at their own pace or whatever, right? They will keep opening the door for you to come so that you can develop their space for them too. And then your space is abandoned. At a point, I say it, and I'm going to say it again. At a point, things will change because most of those places that they are running to, they will put some checkmate. There will be guardrails. There will be policies that will stop all those kind of things. And they will be forced to go back to that place that they've abandoned to go and fix it at the end of the day. They need to smell the coffee and look at the mirror. Anybody that comes out to say something, they cancel that person. They should take that unionism. They should take that that camaraderie, that one voice, and cancel this guy and see if United Nations or if the world is not going to stand up to them. Don't come and be grandstanding and place a $50,000 bet on somebody who is worth already millions in dollars. And it's a member.
How much do you speculate that guy will be worth?
I know if I'll be conservative, I know it's worth at least over $5 million now.
Yes, I think I agree with you. I think I'll put him within maybe even $5 to $10 million.
Right.
And do you think it's essentially about the money for Simon Ekpa?
One man, if you look at Simon Ekpa, right? I want to be corrected again, one man, right? I really want to be corrected. When you were going back and forth that time, right, at the height of this Biafra or nothing or whatever, do you want to? Would you think? I mean, do you know that people were donating money to that cause then? Are you aware?
I knew, because I knew they had a membership fee system, and I knew they also canvassed for money for special projects, and I know that their membership. This is why I was saying there was a time I was saying that the Biafra space, the IPOB space, it is conservatively a $250 million, but in actual terms, maybe even close to $500 million sort of a dollar enterprise. And you could see from all of the Fendi that this guy was caught flying around in private jets all over Africa. If you think about, they have a membership fee system in that space. And if you look at the demography of that space, the average Igbo person is a successful person, either in business or academia or some profession. So doctors, lawyers, accountants, engineers, plenty of them, businessmen. And if you think a lot of these people, they are paid subscription fees towards this thing, if you look at that demography and you consider that they are global, then you can see just the size of that enterprise. It's a huge money machine, that space, a huge money machine.
Omar, there's a reason why I asked this question, right? Like I said, I got to know your platform, right, long time ago before I eventually joined. I knew about this platform during that Nnamdi Kanu time.
Yeah, when we used to battle it with Morris and Starman Alpha.
Exactly. So that time, right? I mean, sometime last year, I asked about this financial donation, right? Because I was in a conference, high level conference of subject matter experts in information technology, cybersecurity, and stuff like that. And I was so shocked, so marveled, right? So flabberflossed. I'm not saying I'm flabbergasted now, flabberflossed to see highly educated folks from that region, right? Supporting this cause vigorously, viciously. And then last December, when we had another conference, I met these people, they've basically turned 360 degree. And these are the people who do not want to, even the guy they were, that was their savior and before, they don't want him out. So when you look at all these shifting manners every time, right? For Buhari will be done this year. Do you know, since Buhari came into office, what has been the narrative? Huh? So we want one Nigeria, but you are always, the one being sneaky at your convenience, and you want that Nigeria to you know you want the air to quake when you make a certain statement. You are not making any statement that will make anybody shiver, because they can see through, they can see through that unstable mind, and they need to change that. They should go back home and fix it from home. Simon Ekpa is not a Fulani man. It's one of them. If Buhari say, I'm going to speak the language he understands now, they will go against it. So that's why you see Buhari just handing up, looking at them. And then this guy is probably, they are scared that why the main thing that what they are doing, that they've actually placed him wanted now, declared him wanted, is because they have this mindset that there's a possibility, or more than 50% possibility, that probably he's going to declare the election null and void. Null and void in the sense that he will declare that they shouldn't come out for election. And they can see that he's not joking.
You know what's led to this bounty that they've put on his head? The Ohanaeze Ndigbo space, they are canvassing the governors of the Southeast to declare Monday and Tuesday as bank holidays, as public holidays, so that the people of that space, they can go and get their PVC. And then Simon Ekpa has now declared that those 2 days that they are targeting, that they are sit-at-home days. So it's going now in direct conflict against people being able to get their PVCs.
Do you know Simon? This the danger in this is that, when you see when when a lion, right, tastes blood, you know how it feels, right? They don't want to stop. This guy, they've tasted the good life, one man. They've seen money, they've seen raw cash by doing absolutely nothing, by just propagating this usual narrative. One man. If anybody is on this platform, and then you just have a template of doing, they should create a platform for you and just be yapping nonsense on a daily basis, and in 6 months you see your account swelling to almost $10 million. Tell me who is going to stop you. You're going to put up the biggest fight of your life. That is what you've seen now. They've created, they've created a fire that is quite hard to actually quench now. So they have to find a way. For you to quench such a fire, there must be one voice, there must be truthfulness, there must be open-mindedness, right? There must be a solidarity of ideas. You can't be, because Simon Ekpa, immediately after Chatham House comment of Peter Obi, when he said IPOB is dead,
Did you see? You saw his tweet immediately after that. Do you see what he wrote? A lot of them went after him. That you are part of us. We know you. You know, or something like that, right? You can go and check. So they know themselves. They know who is who, and that's why people that do not know this guy, we are telling them again, right? I'm not demarketing them. I'm not, but we are telling you guys, go and make a research on the person they are selling to you. Make a research. Nobody will tell you to make a road trip to Lagos. You already know Lagos. Almost everybody on the platform, every YouTube platform, on every YouTube platform, I stand to be corrected, right? They've either been to Lagos once in their lifetime, or they have a family member in Lagos, or they've had to do something in Lagos, or when they were traveling the first time out of the country, they traveled probably through Lagos, right? And that's why I say, do you even know this person they are selling to you? Because their audience, especially those people in those states, do they even know how the person they are selling up and down? Do they even know how his state looks like? A state that is better than the current Obaseki Edo now. Woman, I think I'm done talking about this. Whatever they want to do, but it's just that it's part of Nigeria, right? Because the weakest link can be the problem sometimes. We have to carry them along, but you have to know who you are carrying along, right? If you have to fight the whole of the North for almost 8 years because of Buhari, and then the possibility of another a Yoruba man, Tinubu, being a president, and you're already fighting Yoruba now. So you are in the middle. You don't have and then the two places, the two regions, right, that you run to is either the Southwest or the North. 40%. This is not this is not news. Anybody can Google it. 40% of Anambra people do not live in Anambra State. They live outside of Anambra State. 40% of people in the Southeast, they don't live in Southeast. They live
So, and
elsewhere.
Mark, you see, based on what you just said now, that's why if you look in my heart of heart, I really want our country to go back to more or less a regional or at least a resource controlled state, so that no state will be blaming another state for his fortune and misfortune. You understand? So that if there's a development in Lagos State, anybody in Ogun State will not say, oh, it's because Lagos State is this. If there's a development in Maiduguri or in Anambra, anybody will not say, oh, it's because of this. The excuses we are giving is too much on that space. Yes, we know we have a faulty constitution, politicians, this and that, but I really want us to manage our space seriously. Yeah, you can continue. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
enigmatic. Let me just.
I'll round up by this
Oh,
one, man.
round off, and then I'll
Let,
give the final word to Desmond. So
yeah,
round
let
off,
me
and
round
then
up. I'll just say this. We all agree that we want a paradigm shift. We all agree that we all want a good Nigeria. We all agree that uh, right, quote and unquote, as they all say it, Nigerians are tired. The economy is battered. Everything is bad. Doom, doom, doom. Right? But please do not let us lie about a monumental failure, a pathological liar, and a packaged fraud to Nigerians in the name of we are taking Nigeria back. Where did you take Nigeria to? Where are you taking Nigeria back from? Is it from the zoo or from wherever you people went to keep Nigeria? So we should be guided. That's all I got to say, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Enigmatic. So I was going to shut down, but Des joins us. So Des, have the final word, and then I'll shut down. Des,
Yeah.
please.
I don't want to say much, one man. So what I was trying to say is tomorrow, I want me and Enigmatic to bring out.
I don't have your time, Des. Let me just tell you now. Before you continue, hold on. I do not have your time, right? I'm sorry to say this tonight. I do not have your time because I am not one of those people that you can sell all this craziness to.
I'm not trying to sell.
No, he wants to match fact with fact now.
No,
You've
I don't.
spoken a
No,
lot.
man,
Yes.
you do not do. There
yeah,
are no alternative facts. We've said it over here. Kulata, if you want facts tomorrow, I will want Kulata to come with the data that we will be working with on this platform. not all this kumbaya of obedience. You right here, there's I'm putting it to
Can you
you.
listen to me,
I'm
enigmatic?
putting it to you that you don't even know most of the things you are talking about over here
No
because you
problem.
don't even know.
You've not even heard what he wants to put to you yet,
Yeah, you say, I don't
enigmatic.
want to deal with all this
Let him put it to you, and then you determine if you find it
up.
acceptable or not. So let's hear it.
So one man, I want enigmatic to bring out if he has videos of whatever Tinubu did in Lagos. Anything.
We've played one example today already now,
So
but carry on.
I just want us to do it one on one. Anything that you have that the whole thing that Tinubu achieved in Lagos, if the videos, anything, not the video they're playing now, please.
Is that what you want to say, Des?
I don't want the recent video they just
Okay, let me. I will take up the challenge. Let me ask you this question: when
Yeah.
you went to Nigeria, right? The 70%, 80% of your time, where were you?
How do you
He
mean?
spent the whole of his time in Lagos now.
No,
I want him to answer that. Where were you?
I was traveling around. I wasn't just.
No, the 80% of your time was in Lagos. You had
No,
your best time in
about
Lagos.
50%.
Listen to me, bro. You had your best time in Lagos. Your brother, Jewel, he had his best time in. I don't even think he went to Anambra State. Why do you flew back to the US from?
I have a house in Lagos. I don't want to be paying for.
Why don't you have that house in Anambra State?
I
In
still
Oka or Agulu
have a
or
house in Oba.
Ekusigo or Oba or Ihiala?
I have a house in Oba. Listen, it's not about all
So
this.
forget all those
Hold on, Des. Hold on, Des. You say you are from Edo State and you don't have your house in Edo State. You have in Lagos, you have in Ogba, in where? Port Harcourt. Are you sure you're really from Edo State?
I
Are you
told
sure you're a Benin man?
I told you I'm a half caste. I'm half a
You know, we Benin, see how many times maybe many people have come to the platform to debunk you. Always have tried, most of the time, to be very nice and do. Many people don't believe you are Benin. Even the other guy that came with half Euro, half Hausa, half Benin, we talk at length. Everybody saw us here. Even Danbury, we talk here all the time. You said you're. I'm not putting it to you. I'm not saying you are not. But where are you from in Benin? Tell us.
Argument. I'm Igbo. Okay, fine. Are you okay now?
You said you are Igbo, Des.
Yes, I'm Igbo.
Have you been to Anambra before?
As in, I know Anambra past. I don't even know past what you guys are saying here because I schooled in Anambra 1. Do you get? My secondary school was in Anambra, the same school that Obi went to, DKC. So if you're talking about that space, I know it 100%. That's why I say, Edimati, come tomorrow, bring out your facts about.
I don't. The fact about Lagos State. Listen to me.
Not Lagos State. I'm not talking about Lagos State,
bro. And Lagos State is not go and verify. Listen, hold on. Lagos State is not go and verify. Lagos State is the right now. Take it or leave it. Right, is the eye of Nigeria. Not the eyes. The eye of Nigeria. That's Lagos. So I do not debate with failures. I do not debate with pathological liars. I do not debate with
denying
people
that fact, right?
who knows failure and they want to package a fraud as
all this wants to do is to invite you to have a fact-based conversation with
I'll
him
be
tomorrow.
having a fact-based conversation with my little boy here.
He will bring videos of all the things, because if you're asking him to bring videos, then you must bring videos too.
Does he have any video? Does he have anything?
Yes,
find out.
I have videos.
And both of them schooled in Anambra.
Videos made when he was a governor back then.
Des, let me ask you this pointed question. Hold on.
Okay, ask that question. You answer this, and then we'll shut down.
The road, right? From when you come out of that junction, right, going to Ihiala village, right? When you are going to Nnewi, that road from Ihiala, right there, the junction right there, where they sell up all those things, to Nnewi, who built those roads? The road that led to that
I lost you.
hotel. Huh? Who built those roads?
Can anybody hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes, everybody can hear you. All right. I think he's having network issues. I know he's traveling at the moment for business. Not traveling, no, but traveling within America. Oh, I think we lost him. And there it is.
Mama,
So, gentlemen, gentlemen, we will seek to start to round off. So this has to be the shortest.
One man, sorry, let me quickly reply to Pramberry. Pramberry, I'm not saying you're not a Benin man. I'm telling Dex that you are a Benin man. Even you, we talk here. You will say you're Yoruba. I mean, I'm saying you're telling me as a Benin, like you are proving it, you are a Benin man. I don't know how to say it anyway. But I'm saying Des that you are a Benin man. Even Des said that he didn't grow up in Benin. At least have a trait of a Benin. He's registered from Benin, yet he has not established that. That's what I mean, Brown.
What do you want me to say?
If we just go off the back of the reaction that we had from Emeka a couple of days ago, when somebody was trying to say he is not an Igbo and he got very irate, I think maybe we should be moving away from telling people that they are not who they are.
I'm not even angry, one man. Anybody can say it. So that's why I said I'm Igbo now. Anything you want to call me, it's fine. I'm Igbo. That's fine. But what I'm saying is that tomorrow, even if Enigmatic doesn't want to bring out his facts, one man, I'm gonna send you a video, and I hope you play it, and we can interrogate it very well and debunk all this Enigmatic
lies. You live in Lagos, right? Hold on, there's again. You went to Nigeria. Your brother went to Nigeria, right? Why did you not stay in Anambra State, the Eldorado? Why did you not stay there? Why did
Who is that his brother you are referring to?
Why did you not stay
why
in that
Why did I stay there?
It's Joel of Nashville.
Why did I stay there? I'm gonna answer you. It's very simple. Lagos
is the capital of Nigeria before, right?
No, Lagos is fun. That is why I was in Lagos. It's as simple as that.
Guy, go sleep. Go sleep.
Lagos is fun. That's
go sleep, my guy. Go sleep.
So I don't know what you.
Compare your Anambra with Ebonyi.
I'm not entering
the train. Anambra.
What are you saying now? Am I entering the train? Am I entering the seaport, the new open? So what are you telling me about?
Compare Ebonyi with Anambra now.
Staying in Lagos. I'm just in Lagos to have fun. So
compare Ebonyi. Why you don't get fun for that to Anambra State? Why that no fun for Anambra? No house, no club.
There is no beach in Anambra. Where will
why you no great beach for Anambra?
How will I go to the beach? What are you talking about?
Can you see what you are saying now? So when you come. Your
argument doesn't add up. Me being in Lagos, I can go there and have fun because they have a lot of stuff that is more fun in Anambra. So let's stop this one. You're saying why was I in Lagos?
Now the thing now, you should be Anambra and Eldorado now. Abi,
am I going to Eldorado again? Skyscrapers.
Anambra no be Eldorado again. Answer my question. Anambra no be Eldorado. You know be Eldorado. Obi for Oka there. Who can construct the first flyover for Oka right there? Tell me.
Obi constructed about 28 bridges. So
for Oka they will construct the bridge.
Your lies. I'm going to debunk it tomorrow. Don't worry.
Construct the bridge?
You will feel so embarrassed tomorrow.
No, you are not talking to people who do. You are not talking to those you guys lie to every time. Okay, I'm asking you now. That road from Iyala Junction to Nnewi Township. Who constructed the road?
If it being Giga, I don't know.
Guy, go sleep.
All right, we are all going to do exactly that. Go sleep. So, gentlemen, thank you. Another session in the bag. So, gentlemen, this has to be the most record closing remarks yet because I feel the need to hit my bed. So we kick off the closing remarks with Fatai, just to acknowledge that maybe he has already gone to bed. So, Fatai, are you still there?
I just woke up back.
You just woke up back. We came to you earlier. You were lost. We thought you're turning into Hakim, who will come in and say hello as we come in, and then he will nap all the way through. And then when we get to closing remarks, he says, "So, what is the topic?" That is what he does. Hakim, he will sleep all the way through, and then at the last we say, "What is the topic?" We are taking closing remarks, but it's a very, very rapid one. So.
Yeah. I don't even know who was saying something. Who was talking? Then I feel asleep. Yeah. Actually, we don't like talk about. I mean, we are not bad Martin Anambra or anything like that, right? But when the bad Martin hits Lagos, right? Anybody that wants to give must also be able to receive. We all should have thick skin. If you're going to hit Lagos, then be ready to get hit back as well. It's just like that. Nobody wants to talk about people being Anambra. I'm not interested. But if you want to talk about Tinubu is shit and Lagos is shit, we will bring out a lot of things also. I mean, they said the world is a global village, right? It's a small place. Even if we are not being an Anambra, Peter Obi's achievements and everything, right? They are not something that not people don't know, right? From the creation of next UK, what next UK was before the level of transaction next UK was doing before Peter Obi became governor of Anambra, compared to the rate compared to the rate it jumped up, right, in the period, and then he was governor. He was still running next. Then he had to resign 14 months or thereabout into it. And how transaction jumped. So a lot of things is known about Peter Obi, right? But nobody cares to be talking about Peter Obi, He's doing his thing, everybody's a hustler, right? But nobody should hit to rubbish other people's place, right? And especially don't rubbish other people's stuff when what you're going to use to rubbish it is at best data, right? It flare up the nerves of other people, right? And yeah, that just what I would say. Everything in their perspective, everything in their context, right? So anyway, thank you, one man.
All right, thank you, Fatai. Thank you for joining us. So that's Fatai. So yes, you can go back to sleep now, Fatai. You survived another one. It's almost like an endurance course sometimes, isn't it? All right, thank you, Fatai. So from Fatai, let's go on to Brownberry, see if it's still with us. Brownberry, are you there? Or Blackberry, as Ajan Lekoko likes to call you sometimes. Brownberry, final word.
I'm still here if you can hear me.
You tried today. Oh wow!
Yeah,
Usually you'll be gone by now.
I'm just here watching Netflix and I'm here.
Yeah, closing remarks.
I mean, the fireworks that Enigmatic came with today. I mean, they kind of. I know there are so many things that he said that was true, but there's a lot of hate. Let's just say it what it is. There's a lot of hate towards the Igbo people from with Enigmatic. But I don't really know if it's because he lived there before. That I mean, there's something that happened within him and the Igbo people that there's a lot of hate from him. I don't know why that is.
My brother, thank you.
Yeah, for real. I'm not from the east, but I mean, it's just that's just too much for me. Today's topic was nice. I enjoyed talking about the Ghana case, the lady with the sugar, the sugar mommy's sugar daddy's case. And I wish everybody well. Have a good night. We are all praying for a good Nigeria and a good Africa. Whoever wins, hopefully. For me, I can't wait for this election to come. That's why I don't want to permutate anymore. I'm just waiting for that day to come. Whoever win the war, move on and start talking about something else. God bless you all. God bless Nigeria. Have a good night, everyone.
All right, thank you. So thank you. So that's Brownberry who states the duration today. So well done, Brownberry, for doing that. That's not usually traditional with Brownberry. So from Brownberry, let's go on to Ife, who seem to be watching Netflix or something. So Ife, you're up next.
Sorry for disturbing the platform. I did not
No,
know
it's
that.
fine. No, it's fine. What are you watching? Well, I've got Netflix, but I never really. The only thing I've ever watched on on Netflix is what's that one? King of Boys. That's the only thing I've ever watched, and it's just there. But
Actually, I was listening to some documentary from Arsene Wenger. So.
Oh yes, Arsene Wenger is with the FIFA now, isn't he?
Yeah.
All right, to you. Just a very, very short closing remark.
Yeah. So basically, there's a quote that to thyself be truthful. So it means that whatever situation one faces in life, one should look inwards and look at where he or she is faltering from. So basically, I want to believe that irrespective of the excuses we want to put our predicaments on in the country, leadership is a problem. In some space in the states, we've seen how their governors have turned the space in the space of 8 years. We have numerous examples now. So it's showing us that if we get the leadership right, things will be good. Lagos State has an international airport. There's an international airport in Lagos State. The state itself is building its own airport now, has a seaport. Even to another one will be starting up later next year, Badagry Deep Seaport. So you are looking at least 3 seaports, 3 standard seaports in Lagos State. Other governors and in other spaces can take a leaf from that, improve the standard of life and living of your various the citizens in the state. Maybe the Southeast should come together, be the standard airport to rival whatever another region has. Putting the blame. Okay, let's even assume that in the next 20 years, quick one, yeah. Let's even assume that in the next 20 years, the federal government is not going to look into that space. Would the governors in the space be playing the blame game? The same thing in every region of the country, because we could have good president and bad president. So at the end of the day, leadership is important in every space. Thank you very much again. See you guys tomorrow. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Fair. Thank you, Fair. So that's a fair call. I'll call you during the day to have a catch up. So thank you, Fair. So from Fair, let's go on to all our closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I really enjoyed this evening session and learned a lot from everyone. One thing I would like to add is obedient. It's impossible for Obi not to do anything at all. I think he did something, but the problem is you may just be misrepresenting what Obi did. You are just cornering another agency government or another level of government. You are cornering everything to what Obi, and you did not even bother to check what Obi did. I think from the financial statement that I put here, I've already seen a lot of things that he did here. Although some of those things may just be the normal thing, but yet you can just find some little things that he actually did. So if you focus more on what Obi did with facts and figure, I think it is better than to look at the federal government project and claim that it's Obi's project. I think that's the way we can make ourselves learn and can be fair to ourselves. So, well, let us just appreciate the forum because I see that just 37 thumb up. It's surprising to me. Let us appreciate the forum because it serves as a good school for us to learn a lot of things, even many things that we've never learned. And the more we help the algorithm to push more knowledgeable people to us, the better for us. That's just my opinion, the way I see it. Other than that, thank you, everyone. See you later.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. From Ola, let's go on to World Peace. World Peace, closing remarks. World Peace. All right.
I'm here. I was unmuting myself. Anyway, nothing much to say. My country people, I agree to now the conversation. Now do well. We can click like, shares, and thumbs up. I'm not try. I'm not forget. New year. I'm gonna buy new coffee. I'm gonna talk what I. I'm gonna do what I talk, not what I do. Either I'll do my own. I go be. One man, nothing much to say. Thank you for today. I hope to see you again tomorrow. I greet everybody. I got Jalakoko and the rest of you. Good night.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, all peace. So thank you, all peace. So from Walls Peace, we go on to Desmond. Des, to you.
Yeah, like I said, one man tomorrow, we're gonna talk extensively about Obi's achievement. I mean, it's high time we actually talk about it. So that a lot of, I think we've done Tinubu a justice, you know. So it's high time we bring out all this all these presidential candidates, Atiku, Tinubu, and Obi, and actually bring out all the facts, really, the facts of what they have done during the time of they were in power, and see actually who did more. But and that being said, enigmatic. I don't know. I'm not like hating on you, but I don't know why you decided to come and I don't even know how it started. I think I made just a simple statement about, a lot of hypocritical statement about people just not attributing to the bad stuff in Lagos to Tinubu and just attributing the good stuff. And you just diverted everything to the whole Igbos. And also I listened to this show today, and I came to understand that some Yorubas, the way I feel like some Yorubas are basically championing Lagos as if they are all from Lagos. They don't. It's so sad that the only thing that some people do is talk about Lagos. Probably they are not from Lagos. They're from Uyo or Ondo or whatever. You just be talking about just Lagos, 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 Lagos. I've never had Uyo. I've never had Ondo. I've never had never had any other states in the southwest. It's just, I mean, if you come to the southeast, I mean, it's so that Enugu is fine, Imo State is fine, Anambra is okay. I mean, it, everywhere in the southeast is actually, you know, pulling up at the same rate. But I don't know why a lot of, not a lot, just some Yorubas are just basically championing Lagos every time and don't even talk about where they are from. It's sad. Anyway, one man, tomorrow, um, I'm gonna come and, do justice to of this achievement. Thank you and good night.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well, thank you, Desmond, and thank you for the super chats as well. I think Desmond actually takes the prize for the super chats today. So good job. A real, not the super chat, but just from our association, a real gentleman. I think the platform has always liked Des. Quietly spoken, always friendly. But would we say the same thing about the next man to come up? Are you quietly spoken and always friendly, enigmatic Hondi? Closing remarks.
Yeah, those who have had the privilege and the luxury of speaking, having a conversation with me behind the scene, they know. But most of the time, just like any attorney presenting this case, you are very sure when you are equipped and imbued with the facts and figures and the specifics, right? You are very confident to actually shun out your case in the most admirable manner that you can actually present it. This is not whoever is calling this a hate or whatever. Well, I feel sorry for that person, and then we, in the spirit of taking Nigeria to the next level, out of the woods, out of the dungeon, right? That's why I'm actually making this statement that, hey, do not believe everything that they tell you on the face of it. You have a brain for something. Do your own research.
and I've called it almost 10 times today. Take a visit. If you live abroad, when next you go to Nigeria, take a visit to Anambra State. When you have an experience for yourself, lives will be cheap when they sell it to you. There are no alternatives to fact. The fact is the fact. You like it or not, the fact never changes. And that's the way I will see it. And that's the way I will say it. One man, thank you so much. God bless Nigeria.
All right. Thank you, Enigmatic. So that's Enigmatic Conde, one of the favorite voices on the platform. But certainly one of the most. Oh, Ajanle Koko is gone. So that was a final remark then. I didn't even notice that. So I just looked into my bed. That's what I was looking to. So thank you. So thank you, Enigmatic. So thank you, Enigmatic. And Ajanle Koko, thank you as well. Let me acknowledge then the super charters. Today has been how we had said we wanted it to be, for the place to illuminate like a Christmas tree. It did at some point. I'll be coming in. Ayo, and Ayo again. It's quite amazing. It's the same Ayo, of course, that does the coffee, but that doesn't really prevent him from going on to the super choice as well. So Abi and Ayo having a field day there. Desmond comes in quite a few times. So that's Des. And then, of course, Alexander Gomez always ever making an appearance. Des comes back in again, and Des again. Let's say. And still Des and Buchi or Carfor. That Buchi sounds like another name, but then Okafor, very much an Eastern name. They're still insisting. I think it's the back and forth with anybody to Conde. So that's Des again. Joel of Nashville, he never misses an opportunity to use super chat to cut somebody to the quick. But Desmond regains the floor again and is softly spoken in super chats as he is on the screen. Des again, and Joel of Nashville rounds it off. So thank you all, gentlemen. And then, of course, for the coffee space, you can say it all together because you all know who owns that space. The Buy the Coffee thing, the landlord of that space, he takes possession of his property again. The landlord of the Buy the Coffee, of course, Ayo, and there he is right there. And it's the landlord only because if you look through, he's the one that has kept that place having any respectability. So there he is. Ayo, well done. So thank you, everyone, to the super chatters, the happy clappers, the coffee buyers, and the in-betweeners. We do it all again tomorrow. So diarize it and tune yourself to the mindset that you'll be here for yet another long and delightful session tomorrow. It never stops. We take it to the 25th of February and beyond. Is that Buzz Lightyear to infinity and beyond? So to infinity and beyond, you co-pilot the ship. One man went to Mo. The eagle landed, the eagle depart. So I'll leave it here. Carry conversation on with you in the comment section. But here, I say, peace.